God Slayers. God Slayers, how I've missed you on this fine, fine autumn day. Gwen, I'm so glad you could make it in time. Hi, everyone. Oh, wow. Look at all those members in Discord. Hi, Discord friends. Oh, thanks for hanging out in the docks with us. And hello, Kaylin, Julian. You both have made some incredibly interesting choices that garnered us a visit. It garnered a return to where we left the one shot last time, didn't it? Oh gosh, some hits, some hits. Gosh, what did we do? Oh man, we left a sibling in a tower. We met a double chade. And we found out that we have to do 15-second recaps, even though it's a one shot. You've been pranked. Yeah, you thought that your first 15-second recap was next week. No, stay prepared. Stay ready.
But for premieres, we get 30 seconds.
Yeah,
so actually, Julian's first was going to be 30.
I can negotiate up to what feels fair to you. 20 seconds? 20 seconds for a one shot? Huh?
Sure.
For a two-part one shot, 20 seconds feels good.
Okay. Well, then we will give you 20 seconds on the clock to recap what happened last time, and then I will tell our sweet chat what has happened in the moments since. We will discuss the anticipation. No, we aren't. You're fine. So with that, Prince.
Yes.
Prince Kaylin. Who would you like to go first?
Ooh, my brain is jello right now, but I will give it a go.
How royal of you. That's very kind. All right, we've got 20 seconds on the clock. I'll hold it just like this. I'm gonna give you 20 seconds, and then I'm gonna call it. You're used to following the rules though, so it should be fine. All right, 20 seconds on the clock to recap the last one shot in 3, 2, 1, go.
Nakata sends Kaylin and Misha on a journey to go get this thing. We get it from Brian's cousin, and it's a card, but we also ran into Clove, who we had to fight, and then Clove disappeared, and also there's a sexton, and also, oh god, what happened? Oh yeah, Zara got eaten by void ghouls in the tower.
20 seconds, all you need. There we go. Perfect. Beautifully done. Wonderfully done. All right, Sam, how do you feel about topping that?
I think I can do it. I think I've got it under control. Maybe.
Just really thriving off of that didn't murder my sister juice. I love that for you. All right. All right. Your best recap in 3, 2, 1, go.
We were sent by Nakata to make a deal with someone who turned out to be Brian's cousin. Apparently, we were handing off Harry, or not Harry. Oh my god, her dad. Anyway, and then we went to the sexton in the weeds, and then Zara got eaten by void ghouls. We escaped Kurthus by the skin of our teeth with Corvin.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Oh, players, you made so many beautiful choices. And I'm so excited to visit the consequences of them here from this chart on this lovely day for you. If you are chat and you haven't been to any of the scheme times, you should know that this behind me is a chart of season 3. Right here at the top, that's our sweet Kaylin. Yeah, look at all those lines. Look at all those. Oh, we love to see it. All right. So with that, with all the planning we've done, we know, Kaylin, that you must try somehow to make a way to your party. You don't know they're your party yet, but we have to know, we all know that eventually you'll be stumbling into their lives. But we have some things to resolve first, don't we? So, chat, you should know that 4 days ago, dear Sam and Julian were sent one of my classic DM tools, that's what we'll call it, a sun and moon list. Now, the sun and moon list encompasses everything that happens from the moment that they left Zara in the tower to them taking off. The plane lifting off, your cell phone is switched to airplane mode. You have fully departed from Kurthis. So everything between those two time points we had to discuss because we are picking up after them. So you were sent a sun and moons list chat. So you know it is a list made up of two parts. The suns, well, those are all things you would like to take place, probably. You would love that if that had happened. And moons are ghoulish little things that you have to take on to get your suns. So I have pulled into Multiverse your final suns and moons choices. But for chat, I'm going to start with some things that we decided not to do. These are not things that you have chosen on your sun and moon journey. You chose not to get words of warning to Nakata. You chose not to stop by Kaylin's hideout in the weeds to grab several burner Sympaxes and extra disguise kits. You saved the manufacturing district from being taken by surprise. You saved the cobble quarter from being taken by surprise. You decided not to lose Corvin on the way out. You decided not to lose the card on the way out. You decided that the citizens shouldn't learn the truth of Zara's fate. And also you decided not to let Discord take something from you. Those are all stories that have died, littered on the floor like petals in the wind. But I need to know the cards that you have chosen. So I'll let Julian speak of the suns and Kaylin speak of the moons. So Julian, take it away.
Okay, suns that we selected. We chose to grab the Osterov family official stationery and Kaylin's royal seal from the castle. We also grabbed Nakata's royal seal. We went to Carla Malone in the weeds and commanded him to evacuate the weeds to the best of his ability. We stopped by the royal coffers undetected and took as much gold, good lord, as much gold as we could fit into a bag of holding. And
25,000 gold.
25,000 gold on us in a bag of holding. And we also took the time to find Alan and convince him to come with us.
And then for every one of those sons you fought for, Kaylin, you must have picked a moon. With the heavy heart of leadership, the burden you must bear. What moons did you select on this day?
We saw a bad omen of things to come. Bayside was taken by surprise. Something is following us out of the city and we don't know what. Citizens saw their young monarch board a ship and leave. We rescued Chade. The ship we stole from Harry Diggleman had people on it. The ship we stole doesn't have enough power to take us anywhere important. And the ship we stole is loud and draws attention.
Those are some lovely moons, I do believe. How are you both feeling about them? Anything you're particularly worried about and particularly excited about?
I'm obviously worried about the thing that's following us out of the city. I'm also pretty peeved at Kaylin for letting his sister get eaten by void ghouls. I'm glad that we found Alan as well. I'm curious as to what state we found Alan in.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to have Alan coming along with us. I think it's going to be incredible. And I'm very interested to find out which Chade we have with us. Who knows? I don't know, but that'll be interesting.
Yes, I'm incredibly excited. Before we hop right in, we are very excited to have Alan. But will the two of you please tell me who Alan is to your PCs?
For Julian, Alan is a mentor and a teacher, and I think in some ways like an adoptive father figure, but not to the same extent that he is for Gideon.
And for Kaylin, Alan is also a teacher figure, as well as just like a well-known person due to the fact that he's a Hierophant.
Right. Okay, perfect. All right. Well, so this is now your open forum in these final moments before we really kick off. We really just get started, huh? These are your final moments to tell me. Obviously, they don't have to be as bold or as large as a sun or a moon, but if you have any small moments, any final things that you did in Kurthus, now is your time to tell me.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that for me?
Yes, I am looking for any things you did that maybe aren't worthy of a sun or a moon, right? No huge. You can't be like, oh yeah, like I grabbed the gun from under my pillow. I'd be like, hold on, sorry. That doesn't sound right. But if there's anything small you did, anything important to your relationship to Kurthus that you did before you left, I would love to know.
So Julian sent Misha into the wilds with his journal, in the hopes that it would be helpful to them and like help them kind of pass off the disguise more so. But I think he probably like grabbed like made sure that he had on him like a notebook and a pencil so that he can make sure that he's like still actively taking notes when they go, because he wants to make sure that he's a nerd. He still wants to be studying. And then the other thing I think is that I don't know if this qualifies as like a son, but I would love it if he tried to even like in vain try to contact Misha.
Yeah, we can talk about your sympaxes real soon. I love to do that with you both. It's gonna go well, don't you worry. All right. Well, then I believe I've heard your last wishes, your last everything's. Right? We're almost there. All right. Then I have one final question. Dear adventurers, you find yourself in a hitched moment as your airship catches its first breath of air as it detaches from the docks. You hear the sounds of screaming in the distance. The smell of acrid smoke is becoming more and more distant to you now, as everything becomes muffled and quieter as the deck to the ship lifts up and closes the hull, and you become in your own insulated little place where nothing that's outside of those walls can hurt you. Julian, Kaylin, as the hull door slowly closes, you catch one final glimpse of the flying city of Kurthus. First and foremost, I'd like you to tell me, are you just as clean as when you, like, the tower fell originally? Are you scuffed up? Are you bloodied? Did you have to fight people off on your way out here? How pristine are you still, right? How shaken do you look? That's my first question. And my second question is, after you finish helping Corvin carry Alan's unconscious body onto the ship and watch the door close, what are the last thoughts you think of Kurthus?
So if Alan was unconscious, was he bloodied or dirty?
No.
I think Julian is really sweaty because I don't think he's an overly active person. I think he spends a lot of time with his books. And I think he's pretty out of breath. I think he's also probably a little scuffed up. I imagine that there was at least like some struggle getting out of the city, especially trying to carry Alan. But I don't think he's been bloodied
Well, you
or
actually
anything
didn't
like
have
that.
to carry Alan the whole way. It was so funny. Like, he didn't pass out until you hit the docks.
That's not ominous at all. That's totally fine.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. I think Kaylin does spend a lot of time in the gym, but I think still he is kind of he's still probably a little sweaty, probably a little dirty, just because of the amount of things that they had to do. Going in to get the gold and get the seal and all of that stuff. So I would say, yeah, he's a little sweaty, a little dirty, and now very concerned because Alan has passed out at this point of getting into the docks.
And then I think as far as final thoughts of Kurthus, I think Julian is very much like he's angry about what happened with Zara. I think he's feeling pretty scared, pretty defeated. He's also feeling really buoyed by the fact that they managed to get Alan, but he's freaked out about Alan like just losing consciousness all of a sudden. And so I think his final thoughts of Kurthus are actually less thoughts about Kurthus and more thoughts about like what he's gotten himself into and what that means and what that will continue to mean as they descend into the wilds.
Yeah, actually, Julian, can I actually get you to roll a persuasion check so I know how easy it was for you to convince Alan to join you?
And I think as far as Kaylin's final thoughts, he's definitely concerned about Kurthus. I think he's glad that he did get in touch with Carlo.
5.
No, oh, wait.
A whole 5? Okay. And then can I get a persuasion from Kaylin as well on that? So I guess we'll get to your final moments in a second. I want to make sure that we're really holding time for those. And a 5, the energy of a 5 isn't the time to unpack that. We have to sit with the energy of a 5 for a moment. I now have to ask, so what line of convincing do you believe Julian used to try and get Alan to come with you?
Okay, well, first I need to know where we found him and what was happening when we found him.
He was in one of the Arcana calls studying a particular piece of equipment.
Yeah, I think I think Julian probably kind of burst into that room and was just like, the city's falling, we have to go.
And so then, Kaylin, when Alan was like, no, if Kurthus is falling, I'm going to help its people. What did you do to convince him otherwise?
I told him I had already spoken to Carlo and told him to evacuate the weeds.
That would have been enough. All right. Perfect.
I
Okay.
hope so. I rolled a 29.
The 29, perfect. Oh my god, a 29 is your first roll of this one shot.
Was that even a nat 20, or was it just an incredibly high modifier?
I have a plus 11 as my modifier.
That charisma, Prince Kalen, damn.
You know, smooth.
Very smooth, huh? All right.
Yeah.
So at that point, wait, why is Julian? Oh, there, Julian. Oh, Julian, why are you hanging off the ship slightly? Oh, one moment, sweet Julian, please.
Oh no, wait, hold on.
Okay, I was like, you're falling already.
I joined the nap, but then I didn't realize that I had to reposition myself. I'm so sorry.
No, you're so fine. So yeah, you all feel this ship take off, and actually to have a ship take off, you would have to have a person driving the ship that's taking off. Who's the driver?
Great question.
I don't have any vehicle proficiencies, but I'm wondering if Alan would, or if Corbin would, as part of his law mage training.
Oh my gosh, you would love to ask him, but he is passed out. Would you like to? Do you ask Corbin?
Yeah, I think I would ask Corbin.
Corbin goes, I mean, I failed the test 3 times, but I've taken the test 3 times.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Get us in the air.
Better than I can do. So, all right, Corbin, you're it. Let's go, buddy.
Oh, and at that point, you actually hear speak up from the corner, a person who you had forgotten that in the final moments was weeping on the docks, and that you felt so honor bound to rescue. Yes, that is none other than Chade Edelman, weeping quietly in the corner for his fallen country. And you hear him speak up and go, actually, I can do a K-turn.
Julian just whips her out and goes, oh, okay, great. Get us in the air then.
Aye. And Chade walks up to pass all of you and walks past you, Kaylin, and you feel this vibrating feeling on one of your hands.
I will look to my ring and see what color it is, if it's blue or red.
Yeah, so
Does your ring detect orcs?
My ring detects shapeshifters.
Yeah, you had hurriedly put these rings on right after you had rifled through your room to find your insignia, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you had found the insignia and the royal stationery you had. You had found all of the magic rings you own and had just kind of thrown them on before you just hauled ass to the weeds. There is this ring on your finger that is a gold inlay plate with this large oval concentric flattened piece of metal that looks like it's been carved through by this set of claws. And these claws all have nails on them. And those nails happen to be glowing red.
Okay. So, and he's walking towards the front of the ship.
Yeah, he's walking up to go drive.
Okay. Hey, Chade. Before you do that, actually,
Yes,
Corbin.
Your Majesty.
Corvin, I trust you and your flying skills. If you can go ahead and get us into the air, that would be great. Shade, what other skills do you have?
While this is happening, can I do an insight check? Because I want to figure out why Kaylin is changing that choice.
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll that insight check as Corvin looks over at Kaylin and goes, just like with the full knowledge that he has failed his driver test 3 times. I think he thinks you're like, thank you. I think he thinks that you are like deliberately trying to torture him. Like this is some form of punishment because like why else would, and so he just kind of looks over at you and goes, "Yes, Your Majesty." And then steps around Shade up the stairs and heads towards the front of the ship. For 16, would you like to roll a deception test, a deception roll to contest it, Prince Kaylin? Or would you like to just be very, you can either say like, no, Kaylin's doing his best to keep it on lock. So I'm gonna roll a deception check. Or you can say, no, Julian knows me pretty well. This is what he would be picking up on with the 16. Totally your choice.
Yeah, Julian knows me well enough that I think with the 16 he would kind of get the understanding that I just had a gut feeling that perhaps Shade was not the right person to fly the ship at this moment.
I think Julian is a little bit suspicious of that, but I think he assumes that they'll get to talk about it later. But I think there's also a piece of him that doesn't trust you as much as he did. So I think he's not super pleased about that, but he's also not going to question your authority in front of other people that he doesn't know as well.
Yeah, so you all see Corvin kind of retreat to the front of the ship, and still standing there right in front of you, Shade, looking as just. So I've been exceptional in leading prayer my entire life, and as he's going on and listing his qualifications, you can't help but peek out the window to try and see if you can see Kurthus as you get further away from it. Can I please get perception checks from the both of you?
That's a 14 for me.
A 14.
And a 21.
A 14 and a 21. Oh my God. Okay. Then, yeah, I think that you notice it right after it happens, Julian. But Kaylin, you are fully able to see an inception of your moon as we are flying further and further away from Kurthus. You watch as it's right before it's about to disappear off of the horizon set for you. This ship is moving fast, but it is incredibly loud. You see the flying city of Kurthus erupt beams of light out from its most centric point. Probably 9, just from every direction in perfect symmetry. These pillars of light. And then you watch seconds after those pillars of light shoot out, this orb falls around the entire city. A glimmering pink electric magic.
Did we both see that, or was that just Caitlin?
Yeah, Julian, you are able to see it the second after it becomes its final thing, the orb, right? but Kalen's able to see its inception, and Kalen is also able to see a small fleet of ships that has also managed to escape several leagues off.
I think Julian curses under his breath and then kind of turns to Kalen and like pulls him aside to the side of the ship and just goes, this might be worse than Kurthis actually falling.
I agree. I have a very bad idea of what's happening right now. And it's terrifying. My only thought now is that we have to go figure out what is happening. And I don't think that we would have been able to figure it out if we were still there.
And I don't think we're going to be able to figure it out on a ship this loud because we're going to attract every single creature in the weeds that's sensitive to sound.
All right, everybody, put your frickin' weapons down. Put it down. Everybody, put your frickin' weapons down. You hear this voice just really cut over your conversation as you see Corvin coming out of the room first, back from where he had come from. But across his knife, across his neck is a knife, and he's leaning incredibly far down toward the ground in order to keep this continuing to happen. And you see this fierce-looking halfling with these two braids on either side of her face, looking out of all of you with just this grimace on her face.
Hello? Who are you?
I ain't gotta tell you who I am. I don't abide by your rules. Put your weapons down. Put them down.
Julian just holds his hands up because he doesn't actually have any weapons.
Imagine having everything on my sheet that I wanted to look at. How do I get to my? Okay, sorry, I'm not used to looking at this in here.
You have to look at what's on.
What?
I always have Roll20 pulled up so I can double check. I love cross-referencing.
It's nice. Yeah, no, he's got nothing that he really wants to use. Okay, so Kalen's just going to he's gonna take down. He's got like a rapier. He'll put it down next to him.
All right. I have several questions for you, and you're gonna answer them. Why are you on this ship?
We're fleeing Kurthis.
Why are you fleeing Kurthis?
Because it's been overrun by void ghouls.
That would make sense. Second question, who are you?
My name is... And then I think Julian pauses and goes, Misha Osirov of the Royal Osirov family. This is my brother, Prince Kalen.
Wait. And she puts her knife to her side. And she goes, Misha, where are the rest of your friends? Where's Brian?
I'm sorry.
How do you know about that?
I've not seen you in my life. Who are you?
And just as Corvin is like managing to kind of like sit back up, the dagger comes right back out again and over his throat. And she goes, if you don't know that, then you're not Misha Osirov. I know who that is.
Mage Hand to try and get the knife out of her hand.
Now, it has been... now, there's many a D&D player who's tried to disarm with Mage Hand. You will not be the first, and you will certainly not be the last. Disarming is actually classed as an attack, and therefore not allowed as part of Mage Hand, unfortunately.
Okay, all right.
Where did we meet? Do you recognize me in this guise?
I'm not gonna freaking tell you. You just called it a guise. Brian taught me better than that at the very least.
I think Julian's gonna kind of take a step closer and just like put his hands out very gently and just be like, I think there's been a misunderstanding, and I'm simply trying to find where the misunderstanding happened.
Can I cast Prestidigitation to create a noise behind this person to perhaps at least catch them off guard, and then either they'll drop their weapon or give me a second to approach?
What would the prestidigitation of choice be? I'm gonna need you to be very specific.
I would. Okay. Can Prestidigitation copy voices too, or is that like that would be something else?
Happy?
Hmm?
Wait, what is it? What did you ask?
Would it allow me, like, as a sound? Would I be able to like have somebody like a voice?
Oh,
Or is that kind of
prestidigitation.
something else?
I believe that might be more minor illusion.
Okay.
Let me just triple check for you though. All right. So we've got harmless sensory effects. You can clean or soil an object. You can cool, warm, or flavor up in 1 cubic foot of non-living material. You can make a color, a mark, or a symbol appear on a surface. And you can create a non-magical trinket or illusory image that can fit in your hand. It doesn't, you could do faint musical notes, an odd odor, but it doesn't seem mimicking noises perhaps is going to be your strongest suit here.
Okay. I would. Is she standing by a window?
Yes, and can I actually get another perception check from the both of you since you've asked?
Oh no.
The computer's throwing a fit, and then I will do that. Hold on.
Oh yes, I would love nothing more than to roll for you.
You said perception?
Yes.
It's a +1 modifier.
Gotcha.
Damn, I'm on fire. This is bad for me for the campaign. I got a 19. That means I'm gonna be rolling all nat ones by the time next Saturday comes around.
I got a 3.
We're gonna get into combat. You're just gonna get fucked.
Honestly, yeah. Oh god. Okay.
All right. So Julian's not looking at nothing. But Kaylin, you hear a zoom come from above your ship, and you're looking toward the window where Daisy is standing near, and you see that there are these pink petals drifting down through the air around you on the ship.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, listen, I would love to continue talking about this, but I think we're going to shortly be under attack. So I think that it would be best if we just listen. We're gonna have to work together. We're just gonna have to go with it and trust each other. And I know you might not trust Misha, but like I'm telling you, I'm Kaylin. So here's my royal seal, and he pulls
Can I
out
cast
his
thaumaturgy to make myself look like Julian for a second, assuming that Daisy has met Misha in the Julian form.
Thaumaturgy is not for large scale sorry, thaumaturgy in its soul of souls is for scaring the fucking shit out of people.
Right, but I can also have up to 3 of its 1-minute effects active at a time, so I could change like my eye color, my nose shape, and my mouth shape if I wanted, technically.
You can alter the appearance of your eyes. That's what it says.
You're limiting it to just the spell text. I can't give it flavor.
I am I am letting you use the spell you've chosen. Is actually what I'm doing. So nice try, but thank you. Here's the thing. This is hello, you illusionists. The illusionist spells are written very specifically, and if you make me be the rule lad about them all the time, I'm going to weep openly because you know I hate talking about rules. But yes, there's minor illusion, there's major illusion, there's thaumaturgy, there's prestidigitation, there's dancing lights, there's there's so many more things. That's just the start of it. There's like disguise self. There's like there's so many illusion spells that you have to. That yes, I will be reading from the Bible on this one.
Okay, that's totally fair.
So yeah, Kaylin just
I think
continues
Julian does step on Kaylin's foot though because he thinks that Kaylin's fucking it up.
Okay. What the heck?
Do you really expect her to just trust us? I wouldn't trust us.
I have documentation. I can prove that I am who I am. So yes, I would trust us. And also, we're about to be there's pink petals falling in the sky. I'm hearing things like we're not going to be okay right now. So I think that we really should take stock of what we have on the ship, figure it out, because there is a very good chance that we are about to be attacked. The ship is loud and we're in the middle of nowhere. So
gee, I wonder who told you that. There.
So you're a real royal. Is that what it is?
Yes. And look, and he pulls out his ring.
I heard royal people had fingernails made of gold.
That's a lie. That's not true.
Yeah, I don't have fingernails made of gold, but
yeah, which means that you might not be a royal. But let me see let me see it. And she's kind of like leaning to look at your insignia.
If I offer you some gold, will you allow us passage on the ship?
Let's her eyes light up. At this point though, go ahead and roll a persuasion check with advantage for me, Kaylin.
okay, there's one. And you said, and it was persuasion, right? Yeah, okay. So 24.
24. She kind of narrows her eyes and says, so where's my cousin Harry then?
Did he not make it back to the ship?
No. Nor did the person I was looking for.
Yeah, we met up with Harry, and he told us to meet him at the ship. So we were expecting Harry to be here. So the fact that Harry's not here is news to us.
Are you friends with Harry?
Yeah, we're friends with Harry.
Working with Harry.
Ew. Ugh. And you see her kind of like move the knife from Corvin, and Corvin, like, whose back has been like cramping by this point, it like kind of just like falls on his side, like, oh, just kind of just falls like this stitched side over now that he's not doing drunken limbo anymore.
Kaylin
And
picks up his rapier and puts it back in a holster.
why were you working with him?
On behalf of the queen. Can I roll an insight check on her reaction to this?
Absolutely.
Well, that's a 10. So Julian's
10.
people skills continue to elude him.
She's not being incredibly guarded, so I can at least give you a little bit. She looks extremely displeased with the fact that you were like, yeah, we're buds. She's not thrilled. Not thrilled with it, huh? And she goes, so you're in an alliance with the Ursimo Union, is it?
Does Julian know about the Ursimo Union?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
Yeah, I'll also roll a history check if I can.
That's a dirty 20.
Julian is good at stuff.
At a 7.
Julian knows
Kaylin, not
things
so
about
much.
things.
Yeah, Kaylin knows
Hey,
nothing.
It's
He
the
missed that
plot.
day. Right.
Yeah, that's great plot work. Good job, everyone. Yeah, you would know that is one of the major guilds of Terrapine, and it is the economic faction. If you would like to roll an investigation or insight check, I could tell you how much you know about its interactions with Kurthus in a day-to-day capacity.
I rolled an investigation and got a 21.
Perfect. Then you would have probably picked up information that is not known to most. And that information is that actually a lot of goods that come into Kurthus are by way of the Ursimo Union, which is relatively strange considering how hard and fast Kurthus has disavowed any connection with ISIS Fidelity, the pirate faction, if you will. So it seems, so you would just know that Kurthus has seemed to rejected a potential alliance with ISIS Fidelity in their many-year history and has taken up a hesitant one with Ursimo Union for the explicit trafficking of goods. This is kept extremely under wraps and probably something you would have only picked up through your extensive knowledge of the wilds.
We've been working with Ursimo Union for some time for trafficking goods through Kurthus.
Ursimo Union has been working with Kurthus?
For years, yes.
We hate you guys. Why?
You might hate us outwardly, but what other kinds of deals do the guilds in Terrapine make with people that they hate outwardly?
I'm not part of a Terrapinian guild that makes deals with shady, unknown, non-gold fingernail-having forces and false princes.
So you're a member of Exubivax then?
I am, yes.
Are you perhaps related to the Potstickle family who's been running that guild for centuries?
No.
No?
No.
Insight
Can I
check.
tell that she's lying?
You can roll an insight check if you'd like.
Also, I had a thought while I do this.
Don't hurt yourself, Kaylin. I got a 19.
Imagine finding my insight check. Here we go. 15. But also I think
lying.
that while Julian is talking to Daisy, Kaylin is going to cast. Well, okay, above game question. How long is an hour? like
minutes.
in like
What context?
in our like I don't know. I guess we'll figure out when an hour is up. As far as game time goes. Because Kaylin would like to cast Rary's telepathic bond.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh, God.
Yeah. Which I noticed is not on my there was a
Yes,
couple of
it
spells
isn't.
missing. So
Yeah,
okay.
a couple of spells refuse to add themselves. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
So, okay. Who are you forging your telepathic link with?
Julian.
Julian, do you willingly you feel magic tugging at the ends of your psyche? Have you ever done this with Julian before, Kaylin?
Oh, I would say absolutely.
Okay.
Recognizing Kaylin's magic, I think Julian has a moment where he thinks about resisting it. And then he realizes that they're in a precarious enough position as it is. And so at the very least, he can know what Kaylin's thinking, even if he doesn't know that he still trusts Kaylin. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yep. You feel this, like, it's almost like you realize that white noise has been playing in the background and suddenly you feel it get cut off. There is suddenly an incredible clarity between the two of your psyches, and you may communicate as needed telepathically. You trying to do this spell without anyone noticing?
Yes.
All right. Can I get a sleight of hand check?
Oh God. Yeah. Goodness.
What happened to Corbin? Where did Corbin go?
Corbin is driving the ship. Corbin stopped having his legs threatened. And
I just had to scroll up on the map. Sorry. Got it.
I got a 15.
15? Yeah, then let me just go ahead and roll some perception checks.
Okay.
First one is a 23. And the second one is a 5. All right.
But I don't know who's which.
No, we don't know who's which.
Oh.
Oh, love it. Okay,
and no one's seeming to say something about it.
Of course.
So I think in their telepathic link, Julian says, we should find out if there are more people on this ship. Certainly she's not the only one who's going to not trust us.
It's at that point that you see Chade kind of like sidling up next to the two of you and says, is anyone's fight or flight like?
And as he's doing that, Kaylin is going to telepathically tell Julian, this is not Chade. We have to be careful.
How do you know that it's not Chade?
And what's my ring called? I have a fancy ring, and it is called the Ring of Deceiver's Warning. So I will explain to Julian telepathically that I have this Ring of Deceiver's Warning that turns red when a shapeshifter is around, and that it turned red as Chade came onto the ship.
I'm going to look down at the ring and like confirm myself as subtly as I can. And then I just kind of like meet Kaylin's eyes and say, noted. And then I'm going to turn back to Daisy and say, perhaps we can start over. My name is Misha Asrab. This is my brother, Prince Kalen.
No, it's freaking not. No, it's freaking not. This is what I gotta keep saying. I met Misha and from afar, and I would like, and I know that Brian would have mentioned me. So if you don't know who I am, then you're not. Then you're not.
In the telepathic link, I'm going to tell Kaylin if she met the party in Terrapine, that might give us some clues as to what happened to them.
Do you know who Brian? Does Julian know who the fuck Brian is? Then how would you know that? Like, oh, but you would know.
I would know that if Misha was with them,
down there.
Yeah,
yeah, you would know. But yeah, you have no idea who Brian is.
And then I think Julian asks Kaylin, do you remember anyone else who was in the party other than Gideon and Current?
And I don't think that Kaylin
Kaylin knows who Brian is.
But does he know that Brian is with the party? Like, was Kaylin and Zara and Misha, were they all at that big breakfast meeting when everybody was at the table?
Yes.
Misha and Julian weren't, right? Because they were switching places?
Yeah, they were technically, they showed up late. You at the very least were at a separate dinner where your choices were like discussed amongst other different elites. The elites who don't actually have to go. They were discussed around you for sure.
Okay. So then Kaylin would recognize Brian's name and also know that Brian went on the trip. Okay. So he would say telepathically to Julian, like, Brian is somebody who went with them on the trip. So Brian is likely, Brian is likely with the party.
Yeah, I got that part. Thanks.
Yeah. But then, okay, let me think.
What I'm asking is, do you happen to know anybody else who was in the party other than
do I know
Gideon
anybody else? Sorry, I imagine remembering the question.
That's okay. I kind of like Kaylin being a himbo about it and Julian getting annoyed, so it works.
Yes. So then he will telepathically tell to Julian, yes, there is a barbarian named Winona. And their ship captain is Gemma. Because at the
Gemma
time,
Vario, the pirate.
Gemma Vario. Mm-hmm.
Great. That was a
and
great
that would
choice.
be their whole party at that time, right?
Except for the one that we do not talk about.
Gideon, Current, Gideon, Current, Brian, Winona.
Uh-huh. Gemma, Mara.
Mara.
Put Mara on there.
Galadri and Luso.
Yeah.
Was Luso with them right from the beginning?
Yes, Luso was with them from the first moment.
Oh, that's a terrifying thought. Okay. Great.
So Julian's gonna take that info that Kaylin just gave and turn towards Stacey and say, when was the last time you saw Brian and Gideon and Current and Winona?
Me?
Yeah, it was a question for Daisy.
I don't gotta tell you nothing. And now I must ask you, Mantha, what lessons for dealing with foes would Brian have passed off to Daisy?
Oh, God.
You know that scene in Miss Congeniality where her water glasses get drunk and so she goes on stage and she teaches how to defend yourself against like a predator, and she teaches you how to do like the solar plexus and the nose and all that stuff. That's the stuff that Brian has taught Daisy. And then I think she's also taught her, well, no, I think it would have just been that, because that Brian left Terrapine and became an assassin and hasn't seen Daisy since then. So anything that she taught Daisy was strictly from the this is how you beat the shit out of your cousins who are bigger than you perspective.
But nothing in like the personality perspective.
Oh, like who to trust?
How to deal with outsiders, right? Was anything, any lessons ever given? So Ystira was the only person who gave her any advice on this? Cool.
Yeah, because I think up until Belia became Brine, she was very sheltered.
From the looks of it, I have information yous need. So, let's talk about the information that I need first.
I will once again just like to bring up that the pink petals were outside and we've been hearing I'd like to I would really, trust me, I want to be able to give you all of the information that you need, but I also
Okay,
would
but
like
like
to
here's the
make sure
thing.
that we're going to be okay. Okay.
Here's the thing. This is probably your first
Julian
time out
steps
here in
on
the wild.
Kaylin's foot again.
This is probably your first time out here in the wilds. That happens all the time. One day the rain is confetti. The next day the rain is flowers. The next day the rain is little bugs and they're all dead. It all happens. Or at least I
She's
heard.
right. That's what happens. Just stop focusing on the weather.
All right. Well, Daisy, what information is it that you're looking for?
She hasn't told us that her name is Daisy yet. You don't know that.
Okay. So
Where's
Yeah,
Hugo Potts Jiggle?
In their telepathic link, Julian says to Kaylin, I think that's the one that we were supposed to deliver. To Daisy, Julian says, our understanding was that he'd be getting on the ship with Harry.
Good for nothings. All right. Well, seems that I'm outnumbered on this ship then. What's your plan for me?
No plan.
Well-
If you're able to help us travel through the wilds, we'll do our best to return the favor and keep you safe.
Okay. I will align with you. As long as you rescind any and all loyalties to the Ursimo Union.
We have no loyalties to the Ursimo Union. We work with them strictly because our parents do.
I gotta tell you, you are not doing the most when it comes to just giving off a general vibe of safety and security at this moment, like you in particular, because not only are you using the face of someone who is definitely not who you are, but you also have told me that you are allied with someone and then also not allied with them within like a 5-minute span, which makes me truly reticent to ally with you given the fact that you just kind of tossed your past alliance in the trash like it was nothing. And listen, if I could toss Ursimo in the trash like it was nothing, I would. But not the best.
I think my sibling misspoke. And
Not your
to
sibling.
clarify,
Again, we did clarify that. Not your sibling. I've met this person. This is not that person.
You said you met from afar. So how intimate were you really?
I know for a fact that Brian would have mentioned me.
Brian is a friend of yours?
Yeah.
And have you been working with Brian in Terrapine?
That's a lot of questions about me and who I am. Seems we got different questions to answer about like what you doing now that. Did you guys look out the window? There's like a whole freaking orb over your town now.
Which would be why we had to flee. If I can ask you, you mentioned your cousin Harry.
Yeah.
You don't seem to like him very much.
I do not.
Okay. Julian's going to turn to Chade, who seems to have started hovering near this conversation. And he's going to say, Chade, would you mind just giving us a moment with our new friend here?
I think that
You're muted, Kim.
Hello?
There you go.
There we go. Okay. Goxler, behave. All right. Chade goes, and I can't move him, so if one of you wants to move him, you can. I'm in a different thing. Don't you worry your pretty little heads about it.
I have no access to Chade or his movements, unfortunately.
I will Chade.
Thank you. And Chade goes, yes, I will go lead a prayer over Alan's body.
Thank you for that. And then Julian's going to turn back to Daisy.
Kaylin's going to telepathically ask Julian if he should go with him to make sure that Chade, knowing that Chade is not Chade, doesn't go fuck with Alan.
Can Julian roll an insight check on Kaylin?
Sure.
Also, Chade will be staying where he is because I can't figure out what I'm doing. So,
Almost done with what I'm doing.
Okay.
That's a 19.
Okay. What are you trying to glean from Kaylin at this point?
If Kaylin is actually going to go be helpful to Alan, or if Kaylin is going to leave Alan to die the same way that he did Zara.
Wait, sorry. Does Kaylin want to go be with Chade, or does Kaylin want to stay here and talk to Daisy? Which are you trying to do?
I would like to go be with Chade to make sure that he does not cause any harm to Alan.
All right. So with a 19, what is a 19, right? What are you giving for Julian?
I think Julian is genuinely just like trying to consider whether or not he can trust Kaylin in this moment to not let someone else get hurt, especially for his own self-preservation. So I think it's just a moment of like he's trying to see, like, figure out if he can read Kaylin's intentions, and then with a 19, if Kaylin's genuine intention is to help Alan, which I, Sam the player, think it is, then Julian will eventually give in after a moment. But he's very
would Kaylin recognize the hesitation in response and know that you are like feeling a certain type of way?
Yeah, I think so, especially because he's been pretty vocal about it since we left the tower.
Yeah.
Give me a taste of that. What is being vocal about it looked like?
Well, one of the first things that he said to Kaylin when they were back on the ground was like, only you know what you can live with. You know, I don't know that I can live with this. And then I think like every single action that they've taken since then, Julian's just been very like, okay, and do you think that is the best option? Or is this another instance of leaving your sister to be eaten by void ghouls? I think he said it probably 3 or 4 times since they left the tower.
Yeah, so Kaylin's going to respond telepathically to Julian and be like, listen, I know you have very strong feelings about what happened at the tower. I can't say that you'll ever understand why that had to be the way it is, but there's a lot of reasons for it. But right now, I'm concerned about Alan. I'm concerned that this person is somebody else and not Chade. So I'm going to ask you to please give me the benefit of the doubt and trust in me and know that I'm looking out for the best for us.
You haven't earned that, but at the very least, I know enough to be out here that I can probably save Alan if you fuck it up. So go for it. So if Kaylin follows Chade, Julian's going to turn to Daisy and say, hi.
So to clear up, Chade is going up to the where Alan is, followed by Kaylin, and then Daisy and Julian are hanging out here in the back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move Julian instead of Chade since I can't move Chade, but that way we at least
Yes,
have the
I'm
visual
almost ready to move
representation that
Chade.
they're
I'm so
separate. No,
sorry.
you're fine. So I think Julian is gonna turn back to Daisy and put his hands together in front of his chest and just say, "We have no ties to our small union. You are correct that I am not the same Misha Asirov that you met in Terrapine, and I understand that that may make you reluctant to trust me. But if your cousin is the man that we met in Kurthus, and you are expressing this much displeasure with him and with the actions of the Ursula Union, I think we are on the same side."
A persuasion check.
I added the wrong modifier, so it would have been with a 2, so a 16.
16. You see her kind of nod and goes, "Okay. So what do you want from me?"
Can you tell me what the plan was once you left Kurthus?
Well, I was going to take I was going to take Hugo and I was going to crash this potion on the ground and the ship was going to blow up and I was going to be transported with him back to Terrapine.
So you were trying to remove Hugo from Harry's custody?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me why?
Well, because he had been kidnapped.
Okay. By the Asarov family?
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Do you have any idea why?
Yeah, because Chintrix asked the family to. You and your frickin' gold fingernails.
Do I know who Chintrix is?
Yeah.
Julian's gonna just kind of raise his eyebrows. And then he goes, "If you don't mind me asking, how long has Hugo been wanted?"
How long, Mantha? You tell me.
I think it's only been it's like a month, a few weeks, a month.
Yeah. Like 2 months?
Okay. So this brine, how does she factor in?
Hugo is Brian's dad.
Well, this just gets more complicated by the second. Okay. Well, would you
You're telling
mind?
me I was just gonna blow up a ship and leave, and suddenly I can't blow up the ship because it's got innocent people on it? I guess. I don't know. I'm not truly classified use as that, but I do have this if I need it. And she kind of like jiggles the vial and then puts it back in her little pocket.
Julian kind of holds his hands up to be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, wait." And then he says, "Did you have a contingency plan in the event that the spell didn't go off the way that it was supposed to?"
It's not a spell. It's a freaking potion. Potions always work.
That's true, and I would say probably 92% of cases, but the other 8% is where you can get into real trouble. Did you have any kind of contingency plan? Did you short fuel the ship? Anything like that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. So how much fuel does the ship have?
I don't know. I just kind of like I took this dagger and I did this to the fuel tank, and then that was it.
Which might also account for the noise, perhaps?
Might.
And how many times have you been outside of Terrapine in your life?
This is my first, actually. It's been not bad.
Great. Okay.
We're kind of a little low on people in Terrapine right now. So I was the only one who was really available to come do this job because this time it's personal. So
Right, that makes sense. So where is the ship heading back to Terrapine?
oh no, we couldn't make it there.
Muted.
Oh no, we couldn't make it there. Cut a hole in the fuel.
Right, but is that the trajectory that we're on?
No.
Do you know what trajectory we're on?
Well, it doesn't look like anything I've seen, so probably the opposite direction of Terrapine.
Great. Okay.
From the sounds of it, you sent someone who failed a test 3 times up to drive, so I'm not very surprised.
I assume Julian has a fair amount of knowledge of like the layout of the wilds. Would he know what direction we're heading if we're heading away from Terrapine?
Would you like to come roll a little roll for me?
I would. What kind of is it? A survival roll?
Yes, it is.
That's a 15.
You are heading in the direction of Mirage City, but you're not going to be able to get there.
Okay. Cool. And then do I know anything about sort of the lay of the land between here and Mirage City? Or are there any particular hazards that we need to be on the lookout for?
Oh, so many hazards. Oh man, just a whole host of hazards. Yeah. Just colossals. You know, it's null patch after wilds after null patch after wilds. So man, there's you can actually go ahead and roll me a let's see what this roll might be.
Nature?
No, this would actually be a history check.
That's a 13.
Yeah, doesn't seem like to be any safe places.
Great. All right. So Julian's gonna just kind of let out a breath and go, okay. How many people can you transport with that potion? Just 2? Do you have any more of it on board, or did you only bring the 1 vial?
I should have brought a second vial. I should have asked Gemma to give me a second vial, huh?
Gemma gave you the first vial. Gemma Vario, the captain?
Yeah, she's who sent me on the job.
Okay, she's been working with Brian and Gideon and Current and Winona as well, right?
No. I mean, not lately.
Not lately. What do you mean?
We haven't received any communication from Brian or Gideon or Current or Misha or anyone in a while. And especially not after Chintrix kind of made it, attacked.
He attacked?
Yeah. Like all of the inside of Terrapine is just like covered in skeletons right now. Did you not know about that?
We haven't received any missives either. We've also been out of communication.
That's not good. Do you think something happened in that temple?
The Temple of Doxon?
Yeah.
I imagine many things happened in the Temple of Doxon. Do you have any idea when they left for the temple?
Oh gosh. Okay, so if last Wednesday was, and then you okay, so then that's 1, 2, 3, 4. God, they left on the 12th of Archon is what it is. Yeah.
So it's been like, what, 8, 9 days?
6 days. Yeah.
6 days. Okay. Okay. Well, we will. I think Julian has a moment where he kind of looks down at himself and he sees that he's still like wearing Misha's skin, essentially, and is kind of like, okay, well, nothing's happened to Misha, so at least there's that. And so then I think but he doesn't say that. He just kind of like thinks it. And so then he's going to just kind of nod and go, okay, well, What can I call you while we're on this journey together? You can give me a fake name. I won't mind.
I'm Casey.
Casey, it's nice to meet you. And since we've established that I am not Misha, you can call me John. And we'll shake hands.
She glares at you the whole time. All right, so then we find ourselves now. Oh, sorry, I can be Chade now. I forgot that I had to clean up Chade's act. Yeah, so Kaylin, what are you doing as Chade kind of quietly walks over towards Alan?
I think I would like to roll maybe some whatever check I need to do to see if I can detect any weapons, or if I can see like any like as if Chade was kind of getting ready to do any sort of anything malicious, but also just, you know, making light banter with him as we walk along.
Okay, a light banter.
Mhm.
Okay. So are you specifically looking to see if this version of Chade is armed? Are you looking to get a feeling for the magic? I'm looking to see I'm trying to figure out exactly what role I'm calling for here.
Above game question, just so I know how things work. If I were to try to see how the magic works, if I succeeded, would I have the chance to like kind of break the magic, if you will?
No.
Okay. But I
You
would
would just have a
know.
feeling. You would know more of its origin and like whether maybe it was a magic item doing this, if it was a particular spell causing this, right? There would be a lot of things that you could potentially pull the truth of.
I mean, quite frankly, I'd like to know both whether he is armed and what kind of magic he is using.
I know, it's a hard life, isn't it?
But I will figure out the magic. Yeah.
Okay, then go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
17.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. You are kind of like walking along behind him. Tell me what your just one of your little quips of what idle banter sounds like from Kaylin.
So Chade, you said, you know, you're very skilled in prayer. Like which god do you follow the most? Like which gods do you pray to?
Oh, all of them. I'm an all opportunity worshiper for sure. And that's what his response is as he nears and you say that as you get closer, and you kind of start just, you know, bards are all about feeling a room, right? And, you know, it's figuring out who is more powerful than you, who is less powerful than you, right? Like, it is like, okay, what are the threats in the room? Okay, what is the information I want to learn in the room, right? You're very much like auditing all the time. There's a hypervigilance to bards that I think goes relatively underappreciated. And especially as a College of Eloquence bard, right? You were trained to be very good at assessing situations. So with that, you are kind of tugging on the fringes of this magic, trying to get a feel for it the best you can. And it feels extremely powerful to you. And it doesn't feel like maybe a magic item that's being worn. This feels like something that is an ability of this person's.
Okay. I think that that would definitely put Kaylin a bit more on edge. because you know, he's thinking like, well, if it was an item, I feel like, you know, that seems very basic, right? And then theoretically he could look for the item, and if he were to break it or whatever, then the magic might end. But knowing that it's somebody that's so powerful that they can do something like this makes him nervous. And so he just kind of puts it so immediately what he will do also is he will relay that telepathically to Julian, who he's kind of hoping might have maybe some more insight on what kinds of beings.
Roll an insight check.
'23.
23. What exactly do you telepathically communicate to Julian?
I would say I've been trying to get a feel for Shade's deception, I guess, magical deception, and I have determined it's not an item, and it feels that the magic is extremely powerful. It's Would it be fair to say that it's unlike anything Kaylin had really seen before? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's unlike anything.
Oh, no. Finish your thought.
It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. I'm wondering if it's some kind of actually, wait, I'm gonna message you a question directly.
Oh, okay.
So 1 second.
In the interim, should I be
Wow,
doing
that's
an Arcana
special.
check?
On what?
Jade.
You're nowhere near Shade. Oh, I'm in such suspense. I can describe while you type this message what that insight check brought you. You could tell just as you started relaying that message telepathically, you watched Shade's head just go. Just the involuntary movement of a listening ear.
Okay, well then as soon as I saw that, I would stop communicating. Okay.
How suddenly do you stop communicating? Do you finish your sentence?
No.
You stop suddenly, and Shade, just the smallest smile hits his face as he sits down to kneel by Alan's body.
I think when Kaylin just stops, Julian kind of like flicks his eyes up over Casey's shoulder to see what he can see.
You see Shade devoutly knelt over Alan, ready to pray for his well-being.
Can I roll an insight check on that devout prayer?
Kaylin is going to doesn't have okay. Kaylin is going to
I'm doing that again because I don't know why it did that. Hold on.
It's
a 12 on the insight.
Kaylin's gonna just, you know what? We're here for the sauce, right? Kaylin's gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on Jade.
Let's play Dungeons and Dragons. All right. What does it look like as Kaylin? You watch like this small smile fill Chade's face as then he like turns to like look over and pray. What does it look like as like Julian is looking over Daisy's shoulder towards this moment? What does Julian see?
Julian would see. Okay, and I think that with all of the time that Kaylin and Julian had spent together, they would have come up with a like a hand signal of some kind, because they were often, you know, out and about, whether it was especially because in Julian and Kaylin's relationship, the fact that they were lovers was very like people were not able to know that, and so they would have come up with a hand signal to kind of be like, oh, there's somebody like coming right around, or oh, like we have to be quiet, or like danger's around the corner. Like they would have some sort of signal for that. And so I think that Kaylin will do that signal so that Julian, hoping anyway, not even knowing if Julian can see, but just hoping that Julian would be looking in his direction. And he just kind of like very and because Kaylin has to whisper a discordant melody, Julian would just kind of see his lips moving very, very slightly.
I think I do see the hand gesture because I'm looking that way, assuming that that's all right with our intrepid DM. And then I think when I see you start to whisper, even though you're like barely moving your mouth, I think I on instinct cast Thorn Whip toward Jade.
Okay.
But am I within 30 feet? Am I in that range? I'm not sure how to read ranges on these maps.
You just click the little ruler and drag. Yeah, you're 15 feet away.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cast Thorn Whip.
Okay, well, we have to resolve these one-on-one. You're telling me you would like to cast Thorn Whip at the same time as Kaylin does his spell.
Yes.
God, I wish simulcasting in D&D was a feature. It's not. We're going to roll initiative. And while we roll initiative, I think we should take our first 5-minute break. And then we can resolve this after that break hits.
Woohoo!
That's good.
All right. See you in 5, sweet gamers. Welcome back. When you last left us, Julian, you've prepared to cast Thorn Whip. As you look over Kaylin. Kaylin, you have begun to cast the beginning portions of Dissonant Whispers. Describe to us again, what Daisy's seeing from Monarch for the first time. What does it look like from fresh eyes?
So I think that as he is kind of whispering this discordant melody, he's got like maybe swirls. It's like just swirls of it's because specifically because it's discordant, you would see like almost like a little musical like a music staff, right? And you'd see like the
Oh my
notes
God.
kind of coming out, but they would be like dark reds.
Oh, these dark, wispy lines kind of emanating from Kaylin's form. This is what Julian sees and Daisy manages to turn to look at in the last moments before these whispers convalesce on Chade. Let's go ahead and look at what the rolls for Dissonant Whispers look like. I'm going to make a wisdom saving throw now. My wisdom is all right.
And remind me, what do I need to look at to have you be?
It's your spell save DC.
Okay, so 15.
Yes, I got a 9. So go ahead. So you go ahead and roll 3d6 damage.
8.
8.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. 8 damage is on the charts. And gosh, man, Julian, you were so ready to go. You acted before Chade could even do anything or even react. So what do you do?
I want to cast Thorn Whip. I want to do it.
Then then do it, coward. Let's see it.
Oh. Okay.
You're like a melee
that's
attack.
26.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Oh yeah.
So go ahead and roll your damage, and then also.
So it's 1d6 piercing damage, and if the creature is larger or smaller, I pull them 10 feet closer to me. Oh, but I'm at 10th level, right? So in that case, it's actually 2d6 damage.
Can you also describe for us what the spell looks like?
Okay, it's 8 damage. So yeah, so when Julian casts Thorn Whip, he essentially just kind of like flicks his hand out, and it comes out from like his wrist, kind of like spidey webs in the Marvels, but not exactly. So it basically becomes like an extension of his arm that grows greenery and thorns like as it extends outward, and it wraps around Chade's torso and like pulls him 10 feet closer, like really fast. And it makes this like
Are you pulling him 10 feet closer?
Yeah, it says that's what happens. If the creature's larger or smaller, you pull the creature up to 10 feet closer to you.
Okay, are you pulling the creature 10 feet closer to you?
Yeah, I'm pulling him away from Alan and Kaylin.
Okay.
Yeah. And then it also like as the whip like extends from Julian's arm, it makes this kind of like, basically it sounds like a bunch of boards just like snapping. It's just like this incredibly loud like thwap 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 crackling sound. And yeah.
All right, so let me just pull my little ruler out and measure 10 feet from Chade. Ah, cool. So you go ahead and can you see my ruler when I measure things? Just for me to know. Ah, cool.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and use the drawing tool to show you what 10 feet is. That's 10 feet. So,
Right in front of me. Perfect.
No, right into Daisy is what it is. So in
okay.
this moment, these whispers convalesce on Chade, and you see him go, oh my god, oh no, at the same time as Chade is literally ripped, sent flying, toppling into Daisy. You see Daisy hit the ground, bonker chin. You can see that her lip has started to bleed as she goes just fucking right into the ground. You actually see the little vial topple out from where she was fitting it in her waist. And there's this suspended like few seconds as you wait to see if like that was enough to crack the bottle and shatter it. It is now just on the ground. And Chade gets toppled into Daisy, and you can see he's wearing this like nice like white little church shirt that you can see these like the blood start to like seep through as he's like crumpled up on the side of the ground and goes, your majesty, what have I done to forsake you?
I know you're not Chade. So you can either tell me who you are, or we can continue the fight.
Are you trying to intimidate right
now? Trying to, like, I guess either. Yeah. Yeah. He's trying to intimidate him.
Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
Okay. Yeah. 19.
You see Chade just kind of crumble up onto the ground, and it almost sounds like he's crying. And he goes, I just wanted to help.
Are you laughing or is Chade laughing?
Chade's laughing.
As a free action, can Julian just kind of like jerk the whip a little bit?
Does the whip sustain?
Yeah, it does.
No,
it doesn't say.
It doesn't say anything about that. No, it's just it's just y'all are so much. Oh my god. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck did the thorn whip do? All right. So yeah, no, the thorn whip, she's dead. She rescinded back into your hands. I love this. Oh, actually, that's actually pretty poetic. I love that for us. Yeah, you see Chade is cry laughing on the floor for a little while longer. And then just like takes a moment and then says, I mean, can you blame me? I just wanted a bit of a vacation.
So who are you?
There is a whoosh of magic in the air for a moment as the wind picks up all around you. Julian, you feel that vine whip spell that you had cast leave from where it had previously escaped around your wrists and just tighten around them, pulling blood from both your wrists in this moment as the air sweeps. And this fog just fills the entire ship's room. In a moment, Chade vanishes. and is replaced with an entirely different form. This form is much, much taller than Jade is. But still laying on the ground exactly where he was. But now instead of just kind of toppled onto the side, kind of just perched up, leaning up against one of the boxes he was tossed into, a vial, potion, even, in his hands. This man is tall as Julian. Light pink skin, maroon pink hair. Completely fucking built in one of the most beautiful armor sets you've ever seen. Just now laying on the ground. Hello, Your Highness.
Would I recognize them now that they're? Or
No,
no? Okay.
you've never seen this person before in your life.
Okay, and are we
Would
still in
Julian
initiative?
recognize them?
How often do you attend church functions?
Whenever Alan drags me.
Well, a religion check. This is a how much do you attend church check. Welcome. Not how much religious knowledge do you know. Were you at church at the right time? Roll me a religion check.
No, that's a 7.
Doesn't look familiar to you at all. What, you never
Okay,
heard
wait,
of finding
so-
friends in strange places?
And we're still in initiative?
Can be. He's not moving to act.
Okay. Well then. So is the vial that's in his hand, if I tried to take that, is that disarming? Okay.
Is it in their arm? Are you dissing it?
It's not a weapon, so that's what I'm thinking in my brain. Okay, let's trying to do things, all right?
No, I appreciate it. Always be willing to try. It's always worth the 2 times out of 10 I say yes.
Exactly. There's so many options.
Well, how is Julian reacting to this?
I was trying not to step on Julian's toes while
No,
Julian
please go for it. I'm looking.
figured out what to do. I think Julian did you hear how I just combined them? Julian.
Oh,
Julian tilts his head to the side and sort of looks at this new form of what was previously Jade. And is there anything about this figure that would trigger any kind of any of his potential studies? Like, is this a god in a human form? Is this someone that
You
he
did
should
get
know
a 7 on your religion check, so I'm not.
So probably not, huh?
Not
Okay.
a lot pointing you the right way.
So I'd like to actually, if it's allowed, because I know that we're technically in initiative, I'd love to cast.
I'm fine to leave initiative if you all are.
I'd love to leave initiative because I'd like to cast Intellect Fortress on Daisy, Kaylin, and I.
Okay, well, you'd have to get Kaylin's permission to leave initiative.
Kaylin, do I have your permission to leave initiative?
That's fine with me. We're not in initiative. I can do whatever the hell I want. So
I don't know if it works exactly like that, but sure, buddy, we can try that.
More or less. We'll try it. Listen,
so yeah, so I would like
roll
to.
with
So
it.
this works. I can cast a spell. Okay, wait. So it's a 3rd level spell, concentration up to an hour. It's only me or one creature. I have to cast it at 4th level or above to do more than one creature. So just kidding. I can only do one creature. So I'm gonna actually cast it on Oh, I'm gonna cast it on myself, assuming that my telepathic connection with Kaylin will then kind of like be protected as a byproduct. Is that a real thing, or did I just pull that out of my ass? You are muted.
Or in the written spell of Intellect Fortress, am I reading anything that has anything to do with telepathy? Just damage resistances and advantages.
Right. That's fair. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna roll it on myself though, just to be safe. So I'm gonna give myself advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws, and also get resistance to psychic damage. Just because that feels like a nice protective thing that I can do for myself in this moment. And then I'm going to say some vacation getting on an underfueled ship heading into the wilds.
Sorry, what you said that?
Yes.
Say the whole thing again?
Some vacation getting on an underfueled ship heading into the wilds.
Oh. Well, I know a charity case when I see one.
Is that in reference to Chade?
No, it was a reference to the lonely souls boarding the ship to get out of the null-filled Carthus. My heart really goes out to you.
And again, I will ask you, who are you?
My name you're looking for, Your Majesty.
Tell me your name, tell me where you're from, what you're doing here. I'd like to learn a lot about you.
Oh, I'd like to learn a lot about you as well.
I think through their telepathic connection, Julian says to Kaylin, if this is Flux, they're not going to give you anything. Don't give them anything either.
I'm no Flux. You need not worry your pretty little head. Neopvo, it's lovely to meet you both.
Is that a name that I would recognize?
How'd you roll in that religion check again?
That's why I'm asking. I wasn't sure if there was an additional check that I could roll.
Can we get a spelling of the? What the hell is this?
Yes,
name?
Neov space VO.
And why have you come to join us, Neov?
I find myself in a daring need of adventure.
Quite boring where you're from.
Oh, quite.
Can't imagine
where might
posing
that
as
be?
Chade was any more interesting.
Posing as Chade is quite fun. Do you realize how many people just say whatever they want to him because they know that he has no one to gossip to?
And who have you spoken to in the time you've been Chade?
No, don't worry. You're still my favorite.
And what makes me your favorite?
Oh, the dashing crown. The tear between alliances and bloodright. It's just all quite lovely.
And
But you held no, well, almost no deceit in your conversation with me. But if we're all sort of disrobing, Your Highness, he turns to you, Julian, and says, I don't think you are who you say you are.
I don't see why that's any of your business.
I'd like to make it my business if you'll have it.
I'd like to make you my business.
Julian bites back a groan.
Well, it seems we're of mutual interest then. So, can I give me one guess?
I'm not interested in disrobing if that's what you're asking for. Whatever happens between the two of you can happen between the two of you.
Oh, maybe just of the mind then. Let me guess. You are that quaint little wilds fanatic, Jules, right? No, Julian. That's what it is.
Julian's gonna narrow his eyes and say, "What do you know of Julian Centurion?"
Not nearly as much as I'd like to.
And what else would you like to know?
Not much else. So, he kind of puts the potion in his pocket, hands still gripped around it. Where are we going?
It's a great question. We don't know.
Yes, we do.
Oh, you do know.
Yes, actually. I don't think you were invited, though.
Did you invite them?
Who does he point to?
He points out the window, and there still seems to be a league of ships that are heading in your direction, like still following you. And he says, I understand if you don't want anyone infringing on your space. I mean, gosh, I took time out of my day to block every call that you've received to your Simpack so far, Kaylin, so that you can make sure that you're focused on getting to the place you want to go. I mean, just say the word and I'll
Why
take
would
every
you
single
block
one of those
my
ships down.
syntax?
Oh, because this threat, he points down at Daisy, had to be handled quite well done, I must say. But I can lift that at any time, and I can also get them out of your hair if you'd like for a moment.
They
And he
can
just
stay.
points at the ships. Are you sure? Survivors can be awfully needy.
They can stay. You, on the other hand.
And why are you so prone to hating so quickly, Julian, I ask you?
Not prone to hate, just careful about who I lay my trust in.
Royal blood only then, huh?
I suppose that rules you out.
Depends.
On who's asking? Or
Definition
on
of
who you're
loyalty.
playing?
So, your dear little Alan is asleep. You've got this fun little child on board, and I think that's pretty fun. You have someone who's failed their driver's test 3 times at the wheel, a thing that I think will surely get us to our destination safely. You even asked him if he knows how to land. Oh, man. So, we've got our plates. They're pretty full.
And what is it you seek from us?
I am here to offer a humble pair of helping hands. And I should have guessed it. This is why I had to come as Jade. You wouldn't like me as I was.
I don't know that we liked you as Chade either.
Yes, but everyone's rather agreeable in their disliking of Jade, aren't they?
Can I roll an insight check?
Sure.
Okay. It's a dirty 20.
Yeah. So what are you specifically looking to glean from this insight check?
I guess I'm trying to figure out like what, like if there's any hints or anything that I can get off of him of like because he's like, oh, you wouldn't have liked me as I was. And so I'm trying to feel like if I can catch anything about who he, like knowing who he is.
Gosh, every aspect of his armor seems to be sharpened to a thorny point, but beyond that, there's relatively little to signify any allegiance. Beyond that, there is a powerful air to him, right? Clearly not just a tiefling, not just a human, not just an elf, not just a flux. This is there's almost a magneticism to the enigma that seems to surround him.
Hmm.
What if I just tell you this? I'm here for a fun time, not a long time, and we just call it at that.
Well, I do appreciate a fun time.
What about you, Julian? Do you love fun times?
I suppose it depends on the definition of fun.
Of
Would that have
course,
given me
books.
any further hints to who this is?
Kaylin's insight check?
I'm here for the fun time, not a long time.
No?
I just wasn't sure because look,
Okay.
they've all got their own personalities. I'm trying to figure out what Julian knows and doesn't know. But yeah, so I think he says, I think that depends on the definition of fun.
What's yours? Books?
Peace.
Oh, well. Okay, keep trying. We'll find common ground.
Safety. The ability to not have my privacy infringed upon by a stranger.
Oh my God, why are you a wilds expert? If you love all of these things, the wilds is the opposite of all of these things. Do you not study something you find to be fun?
I've never found studying and fun to be necessary components of each other.
Oh, so you've restricted all forms of fun from your life. This is a more dire situation than I've found myself to believe. Okay.
I think Julian's gonna kind of look over at Casey and see if she is doing okay.
No, she's kind of like, she's got her like little fists and she just seems like very upset that her potion has been stolen. And also that you just kind of like knocked a giant man into her. She's not thrilled. Her lips bleeding. She's kind of pissed.
Can I like subtly cast healing words so she's not bleeding anymore?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you kind of gesture and does Julian's healing look like anything particular?
It's like a little swirl of it almost looks like ink blots.
Ooh. I'll phrase it like this, huh? I'm looking to shop around before I commit. I think that's anyone's right.
What type of things would you like to commit to?
Oh, see, I'm a fair bit of a commitment phobe when it comes to me and my past, so I'm hoping to turn a new leaf, a new petal. I'm thinking, just picking a side and sticking with it.
Makes us sound like we're at war.
Yeah.
And was this the first blow? Or have you all been waiting in the wings for a while?
I don't know, Kaylin, when did you first pick up a sword? A blade. When were you first taught that death could find you?
Young as I can remember.
Oh, Wars can last a mighty long time, Julian. I hope you learned that in your studies.
And in this choosing of sides, what are you hoping to find in your new alliance?
Something that makes me feel something.
Potentially a very tall order.
Quite. I don't think you felt anything in a long time, though, so seems like we're fine bedfellows.
I prefer to share my bed with people that I know, not strangers.
Your loss.
Depends on who's tallying the score.
Who do you owe your tallies to? Whose score are you keeping?
At the moment, I'm trying to get a read on yours.
What can I offer you?
A name?
Niav Vo. That is mine.
No. Your true name.
That is my true name.
Interesting that you would just offer that up to us.
I
Can I roll an
know.
insight check?
Yeah, you can.
An 8. Julian's doing phenomenal. He's killing it.
Yeah, you're not so sure that's his real name.
Do I still have the psychic link with Kaylin, or has that been dissolved?
It's still going. Parties can listen in as they see fit.
I think through the psychic link, Julian's going to say, we either need to figure out who this is or get him off the ship. And I know that he's listening, and I'm still telling you this.
You're
You
muted.
muted, KM?
He says, oh, I mean, I could leave right now. I mean, Daisy and I, we could hold hands. I could throw this potion on the ground. We'd be out of your hair. You'd be falling from the sky, but things would be done.
I think Julian takes that and kind of like quickly thinks about what Daisy said about the fuel tank. And then I think he would try to look out the window and see if he can get any hint of where they would be falling if that were to happen. Because I think he's just trying to think about contingency plans. He's going to get as much information as he can as quickly as he can.
Yeah, you're heading over a null patch right now.
I don't think we need to rush through something like that. Also, who says that Daisy even wants to go with you?
Daisy goes, I mean, I would be back in Terrapine, and that is where I'm supposed to be, but not that I want you to fall from the sky or anything. That's actually pretty rude, but anyways. Then she just shuts her mouth again.
Julian is going to like flex his wrists that have gotten all bloodied. Then he kind of like straightens up and he straightens his jacket and he says, okay, well, if you won't give us information about who you are or what it is that you're seeking, perhaps...
I've answered your questions. I'm Neon Vo.
You're Neon Vo, and you're looking for who to side with.
Yes, I'm here for a fun time, not for a long time, and I find you incredibly dry.
Well, those all sound like reasons for me to just stop engaging with you, but I don't know that sending you off to Terrapine is the right answer either. And standing here and talking to you about it is probably exactly what you want. So now I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is that you're stalling for.
You are so prone to throw all of these misgivings onto me.
It tends to happen when you pretend to be someone else.
I know that you know what it feels like to finally break free from out from underneath your mother's thumb, can you not begrudge someone their pleasures?
If you expect me to trust you, then you'll have to give our friend back her potion and take care of any of the ships that are following us. And then I'll consider trusting you.
All
In
right,
their
I'll
telepathic
give-
link, Julian tells Kaylin, most of those people are probably from the weeds. We asked Carla to evacuate them. What are you doing?
Can I do some sort of check to see if I can see if I would know whether it's weeds folks or
Well, here's the thing. They probably had to steal the ships, so visually you'd be unable to
okay, so
confirm
no.
it.
Okay.
But he did talk about blocking your sim packs. So if you would,
yes.
you could seek
Okay.
to lift that to make a call and get confirmation.
Yes. So okay, I would
So first step, give the potion back, right?
give the potion back and unblock
Okay,
our
Stacey,
sympaxes.
here you go. Remember, you use this the moment you start feeling unsafe. And just hands it down to her. And Daisy takes it and just pockets it and still's like shifty eyes looking at everyone. Just kind of like, I don't know which one of you is the least terrible. All right. And then lift your sim packs. There you go. And then your phone just starts going off.
They work out here?
Sympaxes? Yes. Sympaxes is. Wait, are you asking this as Mantha or Julian?
Yeah, no, this is an above game question. I thought that our sympaxes weren't working.
What? How did you call and get everyone back together in the core? They didn't work inside Terrapine because it's iron.
That's what I'm thinking about. I was inside Terrapine. Okay, gotcha. Does Julian's phone ring at all?
What did you say?
Does Julian's phone go off at all?
Actually, yes. Yeah. Wait. No. Because you've essentially had to, everyone thinks you're gone. Like anyone, like no one would be, it's been like incredibly isolating for Julian, for sure. Right? Like it's a rough time. Everybody thinks you are already down there.
Kaylin
I'm
will
going
check
to
his
take
sympax.
my phone out and try to send a message to Misha. Go ahead, Kaylin.
Okay, message is being sent to Misha. Kaylin, what are you up to?
I'm going to check my sympax and see what message or phone calls I have received.
40 missed calls from Carlo Malone.
I call him back.
All right. You call him back. And it rings maybe once. Kaylin?
Carlo, is that you?
Kaylin, what's happening?
Are you safe?
I mean, yes, I'm bleeding, but I'm safe. What just happened? What is on top of Kurthis right now?
I have no idea, but I hope that you were able to get as many people out as possible.
Yes, we've got how many ships, Mel? We've got 15. We've got 15 ships.
Where are you located right now? Which direction are you headed?
Like 3 feet behind you. Are you okay? Are you Are you bleeding? Are you breathing? What is happening?
I'm okay, but we have some person here that pretended to be Chade and is on the ship with us. They're the ones who were blocking my
Chade?
sympax.
Oh. Okay. What happened to Kurthis?
I wish I knew.
Or the people who are still in the weeds. We couldn't. Kaylin, we didn't get everyone.
The only way that we're going to be able to figure out what's going on in Kurthis is to be away from there and figure it out. There's connections in other places off of Kurthis that have been sending people in, and I just don't trust anything that's going on in Kurthis. I don't trust the Hierophants. I don't trust the Arcanon. Whatever's going on in Kurthis is bad.
And then you hear like a long moment, and you hear him say, "Trust you." And then somewhere like from a little bit far back, you hear, I mean, you probably shouldn't, but okay."
Tell your sister I say hello.
He says hi. She says, "Fuck off."
Well, I'm not sure where we're going to be able to land, but stay as close as you can, and hopefully we can make a plan when we land together.
I'll tell you what I can do. Neov says, speaking up, goes, "I can wake Alan up, and then, God, he must have an encyclopedic knowledge of this place, huh? He can figure out where we are, where we should be going, all that kind of stuff."
Are you the one who made Alan pass out of the docks?
No.
I don't believe you. Not for a second.
Here I thought our relationship was built on implicit trust.
Can I roll an insight check on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, 11.
While Kaylin is rolling that insight check, can I actually cast Detect Magic on Alan?
Sure.
It doesn't say that I have to roll or anything. It just says, for the
No.
duration, I sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of me. So I would be able to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. And then I would learn its school, if any.
Okay. Neavo is pouring divine magic. Alan seems to have this concentrated magical aura presented as a knot in the back of his head that seems to take on this dark purple sheen.
Do I recognize that school of magic?
Technically, it would be enchantment.
And the two types of magic they're not the same.
No,
right?
They
Okay.
do not seem to be linked.
I think in their psychic link, even though Julian knows that they're like being listened to, Julian just says, it's not him. This is a god. Alan's been enchanted.
Me? Her. The god must be her.
Yeah, something
God.
tells me not.
Godling,
So,
demigod, some kind of creature that's pouring divine magic.
You know, I've never loved labels.
and you know, Neov, you did mention that we have something in common. And that we both really wanted to get out from under our mother's thumb.
That would be correct.
Now, I know my mother My mother and I certainly do not agree on many things. I'm wondering, do you and your mother agree on many things?
Oh, well, I certainly did not disagree with the time that she turned me into a Venus flytrap and put me on her desk for 200 years, but we agree on other things.
And what do you agree with her on?
It's just all for the love of the people.
All for the love of the people. What people?
You know, it's just everyone has a spark. And those sparks are so intoxicating. I mean, Julian's is nigh but dead, but I really think we shouldn't stray from the analogy, even though he's so close. Everything can be traced down to just a want.
And what made you...
No, I'll hear a question. I hate monologuing.
Well, what made you decide to get out from under your mother's thumb now?
Being turned back into a human form from a Venus flytrap might have done it.
Well, there's that. There's the fact that I don't think void ghouls throw particularly good parties. And the fact that I haven't been able to be off of that flying disc since its inception. I was a plant. A series of them.
My garbage little Greek mythology brain is like, Demeter!
You figured it out. This is Demeter.
So this would mean then that you are... Because Kaylin doesn't know that Yvonne is Discord, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't...
Mm-mm.
No, right. Okay. So you're Yvonne's child.
Who?
Hierophant Yvonne.
I didn't mention anything about her.
No, but you mentioned that the void ghouls are not a good party, and have a very strong suspicion that she's the one who has unleashed the void ghouls. Considering my sister,
her unleash the ghouls.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes. See, because I got a call from my sister Zara, and she said that Hierophant Yvonne demanded that we had to come down to the tower because a ship had landed and we were going to hear this prophecy. And yet, when we got there was no ship. There was no celebration. It was
What's
just
the point
Zara.
of the story you're telling? Okay, the Zara was there. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And the void ghouls broke through the tower.
Oh, the horror. You know, most people have been dealing with those regularly for the past 1,000 years.
Yes, well, not on Krithis.
Surprise. At that point, you hear, "What's going on?" from the phone that you're still holding.
Julian says, what made your mother break the pattern of turning you into a plant? Why'd she let you go?
She didn't.
Then how did you get free?
Oh, well, there's sparse times that she must use all of her power for other things. And in those small spans of time, I do my best to hide, and then I hope that the seeking gives me enough time to enjoy a few days of freedom.
And
So
in the
something
hiding and the
powerful.
seeking this time around, was that game being played entirely in Kurthis? Because it's an awfully small place.
I mean, yes. I mean, I know it's firmly left Kurthis. I don't know if you know. We're actually quite far away from it at this point.
So at this point, are you still running from your mother?
Well, I
Or are
think
you
she seems
hoping
fairly
to
content
fling
to stay where
distractions
she
in
is.
front of her?
Are you trying to be a pretty little distraction, Julian?
Not trying to be anything, simply trying to figure out what's happening.
I know, your prettiness is effortless.
Julian feels just like revulsion curl in his stomach.
I'm bored of talking about me. Are we done?
I suppose we can be. What would you rather do?
Wake the old man up. See if Daisy's gonna blow the ship up. Finish your phone call. There's a lot of things to do. We have to figure out where we're landing.
Kaylin's gonna tell Carlo. Kaylin's gonna tell Carlo, stay as close to us as you can. I hope to find a safe place to land soon. Then we can meet up and figure out where we're gonna go from here.
Sounds good. I'll try to do an audit of how many we have.
Great.
There are
In
kids on these
there.
ships, Kaylin.
In their psychic link, Julian says, "Wow, that was a really smooth lie, Prince Kalen." There are no safe places to land in the wilds.
Fair point, Julian. You've got like a kind of like a downer, but the right downer vibe going, and I do like it.
Just like to keep people's expectations realistic, that's all.
I like
Listen,
that.
Carlo,
We
I know
need
you've
to
got.
be- No, I'm
Listen,
listening
Carlo,
to
I
your
know
phone
you
call.
said you've got you've got kids on that ship, and it's certainly not going to be a place for children.
And what would you like them to do with the kids now, Kaylin? Can't go back to
People
Kurthis, can't land in the wilds. Perhaps we should send them somewhere else.
Are you
And
doing
where
this
do
over
you
the
suggest-
telepathic link? Okay.
Okay, so then Kaylin would respond, okay, well, you're the wilds expert. Where should we send them?
Well, Terrapine is full of, this is me speaking above game. Terrapine is full of skeletons, according to Daisy. Mirage City is obviously not a place for kids. Do we have the full map of Ackerman somewhere accessible? I was trying to find it earlier, but I could not.
Like for you?
Yeah, it's in like the community pages or something for us to look at.
You can always just back out to look at it's in multiverse. It's the homepage.
Oh, okay, the world map.
We can all look at it for a moment.
Okay. I mean, there's not a ton of places for them to go that would be safe.
Daisy leans forward and says, I've only heard vague word of a village that's on the opposite coast of Mirage City that seems to be fairly welcoming to newcomers.
Do you know what
What's
it's
it called?
Cairn Coast?
Does that ring any bells for Julian?
No.
And it wouldn't for Kaylin either, I'm sure, but
No.
but for me, I'm like,
Okay. Do we? Julian's gonna walk over to Kalen and take the phone from him. And then he's going to get on the phone and say, "Carlo, are you there?"
Is that Misha Osirov?
Yes, I escaped the city with my brother. Listen, there's a small village on the other side of Mirage City. Do you know how much gas you have in the ships?
We've tethered some of those that are a little bit lower on gas. We should be able to make it there.
Okay. According to our guide here, that may be the best option for the refugees.
Who is your guide?
Her name is Casey. She's from Terrapine.
Okay, Casey from Terrapine. We'll follow you down.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Our ship isn't going to make it there.
Oh, I'll help with that. It's actually like, what, 2 miles? I can do that.
Julian just stares at him for a minute and then puts his hand over the phone and says, "Why would you do that?"
So that we can start our adventure.
Great. So he's going to hand the phone back to Kaylin. And then he's going to go and stand next to Daisy.
So, Cairn Coast Village, I suppose.
I hope they have a bed and breakfast.
All right. He will tell Carlo that he will meet them in Cairn Coast Village. And then check and see if there's any other missed calls or messages on his Simpax.
No, just from him, looks like. Oh, sorry. That and like the about 15 that came from your mom before they cut off about half an hour ago.
What 15 just calls, not texts or anything? Okay.
Which you think is pretty wild considering this is a burner phone. But that seems to be too hard to just really, you know.
Yeah, that's Oh, I will call her back.
Mine's real dead, bud.
Oh.
You go to
okay.
call it and it rings. And it rings. And then you just hear this and just like petals cough out of the phone and drift to the ground. That one wasn't me.
Who did you just try to call?
My mother.
Why would you call your mother on a burner phone after what happened?
Get another burner phone, but you know, it was weird.
Where are you going? Okay.
I still have one more burner phone on me. Thank you, Julian. And I thought it was weird that on a burner phone that my mother would not have the number to, that somehow she called me. Curiosity. What can I say?
You're right. That is weird. Perhaps it wasn't your mother and or she's known about this secret hideout of yours for years. Anything is possible, really, huh?
Listen, if my mother knows about my hideout, then I've got bigger problems.
I'd say you fucking do. The entire city is covered in a magic dome. Daisy, do you know how to navigate us to this village on the other side of Mirage City?
Oh yeah, I just assume that you drive until you see Mirage City. Oh God, she has an accent. Well, yeah, I just imagine that you just keep flying until you see Mirage City, and then you land at the tiny thing across the water from Mirage City. And if it's harder
Water.
than that, I can't help you.
Like actual
Because it's-
water?
No, because it's on the opposite. These are boats.
Yeah. Sorry, the geography of the wilds just continues to astound me, even after all these years of studying it. Sure. So if we can communicate that to our steerer, what is the word for the person driving our driver, uh, and perhaps see if we can get through to Alan.
Oh yeah. I said. I mean, I'm ready to wake Alan up whenever you would like him.
Can I? This is sorry. This is an actual question. When I
Okay.
cast detect magic, am I also able to tell whether or not I would be able to dispel that magic?
Dispel magic is a different spell.
Right. So I have both, but what I'm wondering
Okay.
is if, like, when I use detect magic, would I be able to tell
Dispel
whether
magic?
or not it's magic I can dispel?
Yes, dispel magic would be quite helpful here.
Okay, I am going to use that before our new friend can try to do anything to Alan.
Okay. What is this? What is you casting the spell look like?
So practically, or
Like the visual. What does it look
okay,
to Kaylin?
yeah.
To you?
So I think kind of similar to how the healing word looked. Um, it looks like sort of like little blots of ink, except they're like almost glowing in like a greenish color. And they kind of like travel down Julian's fingers and out towards the thing that they're trying to dispel, and then they kind of like surround it.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Then yeah, so you reach down to cast this spell, and you watch it fly over Alan's body, and you watch him go from a catatonic state to just a light sleep. It's a very subtle shift.
And I think I'm kind of watching him like a hawk. So when that shift happens, I'm going to go over to him and bend down and kind of shake his arm and say, like, Alan, can you hear me?
Get in.
No, it's it's Misha Osirov, Alan.
That's so sad.
I just realized how sad it is, and I'm never going to recover.
Ah! Okay. You watch like his eyebrows furrow, and they take a second, and then their eyes like close shut tighter for a moment and then open very suddenly, just like staring straight at you. He goes, "What's happening?"
What do you remember?
Care not of memories. Tell me exactly what's happening.
We are currently on a ship that has been sabotaged to crash into the wilds. There is someone on board. Niavo, you said? Someone on board named Niavo claims to want to go on an adventure. I'm here with Prince Kalen, someone named Casey from Terrapine, Corbin Barrick, and we have a small fleet of refugees from Kurthis following us.
And yeah, he kind of sits up like lightning fast and like begins to look around the ship and get a feel for it, looking it up and down, and says, all right, who and what were we able to get out with besides the people that you listed? Was it anyone else? Mostly citizens from the weeds?
Mostly citizens from the weeds, yes.
All right, any technology? What are we leaving with?
And Julian just kind of holds up both hands like, I have nothing on me. And then turns to Kaylin.
Just, yeah, I don't think we have any special technology.
And then Alan kind of takes a moment and just like looks at the two of you, and you can tell that he kind of just like there's a moment of like shift where you can see this kind of like wall kind of go up, not a strict one, not a hard one, but you watch him kind of realize who he's talking to and button himself back up as he looks at both Misha and Kaylin and says, well, listen, your highnesses, I am just incredibly proud that you two were able to get yourselves to a place that was safe.
We abandoned a city that was falling. That's not bravery, Alan.
I almost feel like that statement alone would key Alan in on the fact that that's not Misha.
You would be correct.
That's
yeah.
Julian's hope.
Okay. So yes.
Have you given up on Kurthus?
Kurthus is under a magic dome.
You answer my question.
I think that's a question better suited for my brother.
I need to figure out what's going on in Kurthus. But it's far too dangerous to figure out what's going on while staying there. And there have been too many coincidences of other things from outside of Kurthus coming in, whether they be from Terrapine or elsewhere, and something's not right.
Julian
and I know that the only way to get to the bottom of what's happening in Kurthus has to be done outside of Kurthus.
I think that's quite wise. You must trust that as long as you have not given up on Kurthus, that Kurthus has not given up on you.
Have you heard of a village outside of Mirage City called Cairn Coast?
No, I've not.
According to Casey here, it's welcoming to newcomers. We were hoping to bring the refugees there.
And then Alan stops and like turns to look at Casey and says, welcoming to newcomers? He goes, so I've heard. People from Fidelity go there sometimes.
Welcoming in people from ISIS Fidelity doesn't necessarily indicate that a place is welcoming.
No, but like the good ones from ISIS Fidelity.
Are there good ones in ISIS Fidelity?
Yes, there are good ones in ISIS Fidelity. Excuse me? Gold fingernails? You don't even have gold fingernails.
That's very true, Casey. I don't have gold fingernails. Also, our guest, Alan, and then Julian gestures to Niavo.
Alan looks up at Niavo, just like the most confused look. Says, do I know you? And then Niava just goes, only in passing.
Hey Nia, I just had a thought. When I made a phone call, Petals came out,
Mhm.
and you said that it wasn't you that time.
Correct.
But I did see Petals outside of the window earlier.
Hmm.
Was there something following us that you took care of?
Yes.
What was it?
Just a spy.
A spy? From where?
Orb.
The orb. So Kurthus. And why did you decide to take care of that?
Because I didn't want to be spied on? What are we doing here?
Alan, do you need anything?
No, I am okay. I will go up to the front of the ship with Corvin, who's driving, and I will start driving, and we will make a plan. And Corvin just kind of, Alan just kind of stands up, and like after seeing who was driving, it's like, no.
Julian is going to turn to Daisy and say, when you said the good ones from Isis Fidelity, were you thinking of anyone in particular? I don't know that I've known anyone good to come out of Sinpira's guild.
Okay, well, maybe you just don't know a lot. Sorry, someone else on the ship is already being pretty mean to you, and I actually don't want to double up. Ugh. I know that, like, you know, Gemma's been there before. I think Lusso has been there before.
Does that name trigger anything for me?
No, but you hear Niavo under his breath go.
And what about Kaylin, since Kaylin was actually at that breakfast?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it would that's the only thing it would trigger for me is tying him in with the party, right?
I think Amelot's gone there. I think yeah, I think that's all I can think of. Well, I mean, besides from there was a not good one who did go. Her name was Simpira, but I you know.
Guildmaster Sinpira? Why would she leave Terrifying? The what?
Not, yeah, she got booted.
She's no longer the Guildmaster of Isis Fidelity?
Nope.
Who is the Guildmaster of Isis Fidelity now?
My friend.
All right, I assume that's all you're going to give me. That's fine. And do you know if Sinpira brought anyone with her?
Oh, I just heard it.
Through their telepathic link, Julian's going to tell Kaylin, if Sinpira is at this village, we need to be incredibly cautious.
I think Kaylin would probably say, who's Simpira?
Oh my gosh, she's this Gorgon lady who has snakes for hair? She can petrify people, and she had ruled over ISIS Fidelity for like hundreds of years. And she was terrible. She was downright terrible. And my friends actually are the ones who ended the reign of her tyranny. So it was actually pretty cool.
Why was she so terrible? What did she do?
Did you not hear the part when I told you that she petrified people?
Okay, that's a
Do
fair
you
statement.
petrify people?
I certainly do not.
You
no.
don't got gold fingernails, but you might petrify people.
The day that Kaylin Osterov manages to successfully petrify someone is the day that I eat my own shoe. No, I don't think that's something that is happening. Do you know anything else about what happens at this village that's friendly to ISIS Fidelity members, including Sinpira?
No, I just heard that it was welcoming the newcomers. I mean, Gemma talked about a necessity of having to send people there if any more districts in Terrapine got overrun because it just couldn't hold them anymore.
Well, I suppose we're in for an interesting adventure then.
Yeah, I'm still deciding whether or not when I land, if I'm going to throw the potion on the ground and just kind of leave you guys to it. So,
You know,
Daisy, if you
as
feel
long as you
Casey, if you feel that you would be safest back in Terrapine, I can't say that I would begrudge you. All that I would ask is that you wait to blow up the ship until we've landed.
yeah, I figured I'd at least do like the baseline of politeness.
I certainly would appreciate that. Thank you.
Is there anything that we can do for you for that kindness?
Oh, yeah. If you find Hugo Pottsdiggle, you gotta let him know that that I'm looking for him, and that Brian's looking for him, and that Ystira's looking for him, and that we're gonna exonerate him.
Hugo Pottstiggle. Noted.
Why does he need to be exonerated?
Oh, because Chintrix framed him for the poisoning of my guild leader, and the poisoning of our grove.
Does Julian know anything about the Grove? That certainly sounds out of character. I've never heard anything but kind things about the Exubifax members. So kind, in fact, that they are often overrun by the more vicious guilds in Terrapine.
Okay, well, I don't know why you would need to say hurtful things to my face, but no, we hold our own.
It's not.
That's why we're
bad
pursuing
to be
justice.
kind, Casey.
You said it like it was bad. You said it. Oh, okay, well that's a guild full of pushovers. I'm not anymore.
You're right. I shouldn't have phrased it that way.
Thank you. All right.
Anything else that you can tell us before you make your grand departure?
You mean I'm gonna be on this ship until we land?
Which will be relatively soon, won't it?
Oh. You got like a half day's travel.
Oh, right. Sorry, I think I'm a little bit disoriented with everything that's been happening.
It's okay. I was pretty disoriented after a deadly creature started taking over my house too.
Full of skeletons. You're talking about the Chintrix attack.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Well, if I think of anything, is it all right if we chat again before we land?
Yes.
Okay. And then Julian's gonna go and join Alan and Corbin up at the wheel.
Okay. Kaylin, what do you move to do in this moment?
So I think Kaylin is still gonna want to try to get just to get to know Neov, to see if they can learn anything more about them, and just kind of like put them together, you know, like put the pieces together. And yeah, that's what he's gonna do.
Okay. So can you tell me what specific like info you're trying to navigate towards? Like what are you really trying to nail down here?
I am trying to get a better understanding of whether or not we can trust him.
Okay.
And also to kind of confirm the suspicion that he's Yvonne's kid.
Okay. You
Confirm
can
or deny if it's not true, but you know.
go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. Meanwhile, Julian, when you go up to the front of the ship, Alan looks towards you and says, "Oh, Your Majesty, I much prefer you focus on your rest."
Feeling rested enough for the time being, anyway. Is there anything I can help with up here at the head of the ship?
No, I'm sure we'll bring counsel back to the royal family when we're ready to advise.
Julian just kind of stands there for a second.
It would be undue of me to put strain on the royal mind. You can kind of tell that he's giving you a bit of a like.
And I think Julian just kind of straightens up his shoulders a little bit and says, well, you've always been incredibly kind to my family, Hierophant Alan. If you need me, I'll just be writing down what I can recall from the few studies that I've taken of the wilds.
Yes, as I recall, it wasn't your best subject.
No, I was never one of your pupils, was I?
I don't know if Julian would say that, with the knowledge that Misha actually was Alan's student for quite a few years.
Oh, that's right. So Julian would just kind of, I think in that case, just kind of like nod and go, well, hopefully I can make up for it somehow now that we're actually here.
Well, worry not, Your Majesty. Just as my darling Gideon Osmond had a wilds expert to lead her safely through the wilds, I am here to help you navigate safely through them as well.
Well, thank the gods for that. And then Julian will go and leave and sit at this, like, is this like a little table down here?
Let's look. Let's look.
Is this a table? What is this?
Who are you? I'm coming back. Let's see. She is, oh, the giant thing, the giant blue thing? No, that's the fuel. that's what's
okay.
powerful.
Why does she have like seats around her?
Because so there are seats. It's kind of like you can use the silver that's there to kind of pull up like a bar, but it's a giant like fuse thing, just extending through the entirety of the ship.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm just gonna sit down like next to that then, and take out my little notebook and try to write some things down.
Okay.
I got a
So,
27
Kaylin, what'd you
on
get?
that.
Oh, 27. Okay, and the two main questions were confirm that this is Valeria's son.
I mean, that would be
Or-
great, but
From the
no,
Valyria-
Yvonne's son.
Valeria.
Yvonne's son.
I'm still concussed.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Imagine
Okay.
saying the
I was like,
right.
that'd be
terrible
interesting,
mom
but
name.
okay.
That's so funny. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Confirm-
Imagine if I was like, Gideon has 9 siblings. 9 of them. I'm so sorry,
yeah.
Molly. I know Molly's listening right now. I'm so sorry for the terror I caused you. No, Yvonne.
Yes.
Confirm relationship to Yvonne.
Yes.
And what was the other one?
To confirm or deny whether we can really trust them.
Okay. Yeah, so I think you manage. Go ahead and also give you an insight check. I think from the persuasion, you're in the middle of the conversation and like he is fully adept at dodging anything like remotely helpful to you. Just kind of just slips right past him. But like you eventually he gives you the phrase, listen, does it really matter who bore us? If all we do is seek to pry free from their grasp?
I don't know why I feel it's important, but I'm writing it down.
Oh my god.
Okay, I got it. I think that it does. It is important. I know that despite the fact that I am trying to get away from my own mother, I cannot deny her hand in raising me. I cannot deny the effect that she had. And although I certainly disagree with a lot of her policies and the way that she handles things in Kurthis, I still have to admit that that was how I was raised.
Very bold of you.
What makes it so bold? It's just the truth.
Well, most people aren't as big a fan of the truth as you seem to be. And what would you think if I was exactly the child of who you feared I was to be?
Well, you're here and not there, right?
Right.
So, either you are truly looking to get away from her and disagree with her as much as I disagree with my own mother, or she's sent you on to spy on us.
Sure. I don't think you're doing anything remotely interesting enough worthy of spying. You've found a tiny town to cry in.
I'm sure she'd still
Your
like
mother.
to.
She's a woman who accomplished most of what she put her mind to, correct?
She did.
Mine too. I'm just enjoying things before she gets what she wants.
Do you want her to get what she wants?
I often find it matters little what I want. Like it matters little what most want.
But now you're here. You're not there.
I am here.
Could be a whole new start, as you say. So what if it did matter what you want?
And what were you hoping to start?
Well, I'd certainly like to change the way things were run in Kurthis. See, I feel it's important to have things that you want. Gives you something to look forward to, something to dream about, something to help you along your day, something to guide you, to drive you. Is there nothing that you want? Nothing that guides your daily tasks, your daily anything?
Oh, believe me, I have plenty of wants.
Like what?
Landing the ship without Daisy deciding she's too unsafe to stand another minute in this very small ship.
Well, yes, I would hope that we all want that. But I'm thinking bigger.
I do want Julian to just either get more angry or less angry, but I would like him to pick. And I would like to see your friends in those ships behind you land safely. And those are the most responsible of my wants right now.
So
Julian, if at any time you would like to roll a stealth check to try and overhear to the best of your ability, you are more than welcome to.
So just for my own confirmation, perhaps.
15.
So all of these things then we're saying that he is trustworthy.
What do you mean?
If he I'm just trying to figure out if you are saying those specific things to give the
yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing is everything is genuine to the best of your knowledge.
Well, I guess our next step is just to figure out what we're going to do in this Cairn Coast village. Have you heard anything about it?
No.
Hmm.
Except for that she wasn't a fan.
Your mother.
Yes.
Do you know why she wasn't a fan?
No. I just remember hearing the words "that damned woman," the name of that village. Not myself. Not much else.
Any idea who she might have been talking about?
Sorry, for clarification. He's saying that he overheard his mother saying "that damned woman" and then
Yes.
Cairn Coast. Okay, thank you. And Kaylin, you asked who he was talking about?
Yeah. Any idea who she was talking about?
No.
Well, I feel like it's probably safe to say that your mother probably had many enemies. I would assume this woman is amongst them.
Yes. Are you excited?
I am.
More than you think you ought to be, right?
It is there's a lot of things happening, a lot of emotions, but it is nice to be off Kurthus for the first time in my life.
Oh, I suggest that you endeavor to enjoy the chaos rather than simply resisting it.
Enjoy the chaos. Guess I don't really have much of a choice.
There's always a choice. So, for the rest of the half day's trip, you should be landing when dawn is striking. What are you doing?
Julian is attempting to essentially recreate his Wilds journal from memory using the notepad that he brought with him.
Ooh, I love that. Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Okay. That's a 7.
Oh no. Okay.
He obviously doesn't remember much from his old journal that he gave
What a
to Misha to take
shame.
into the wilds. So he's essentially doing that, and I think he probably also tries to learn some more from Daisy about what's been going on in Terrapine, so he can get sort of a lay of the potential political landscape in the wilds, since he knows that Terrapine is such a massive like trading hub.
Yeah, you try to get a lot of like political information, but by the end of talking to Daisy, all you've heard is a thrilling story about a wedding that almost happened, but then didn't because things got completely wild. And then Daisy talks about a heist like she was there. You know, there's a lot of things.
So I thought I was turning on like the History Channel, and instead I was turning on The Bachelorette.
Yes. But now you know everything about.
Excellent. Exactly what Julian wants. Perfect.
Julian is now knowledge proficient in Ystera, Morrow, Brine, the Batch Brawl, and all of the preceding events.
And interestingly enough, once the connection breaks between him and Kaylin, he does not try to seek out Kaylin for any further conversation.
Kaylin, what are you up to?
Kaylin is would Alan have a lot of knowledge of the flux? Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think Kaylin might sit down with Alan just to talk more about the flux. Try to just learn what he can. But also, could Kaylin send Lil Guy on a trip?
Yeah. So you would actually, so you're welcome to try and summon him.
Okay.
He is actually not showing up right now.
Okay.
For some reason, he's just not doing this.
Okay. So yeah, I guess he'd probably spend some time with Alan talking about Flux and the wilds, learning more about the wilds. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and give me a survival roll as well.
Okay.
How'd we do?
10.
Okay. Yeah. So Alan gives you a refresher on the Flux dynasties. Gives you a feeling for the covers basically everything that is in the dossier, right? Like the threats you got to look out for. We're talking feast beasts. We're talking colossals. We're talking just everything, just all that kind of stuff. Beyond that, you just kind of after a certain point, it's like an Alan lecture where he's just wildly gesturing and is using words that are far too long. And just like, but there's no like visual aids. So you're just trying to like keep it all in your head. You're like, It's just at a certain point, like the day hits you and the words just don't stick.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So with that, you all, there are 2 beds on the ship. not that this is a bed sharing fic or anything. I'm just asking. Unless stated otherwise, the unspoken assumption is that the two members of the royal family are going to get said beds. Do you do anything to contest this?
Julian's going to petition that Alan should get one of the beds because of the fact that he was enchanted when they boarded, and thus probably needs the rest more than they do.
And Kalen would give his bed to Daisy, or Casey, if you will, as she was injured in the commotion.
Sure. So we're giving Alan and Daisy the beds, and that's fine. They both climb into their bunks, and it seems that after people have stopped finding Neov particularly interesting, he's kind of settled up in this corner that has a window right by it, is just kind of watching everything as it passes. Well, he just kind of like plays with some string, just making different shapes out of it, is what he seems to be doing. Just little like twine games. Where are you guys setting up for the night?
Honestly, I think Julian's going to sleep exactly where he's been sitting. He's just going to kind of curl up on the floor with his back against the fuel tank.
Very
go to
coffee
bed.
shop. Okay. Beautiful. Awesome. Great.
I think Kaylin's going to try and talk to Julian.
Yes. I'd love to see it.
How do
What does
you
that look like?
approach Julian?
I think he would walk up and just say, "Hey, I'd love to chat. You in a place where you can do that right now?"
I don't know. Is that going to kill your vibes of being off Kurthus for the first time?
Listen, I don't expect you to understand, but there's a lot of reasons as to why I did what I did, and you can keep being distrustful and you can continue to be hostile towards me, but I don't think that at the end of the day that's going to be in either of our best interests.
I don't know. You seem to think that what's in your best interest is survival, and if that means throwing your sister to the void ghouls, or I don't know, perhaps a friend or another friend or whoever is in your direct path to the danger that's coming at you, who's to say that you won't do the same thing to me?
Julian, that's what we were taught.
Well, that doesn't surprise me even a little bit.
We have always been told that if any of us are in danger, the crown had to survive. And so if you had to do what you had to do in a moment's notice, we were taught that if one of us was being kidnapped, one of us had to get away. Because how else are we going to have information about who was trying to kidnap us if we've all been kidnapped? I'm not saying that it's ever an easy decision. I'm not saying it's even a good decision to have to make.
Where I was standing. Didn't even hesitate.
There's a lot of history between Zara and I.
Enough history to leave her to be murdered by void ghouls? I know you don't get along with your siblings, Kaylin, but that seems a little heavier than that.
Enough history that when I had to choose between somebody that I love, who has always seen me for me, and somebody else.
Don't do that right now.
All I'm saying is, to me, it wasn't a difficult choice. And if I had to choose you over her again, I would.
And talking to me about survival as we head into the wilds where the feast beasts will eat any of your emotions as a midday snack, perhaps you should buckle down on that. I know I certainly will be. Is there anything else I can do for you, Your Majesty? Or can I get some rest before we land in this village?
Let you get your rest.
Julian waits for Galen to leave before closing his eyes.
Julian, roll a perception check for me.
A 6.
A 6.
I'm not having a good time.
What happened? Maybe that means Brian's just gonna have like a really good season, bud.
God, I hope so, huh?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. Here's what Julian doesn't see. Julian doesn't see like after Kaylin walks away, like laying in the bottom bunk, like Alan's just like fatherly glare, just like on the whole situation. Ever omnipresent, that man. All right. So we now we spend our full night asleep, and every time like the ship like hits a bump, like hits any air, there's that moment of like God. Kurthis, even though it was a flying city, she was steady. There was never enough wind to tilt her, but ships are no such thing. It is startling, it is unnerving, it is all of those things all at once. By the time you wake up in the morning, what? Okay, sorry.
Nothing, my brain is broken. Keep going.
Chrissy, wake up. No. Okay, you're canceled. Julian doesn't wake up in the morning. Okay, so with that,
So good night, chat. I'll see y'all.
good night, everyone. No, okay, so with you all waking up, it's almost startling the sameness with which you do manage to wake. This is because although there is a sameness to it upon waking, it is still incredibly new and jarring, right? There's a sameness of like, oh, nothing's changed, but oh, this is a new normal. And that can feel that feeling is unsettling at best. You noticed during your night that not many people had shifted. Alan stayed where he is. No, sorry. The only two people that have switched are Alan and Corvin. Corvin seems to be sleeping now, and Alan is driving the ship. In the back, just chilling. He is just chilling. He's still playing his little string games. And with that, Julian, let's say you're the first to wake. Alan notices this relatively quickly, nods back to you and says, we should be hitting this coastal village relatively 90 minutes.
Julian wants to kind of look around and see if he can see if anybody else is awake or listening before he gets up and goes over to Alan to talk more.
Daisy is snoring. Corvin is snoring. Vo is in the very, very back of the ship, so there's a lot of noise in between you and him. Fully conscious, and I think Kaylin's still going to be asleep for a little bit longer. Not a wake up early kind of guy by my assumption, but tell me if I'm wrong.
That's not the vibe that I get, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Julian's going to go up to, you said Alan is driving, right? So he's going to go up to where Alan is driving. Mm-hmm. And say, I got a little bit more information about this place from Casey before we slept, and I'm not sure that it's that's the name that she gave me, and out of respect, I'm trying to use it.
Her name is Daisy.
Sure. At any rate, huh?
Oh, she and I had a great talk. Very enlightening. Can you believe new guild masters in Terrapine?
Yeah. Did she also tell you that Sinpira has apparently fled to this coastal village?
You don't have that knowledge. You said that she's visited there before.
That's what. Sorry. Did you also hear this place is inviting to Sinpira?
Yes.
Is that concerning to you? Because it's concerning to me.
At a certain after a certain point, I find myself always wanting to face the foe I know.
And how well do you know Sinpira? I don't know. That's a story I've heard from you.
We stopped over in Terrapine once.
But never again.
No, we just hired some people at Hawkmongress and we're on our way.
But you were there long enough to interact with the ISIS Fidelity Guild leader.
I entered the bank. There's a lot of statues there.
Sure. And I assume you didn't do anything to maybe almost become one?
No. I
No
don't
one
I
in
don't
your
make a
party?
habit. I make a habit of keeping my head down.
That makes
Orgain, on the other
sense.
hand, different story. I behaved.
What did Morgaine do?
He tried to convince her to give him one of her cups. I think he was drunk.
Interesting. Well,
Anyways, are you planning on apologizing anytime soon?
apologizing
Yes.
for
Your deceit?
I was asked to make an impossible choice by someone I could not deny.
Uh-huh. That'd sound like an apology.
I didn't know if I could tell you and still keep you safe if you had that knowledge.
Wow. A king and a martyr all in the same ship. Thrilling. You're a piece of work, you know that? You were supposed to go down with Gideon Osmond and keep her safe. And then you sent the one who almost flunked out of class to go
I
do
sent
that.
them with my notes at the very least. It was better than nothing.
Oh, you sent a book. Hopefully they could use it as a shield.
I sent a book, and I sent someone who was so desperate to be on that ship with Gideon that there wasn't much I could have done to stop them.
Yes, you are very forgiving for that royal who wanted to be on that ship, and now very damning of this one that does as well.
This one left behind his sister to be eaten by void ghouls. Doesn't exactly present a, hey, let's be really trusting of each other and go into the wild
Sorry,
on
is
an
that how you tell
adventure.
Alan that Sora's dead?
Oh shit, he wouldn't know, huh? LOL. I think Julian's mad enough that it just kind of comes out, yeah.
Repeat yourself?
Which part?
Julian Centurion, did you just casually inform me that one of the 3 young monarchs have passed?
Yes.
Where is your mind?
Angry.
And where is that anger finding you? Where is it leading you?
And Alan sees Julian visibly straighten up and take like a very deep, very calming breath. And his entire energy shifts as he seems to like visibly compartmentalize how he's feeling. Sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
We're back to honorifics, are we? Sit down.
Julian sits.
Did I say stow your anger?
No, although with the volume at which this ship travels and the amount of feelings that are already swirling around, probably better not to invite anything else.
Well, good. Luckily for you, the person in the back has been keeping the ship aloft with nothing but magic for the last 3 hours. So, no fuel and lots of room for emotion.
Can we trust him?
No. After your
Buffing.
deceit, yes.
You were asking, can we trust him as in Kaylin or Neov?
Niev.
Neov.
Okay.
After your deceit, I should be likely to say that the only person on the ground of the wilds that I would lead myself to trust implicitly is Gideon Osmond, the person you have set up explicitly to fail. I am quite angry.
Gideon is smart. Gideon also has more tenacity than I would. Who's to say I wouldn't have been killed within hours of leaving Kurthus with them?
So you latch onto your anger, you dispose of your tenacity, and you find yourself where in the wilds, ready to be consumed by the emotions that lead us least? You watched Kurthus almost fall, and when I ask you where is your mind, there are people and ships behind us, Julian, who will need us to live. You wish to try the young prince for murder. No one is stopping you. I will mourn that girl's death.
What makes you think she's dead? How do you know she's not out there right now? Prophecy in hand.
Sorry, he was speaking specifically of Zara. I know. Someone mourning Zara up first.
Sorry, I just assumed you were talking about Gideon.
Yeah, well, I think you always assume we're talking about Gideon.
That's true. I am personally in love with Gideon. That's true.
Yeah.
It's less to do with trying him for murder and more to do with trying to figure out where the person that I ends and where someone that ruthless begins.
Mm. No. I've loved the ruthless things. Perhaps you should point your love towards the people who will depend on you for life itself instead.
Perhaps. Is that how you'll be getting through this?
Absolutely. I know that there are people out there who are fighting to get back to me, and I will fight to get back to them. Find your center, find your strength, reclaim your tenacity, and temper your anger. Where is it serving you?
Julian just nods. He seems very cowed by what's just been said.
And just like still so angry on his face, he leans forward and puts a hand on your cheek. Says, I am so happy you are alive.
Julian kind of clenches his teeth and then reaches up and puts his hand over Alan's and says, yeah, I could say the same for you, old man.
Let's keep surprising each other then, huh? he just turns back to steering the ship.
Julian lingers, I think, for a second, and then I think he's gonna go talk to Neov.
Oh, okay. Kalen's beginning to stir at this point. You go back to talk to Neov.
Is he seated? Oh no, not the coughing. Not all around coughing.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh, the Alan scene. So touching. Definitely not joking. Yeah, just fully sitting on the fucking ground. Imagine having a body that lets you do that for like hours.
Julian slept on the ground. Good lord. Okay, so Julian's gonna go and actually sit down like across from him. And he's going to just rest his elbows on his knees pretty casually and say, so at the end of this adventure, what are you hoping to accomplish?
I want to be able to say I've had an adventure.
That seems like an awfully lowbrow goal. What are your higher goals?
Adventure?
Have I ever had an adventure?
Yes.
No, but I don't typically seek them, especially not in such dangerous places as the wilds.
Okay, again, I constantly question why you find yourself a wilds expert if you endeavor to stay as far from anything wild.
And what about you? Do you hail from the wilds? Are you a wild thing, Neov?
Well, I'm fairly wild. I don't know. How would you define a person's wildness? But I'm not of the wilds. That's why I'm here, to discover them.
And where will you go from Cairn Coast after we
Depends
land?
Depends on how bored you make me.
What information did you give Kaylin? Anything useful?
Oh, we spoke of ours. We spoke of books, parents. It was thrilling conversation, I tell you.
All right, so a question. Were you to lead the people behind us anywhere? Based on your centuries-long knowledge of wherever it is that you come from, whatever it is that you've learned of here, where would you take them?
Oh. Julian. Listen, your attitude is good for one thing. The resignation that after she gets what she wants, doesn't matter what town you put them in, they'll die anyways.
And by she, you mean your mother, parent?
Yes, I assumed that you were so close to Kaylin that you would be used to people speaking of their mothers in such dark and ominous terms.
Well, don't we all have complicated relationships with our parents? So, you've been around for centuries, you've been a plant for most of that. What is it that makes her so inclined to turn you into something like that, rather than just, I don't know, killing you?
I don't think you should ever underestimate anyone's love of a good time.
I'll take that advice. Is there
Endings
anything
are
else
never
you'd like to
fun.
offer?
Yes. My company.
For what purpose?
A good time, not a long time.
Yes, you've said that several times, and my understanding is that you're going with us no matter what we say to you.
Oh, you treat me as a plague. Is that all I am to you?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, well, let me know when you've managed to turn up at the destination you're looking for.
In the interim, is there something I could ask of you?
Oh, anything.
If you won't give us the identity of this person that you have been fighting against for the last several centuries, will you tell us who her enemies are?
Be easier to wake up and look in the mirror, wouldn't it?
Potentially. If we're going to be on the run from incredibly powerful forces, I'd like to know who they are. And if you want to go on a good adventure, I assume that's the kind of information you'd like to give your adventuring friends.
You know what? Here's what I'll tell you. Julian, you make sure I have a fun first day out, and I'll tell you anything you want to know.
What kind of fun are you looking for?
Surprise me.
I'll see what I can do. And I think that
Looking
Julian
forward
just
to
kind
it.
of stands up and goes back to his little gas tank corner.
Okay. All right, Kaylin, at this time you've risen. Alan shouts over his head to you that there's about 60 minutes before you land. Are you doing anything?
Yeah, okay, so Kaylin's gonna go look for Julian. And he's going to say, you know, you mentioned last night that the feast beasts are out there. They can eat our feelings and emotions. And I've had a lot of feelings.
You talking to Julian, right?
To Julian. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where on the ship are you? Just so I'm picturing it perfectly.
We are, let me see. Be over like this. Yeah, fair is fine. Little guy, middle. And so he says, it's been a very emotional last few days. And if I have to go out into the wilds and fear a feast beast eating those emotions, it's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty baseline description for sure.
Yeah. And so it was bothering me all last night. I really didn't get much sleep. It's part of why I slept in so late today, because I was up all night, because I figured there's no better way than to kind of express your emotions than in a song.
No. No, no, no.
Yes.
And so
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I have written you a song.
Okay.
And so it will, because I, Julian, do not have any actual instruments in that I can play. Here is the song. We've been friends for so long now, but this feeling is so new. And I'm really not too sure how to tell if you're feeling it too. I know we'll deal with judgment, they'll never understand. Even though our love's abundant, they'll say there will be damned. But I'll do anything to be by your side. We can fight through anything as long as we try. We can take on the wild. We can fight against the gods. With you standing here next to me, we'll always beat the odds. Our love has been forbidden, and so we keep it hidden. But I long for the day I can stand up next to you and say that I'll do anything to be by your side. We can fight through anything as long as we try. We can take on the wild. We can fight against the gods. If you standing here next to me, we'll always beat the odds. We'll bring about the change we need to let our love shine through. Our only choice is to succeed and start our lives anew. 'Cause I'll do anything to be by your side. We can fight through anything as long as we try. We can take on the wild. We can fight against the gods. With you standing here next to me, we'll always beat the odds. Yes, I can do anything with you by my side. Shout out to Luki Tanuki, who did all the music and mixing of that for me.
You had this mixed!
Yeah, I recorded the vocals and I wrote the lyrics. I recorded the vocals and I had somebody help me out with, yeah.
Julian, iconic. What? What? Oh my god. Apparently the rest of the cast is screaming in the Discord call, which is delightful. First of all, phenomenal. I love you. This is, from Sam to Julian, phenomenal. I love you.
Alan will kick you out of the ship if you're not careful with what happens next.
I think by the time that Caitlin is done like singing this song, not Julian, you're Julian. Oh my god, that's gonna get me so many times. Julian,
oh no, we're going to break after that.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh no, there's no way we don't. I need 7 to 10 business weeks to.
7 to 10 business weeks.
I need to. If I'm gonna be a professional dungeon master, I have to go check in with myself. I have to go. I have to leave. Oh my god, the song. Oh my god, I can't wait to see what happens after this. After the song.
I need that to
after
be
he
released
pours his heart out
on Spotify. I also need it to have a music video, like ASAP.
All right, take your inspiration, and I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. we're live. Oh no. Oh man, I was just jamming the night away. Oh my god. Sorry everyone, I forgot that I was DMing and not at a concert. All right. we pick back up. I've taken my 7 to 10 business weeks and we now find ourselves picking up with Julian. Are you just, is it just like a, what instrument is like Kaylin playing this on when this happens?
Well, I would imagine that Kaylin has magicked several instruments, kind of like,
Holy
the
shit.
one-man band kind of guy.
Oh, it's like a whole, okay.
So it's a whole thing. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So a whole thing, there's all right. Okay, Julian, you were kind of sitting just on the ground, and then Kaylin came to stand in front of you with all of these magic instruments and sing you the most wonderful song I've ever heard in my goddamn life. So we pick up now on the final moments of that. The song finishes. I assume you were playing it loud enough for anyone else to hear, or else it would have been the world's quietest fucking song. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it finishes and you hear, you don't know who's doing it, but there's applause coming from somewhere. Someone on the ship is applauding. What are you doing, Julian?
I think Julian honestly is just sitting there just like this for a second, and then he goes, I don't know if a feast beast would want to eat a melody. I'll have to consult with Alan about it later.
Right. Yeah. I just figured that if I was at least able to get my feelings across, that then perhaps I could be a little bit more guarded amongst the feast beasts.
Well, hopefully we won't be amongst the feast beasts at all. But that,
I should hope not. Yes,
that might be a strategy. I don't. And Julian well enough to know that if he were in his own skin right now, he would be reaching up and like straightening his glasses and probably like taking them off and like cleaning them, which he does when he like doesn't want to look at you because he's feeling emotions. And so he just kind of ends up like just kind of sticking his fingers in Misha's hair for a second, and then it's just kind of sticking out of the side of his head really awkwardly, and he just goes, I don't know that anyone's ever tried that strategy before, but it might prove useful. So thank you.
indeed.
And I guess if I'm fleeing a void ghoul infested Kurthis, I would rather do it with you than Chade, for example.
Well, I should hope so.
Did you get any rest, or were you just writing that?
I've slept enough. A couple hours. I'm good to go.
Okay, sure.
Takes a energy drink. Whatever.
Not a Red Bull. Not a Red Bull in the wild.
Not a Red Bull. No, Red Bull.
You got to be careful. Those are Chintrix's. That's what he calls it, unicorn blood. You got to be real careful with those.
Is it actually unicorn blood, Daisy?
Yeah, roll a Constitution saving throw.
Leanne, I don't think they're joking. Roll a Constitution
Oh,
saving
me?
throw.
I'm sorry. I was
serious.
not paying attention. Okay.
All right,
21.
a 21. You have advantage on all dexterity saving throws, and disadvantage in all wisdom saving throws for the next 8 hours.
You said all wisdom. Okay.
Advantage on wisdom and disadvantage. No, sorry. Advantage on dex, disadvantage on wisdom. Yes. But now you notice that there's like 6 additional cans of unicorn blood in the freezer, in the mini fridge.
Let's go.
Love that we have a mini fridge. Love that we don't have enough fuel, but we do have a mini fridge. That's very important. Julian is going to stand up and then just kind of like touch Kaylin on the arm and say very quietly, like, I don't know that either of us can survive the psychic damage of anything happening while I am literally disguised as your sibling. But heard, and we can talk later about what happened. But I'm not making any promises.
Great. I look forward to that.
And now Julian's going to disappear to hide his face for a little while.
Yeah, you just go stick your head in the freezer. You just go, I wonder what else is in this mini fridge, and then you just put your head in there until
I think he literally is like, I think I'm gonna go see if Corvin needs any. And he just kind of like dips.
Oh, that is maybe not who I would have gone to. But yeah, no, you start approaching Corvin, and Corvin's literally sitting there like.
Julian sees that look and just turns around and goes a different direction.
Perfect. All right. So, is there anything else you guys are doing before you land?
I think Julian might actually try to go through the ship and see if there's anything useful that they can take, like rope or any like vials, any like plant cuttings, anything like that.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Kaylin, you can let me know what you're doing. At a certain point, though, however, Neov does pass you and at one point and go, so do you write songs for every emotionally unavailable man disguised as your sibling that you meet?
I got an 11 and also ouch.
No, not all of them. Just
I have to be particularly unavailable. No, say no more. No taken. And then he walks off. All right. What else are you doing before you land?
I don't think I.
Okay.
Yeah, I think aside from trying to collect as much as he can, I don't know that Julian would be doing anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. Let me just get you. You find a pouch of candies.
Like magic candies or like chocolates?
Just a pouch of candies. You find a tiny figurine of the god Meter. You find a bag of pressed and dried flowers.
What kind of flowers?
Oh, a variety. Most anything that you'd find at a flower shop in Zubifax. And a pair of gloves stained with blood. Oh, and a ring of iron keys.
Can I check for traps anywhere? Or like hidden doors?
You're looking around and it doesn't seem to be anything like that here. All right, so Alan gives you like the 5-minute warning that you're about to land. You can look out the window and you can actually see that there is a beautiful blue body of water a little bit out forward from where you're from. And on the other side of it is this metropolis that looks like anything, you know, looking at that city across the water, it makes you feel like Kurthus had never seen a color before. It's almost an eyesore for you immediately. It's just so bright and so full of life. There are colors, there are different kind of buildings all encroaching on each other. But it all seems to be built on the remnants of this large temple that leads up to this single huge casino at the top, like a crowning jewel. And on the other side of that water that beautifully reflects the light of that absolutely vibrant city, you see this familiar feeling, quaint little town.
What do you mean by familiar feeling?
The building structures are similar to what you'd see in a Carthinian like architecture. There is a familiarity to it.
Is that our destination then?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Julian turns to Kaylin and says, what are our first steps?
First things first, we got to check in with Carlo. Got to see how many people he's got. I'm hoping that this place is going to be as safe as they possibly can be, considering where we are. Once we kind of get a feel for where Carlo's at and how many people we've got behind us, they say we head into the village and hope they're as friendly as Casey says they are.
So, are you planning on landing on the outside of it?
Yeah, I think it would make the most sense for us to find like the clearest possible landing zone that we can on like the edge of it.
So you can land in the water. It is a dock town, right? So the docks lead up directly into the town. You can pick either like north, east, or south of the town, but the wilds are encroaching, and you would be less safe. But you would be able to get your bearings before you went. So the choice is yours, but it is a choice.
If we land outside, we're going to be at risk of exposure to God knows what that's floating around in the wilds. We could land on the inside, which could potentially expose us to, oh my God, imagine remembering words. We could land on the inside, which could potentially expose us to, you know, angry forces.
Anything else?
But that might be the best bet. And I think Julian would look at Alan for some guidance here.
Clearings are dangerous. I don't know if you've ever heard of fairy circles, but circular clearings are... The Flux are well aware that the mortals tend to travel by flight, and a nice clearing with which to land in is sought after by many of them. It's usually a 50-50 shot whether or not that clearing is as clear as you are hoping it to be, or a pretty little trap.
Inside.
However, I don't trust anything that sounds too nice. And a safe little town opposite Mirage City sounds pretty adorable.
Better the enemy you know, or better the enemy that you don't know?
I don't know, Misha, you are growing as a young royal, are you not? What does your instinct tell you?
To find cover as quickly as possible, to land as close to the inside as we can without landing dead center in the middle.
Sounds like it'd be best to, you're saying land at the docks?
I think so.
And Your Highness, what do you feel of that? He turns to Kalen.
I agree. I think our best bet is going to be to land at the docks. But I want to make sure that we can get in touch with Carlo before we land.
Yes, that probably seems like a good idea. Alan kind of nods at you to, like, get on with it.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
you call Carlo.
Yes.
Tell me. So, yeah, he picks up right away. What are you saying to him?
I'm going to say, Carlo, look, here's the plan. We only have two options. Land outside of the town to get our bearings and then head in since we don't know what's in the town, or land directly at the docks and go right into the town. To be honest with you, neither one of them is safe, because if we land outside of the town, we are in danger of anything that could be out in the wilds. If we land right in the town, well, we don't know if the townspeople are going to be friendly or hostile. So, but I'd rather take my chances in a town than in the wilds. So the plan is going to be to land at the docks. I want you to make sure that everyone on the ship is secure. Have only one person from each ship leave. Make sure you leave behind people to protect the ships and to protect the people that are on the ships. Once
Kalen,
we
that
have a
sounds like
better understanding.
Kalen, that sounds like a fair plan. There is a single problem to it, however, and that would be that the only person who knows how to fly an airship in actuality is Mel Malone, and she's piloting this one. But we have 15 other ships who are going to do their best to land, and I'm not going to have them try to do that in the middle of a town when there are innocents. So I will take the clearing to the north. We will hold steady until you can ensure that that town is safe, and then I will evacuate the weeds there as quickly as we can.
Can Julian overhear this?
Well, actually, Kaylin could answer that question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be the right approach. There's no way that you can make it quickly enough from that clearing into this town without something happening, especially to that many people.
Then we should take the time to make sure we're armed.
Do you have arms on the ships?
We've been doing the stock up as best as we can. 2 of our ships have gone down on the way.
Do you know what brought them down?
No.
Well, Kaylin, you take what counsel you think is best.
I fear for your safety in the wilds. We really don't know what's out there.
You talk as if that town is not the wilds, but have you ensured it is safe? No, you have not. Therefore, it is every bit as wild as every other square inch I'm going to tell my people to aim for when they try to land, Kaylin.
It's not an unfair statement. We really don't know what we're dealing with here. And to try to send some sort of envoy forward might do the trick, but if that envoy is killed, then there's nothing stopping a cavalcade of creatures from the wilds descending upon the ships. I mean, there's nothing to stop that from happening no matter what route we take.
This is true. And I still don't have a little guy, huh?
Every time you try to summon him, like, you feel like a buzzing of like magnetic magical energy, and then just like the most stubborn like
Rude. All right, Carlo. If you are going to go to the north and land out there, you can certainly do that. Try to keep everybody in the ship. There's still no guarantees. Anything can happen to the ship itself. But at least if you're on the ship, there's some protection. At the first sign of anything going awry, reach out. Let me know.
will do. Try not to get yourself killed, huh?
Yeah, same.
Some of these people are actually looking forward to seeing their prince. And then he hangs up.
Let's land the airship then. Actually, wait a second. Julianne's going to turn to Neov and say, if you've used your magic to keep us afloat this whole time, can you not also use your magic to help the rest of those ships land safely?
Oh my god. I give you a mile and you ask for a mountain?
You want to go on an
I've
adventure? This is
suspended
how
a
I can
whole
give you
ship
that.
in air for 4 hours, and you say, all right, but do that to 20 ships and maybe I'll stop being emotionally stunted. Are
They've
you
lost
kidding?
3, so there are 12. That makes 13 total. It doesn't seem entirely out of your range, but if it is, then I apologize. I thought you were more powerful than that.
I'll tell you what. We'll come up with a little compromise. How's that sound?
What's the compromise?
I'll go make sure that no one eats them all while you check out the town, and we'll meet up when it's all over.
How are you going to do that? Are you going to cast some sort of magic bubble to protect them?
I'll figure it out when I get there.
Not good enough. Tell me your exact plan.
How can I make a plan for an enemy I do not yet know? My plan is improvise, adapt, overcome.
Fine.
You must lean into the chaos of the wilds, Julian. Are you not a scholar of it?
Like I said, fine.
Carlo or Kaylin's gonna just shoot a quick text over to Carlo just to let him know. Hey, if you see this guy, we said to him, he's cool. He's gonna help you out.
Perfect. Okay, so with that, anything else before we land? All right. Then you may feel free to join me over in Cairn Coast Village as you begin to notice that even though Alan is not particularly trying to land, the ship begins to descend steadily. While well, he's making rather like angry eye contact with you while landing the ship delicately and with extreme precision using magic energy. Bo is. He's not thrilled with the fact that you were like, why don't you do that with like 12 ships, huh? You baby bitch. He's not thrilled. He's kind of angry. So he's just kind of glaring as the ship just like very delicately. And then like when there's like 5 feet left between you and the ground, and you're taking in this town all as it comes down, it looks like a section of like the Cobble Quarter. It's all beautifully made. It's all very like vintage feeling to you, with the only exception being this giant mushroom that stands 100 feet tall with many heads in the middle of this town, that just like these blue flecks just kind of flitter and float down to the ground too, almost as if this town is stuck in a state of perpetual snow as it comes falling down. And just as you get to like the final 5 feet, you feel like you've been dropped on the Tower of Terror as Bo literally just like just says, "Oh wait, hold on," and then he just lets the ship drop. The remainder of 5 feet, all of you go pack. You know, Daisy like manages to hold on just in time. Corbin bites it for sure. And like you just like the last like final second of this crash of this landing is just like an unkind crash. And then after a long moment, he goes, "See, not as easy as it looks."
You did that on purpose to prove a point.
Was it proven?
Maybe.
And let's go.
Or maybe it just proved that you're not as powerful as you like to present yourself to be. Anyway.
Doesn't matter when you're powerful enough. Lead the way.
Yeah, so I think Julian disembarks from the ship.
Okay, we're disembarking. Okay, where are all of, oh no, I accidentally brought the whole party here.
Yeah, that would be
Everybody's
my
here. We're all
idea.
here. We're all vibing.
Did I press the drag all button? I'm so sorry. Current, you're not here.
That would be my
Gideon,
fault.
get the fuck out of here. Winona, you either. And then you guys are up here. The ship's up here in the corner, the top left corner on the dock on the water. So you're gonna be all the way over there, and then yeah. So yeah. So you guys take in the wholeness of this village, as you begin to. Who's kind of leading the way?
I think Julian would be, just because of the fact that he kind of it was his suggestion for them to land inside the town, so I think he feels like he has to go first.
Yeah. Okay. So you're leading the way. Okay. Kaylin, what are you up to as you're following behind?
Kalen is kind of doing his best to take everything in.
Sure.
Making note of like any, like, are there shops around? Do the people seem friendly? Or like what's just getting doing a vibe check, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and roll a perception check, you are welcome to.
I'm also going to roll a perception check.
Let's see it.
I got a 17.
A 9.
17 and a 9. Okay, well, 17 is it's actually gonna do something. Congrats. Yay. So 17, you're breathing everything in as absolutely quickly as you can. Which is very hard to do because what the fuck? You like in your head, you're like, the wilds are supposed to be this absolute grueling, no safe place to be found. You are fucked from the moment you land, Hellfest. And this looks completely fucking fine. This looks like a pleasant little town. People are coming and going. They're waving at each other as they pass. Everyone's smiling, but not in a way that it's like creepy. Like, are you serial killers? Like smiling? Like we're not. We haven't triggered that fear yet, right? This is still. This is like it's not quite welcome to Duloc, but it's definitely like, good morning, Belle. We're falling. We're definitely somewhere in the range of like, okay, well, this is all going weirdly well. Are you actually can notice that it doesn't seem to be like there's specifically like basically there seems to also be flux here as well. It doesn't seem like this is particularly a stricted society where only like flux or non-flux is acceptable. It seems that people are living together around here in relative harmony. Are you looking for someone to connect with fairly early on? Are you looking for someone to go to immediately? Are you going to try and walk around for as long as you can without being detected? What is your hesitant plan at this time?
I think Julian's plan would be to see if he can get a decent vibe check off of somebody and try to communicate with them about the town and sort of what's happening and see if he can get a feel for the vibe of like, oh, and what would you do if we brought 13 ships full of refugees?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah. Oh yeah, Caitlin, what about you?
I was gonna say, I think Kaylin would also be looking for similar information, but probably would go about finding it by looking for like a local performance venue where he might be able to, see if there's any other bards in town or if there's like, some fun shit going
Like if
on.
there's a bard convention or
Yeah,
something.
Bards
Yeah,
United. I don't know.
let's hope that there's a bard convention in town. Absolutely. Yeah, there does seem to be someone who is posted up underneath the bottom of the mushroom with a little lute playing and seeming to be winning the approval of most everyone around. You haven't gotten really close enough to see them yet though.
I cannot.
But yeah, you guys are kind of walking by, and a guy who seems to be very pleasant. He smells like bread. You think he's probably a baker. He passes by two of you. You see a more reserved-looking woman with almost bug-like features, kind of like absolutely studying you as you land and come in. And those are the two: the bread maker, the suspicious woman, and the bard in the center are the three people who grab your attention the most upon first land.
Julian, I think, would try to get like an insight check on the person who's studying them, the bug-like woman, because that would be his instinct, would be to study people who were strange and landing in his space. And so that makes him feel like perhaps she is someone who would know things, but he wants to do an insight check first.
Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
An 8.
Oh my god, what is
I'm
up with your
fucking
freaking dice,
over
man?
it.
What the hell? Oh my god.
And I think Kaylin is a little split because part of him would like to go talk to the person playing the lute, but he also doesn't want to be like, he doesn't want to, he's aware that he's like not in familiar territory, and so like doesn't want to split up from Julian.
Sure.
So.
Sure. Cool. Yeah, so what did you get on your roll?
Mine?
Yeah, an 8.
An 8.
Woof, bud. Yeah, so yeah, it's like a rock exterior that she seems to be measuring you with. Nothing to really breathe in there. But yeah, it seems to be relatively no one's like attacked you yet. Are you telling did you tell anyone to stay in the ship? Who did you tell to come with you? Who did you tell to stay? Obviously, Vo, you're sending off, but
I think I think Julian would have wanted Alan to stay so that they could make a quick exit if possible.
Corbin?
And perhaps Corbin as well.
Although, sorry, who did you say?
I said Alan.
Sorry, Alan stays. Okay. Perfect.
And I don't think he would have told Corbin either way, and I think he assumes that Daisy's going to take off as soon as she can.
Yeah, no, Daisy's definitely walking right behind you then, which is unintelligible. But yeah, she's nearby. Why is Stacy? Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually think that Corvin is staying on the ship grumbly that he did not get a song.
Perfect. Corvin's on the ship. Perfect.
I like to imagine him just sitting down next to Alan and being like, man, what the fuck?
Also,
Centurion? Him?
but does now let's
Oh no, it wouldn't even be that. It would be, wow.
did any of that even make sense to anyone? Does everybody on that ship think that I just sang a love song to my sister?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not like Daisy knows, but Corvin is like having a bit of a what the fuck era for sure.
Okay.
And
That just occurred
Corvin's
to
the only
me,
one
so
who actually
that's-
like doesn't know. But Corvin
Okay.
was listening to the accusations from Daisy that Misha is not who they say they are. So Corvin has been very quiet about this whole thing, huh?
Cool.
Okay, so if we're not getting anything off of the bug-like lady, Julian might try to approach someone who's giving a little bit more friendliness, perhaps.
Bread guy seems incredibly friendly.
Great,
Smells
let's
like
talk to
blueberry
bread guy.
muffins. Also, a bard's never done anybody any wrong.
Bread guy.
Yeah, Julian might actually look to Kaylin and just be like, I'll follow your lead, Your Majesty.
Ugh, Your Majesty. Ugh. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's go. We'll talk to the. We're gonna talk to. Because I'm not gonna make a decision, so I'm having a. We're gonna talk to the bread guy.
Charm the pants off him, Kaylin. You got this.
Of course. Is Eros the bread guy?
It is. You can see he's tall. You see he's got like red frumpy hair, full of face full of freckles, these nice little overalls on that you can actually see a little like bread loaf is sticking out the front pocket. And he seems to be walking back to this house up here that seems to be his little bread shop.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's go get some bread. I mean, I'm hungry. And all gays love bread, so go get some bread.
Okay, we're going inside the bread store. Or are we stopping him before he gets in?
I think Julian would try to stop him outside. I think it'd just be like a very excuse me, sir. Like, would you mind if we just asked you some directions? We're new here.
Yeah. Is that what you lead in with? Is that the full? Sorry, was that a hypothetical or like actually what you're leading in with?
That's probably actually what he says.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was like, yes, this is what you actually said, and you were like, no, I said that was the vibe. I was so scared. So you kind of stop him right as he's about to like put his hand on the doorknob, and he turns around and he goes, "Oh, well, welcome to Cairn Coast."
Hi, we're new here. A friend recommended it as a great place for newcomers in the area.
Well, you couldn't be more right about that.
Great. My name is Marjorie, and this is my sibling Christopher. And we're here with
Christopher. Welcome to Cairn Coast.
We're here with actually a rather large group of travelers who are looking to find somewhere to settle for a little while we sort of, get our bearings and figure out the next place that we want to go.
Are you Fretzman? Are you a large group of travelers? You don't get those very often.
It's mostly a traveling band. Lots of musicians.
Oh, that's where you all been hiding. Hey, Doe, you hear that? The person who was playing in the square looks up, and you can see it's this like short, like uh, she's wearing like a pink dress, and she has a little duck face, and she just looks up and over, and is like, "What?" And he goes, "They got a whole band, a whole traveling band, and they're thinking about coming to town." She goes, "A traveling band? Wow. Welcome to the traveling band." And she starts singing her "Welcome to a Traveling Band" as she launches into song.
Yeah, so I'm actually their tour manager, and we're just I mean, I'll be upfront with you. You know, we're looking for a place for our group to crash for a little while. We've got some instruments to fix up. We've got some people who need to just rest after a lot of days in the air.
Well, her generosity is not in Cairn Coast at the villa at the moment, but she has made us swear to uphold the values for every moment she is gone. So I'm more than happy to make sure that you are well cared for.
Her generosity. I didn't realize that there was a leader here.
Well, she hardly likes to call herself that, but you know, we owe everything to her.
And how long have you all been here? This place looks pretty well established.
Oh, well, we're actually mostly from all different walks of life. This place hasn't existed in no more than, gosh, a little more than a decade now.
Wow, well, it's very impressive what you've managed to do in just a decade, I have to say.
I know. Well, most people are just looking for a place to feel safe. And once they have that, they want to make the place feel even safer. So we managed to build this all brick by boring brick, huh?
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So in we don't want to impose, obviously. Where do you typically put up visitors who come to Cairn Coast?
Well, we have the inn. We have the Three Sisters right down there, and he points towards this inn that seems to be sitting at the center of the town square, right next to the mushroom set. He says, we got a fair few rooms there, but I don't think we have enough to. How many's in your band?
Well, you see, it's not just the band either. See, because we do like to travel. We don't believe in breaking up families, and so therefore, it's the band members and all the family as well. So there's quite a few.
Oh, Sisters B, I'm really glad that you guys have found this place. So, what are we talking about, few?
How many people would fit on a ship?
How many people would fit on a fret? Like 4 or 5, maybe, if that.
Yeah, you got several frets. You got 13 ships. I would say probably 7 are frets, and 5 are like big boy ships. So big boys can probably fit 15. So that's 5 times 15.
Like,
imagine being able to do math.
5 times 15, 30,
So
60,
75.
75.
All right,
It's
and then you
group of
add
probably 100
and then
people.
5 times. There you go.
100
100 folks.
Yeah, about 100, I think.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
And how many actually play in the band?
Oh,
you
you know,
like a
there's
whole
a
orchestra?
rotating roster, you know, but we sometimes have as many as 18 or 19 people on stage at once.
Holy moly!
Kaylin is looking at Julian like, oh, okay. She's not gonna like be like because he doesn't want bread guy to like pick up on it, but he's also gonna just kind of subtly look at him like, the fuck are you saying? You know that none of this is true.
Yeah, so you know, we're just really just hoping for some place for everybody to just rest while we sort of, you know, plan our next moves. We've been playing a lot of shows and everyone's getting real tired. Voices need to rest, etc.
I'm sure. Well, her generosity always says to never leave the door closed. You always leave it open because you never know who's going to walk right in. So glad you did. So, well, I don't think we can fit 100 in the Three Sisters. She's just, she's not, she doesn't only fit only 3 sisters, but she certainly can't fit 100 sisters if you know.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, but we could probably do some there, and then we can reach out to the neighborhood, ask which of our neighbors would be willing to house a few families.
Sure. Like I
love-
said, though, we don't want to be an imposition at all. We don't want to put anybody out.
Oh
I
no,
mean,
we wouldn't.
Could they could we at least have their bring their ships to the dock, and if they need if they needed to stay on the ships they could, but of course they would love to explore the town and and partake in some lovely wares. I smell some delicious bread. I'm sure that they would love to eat.
Oh, I love that. Well,
Oh,
we can't have too
yeah.
many ships in the dock because Mirage City will look over there and think we have a party going on, and they'll invite themselves, and that never turns out well.
Oh yeah, I can imagine a big
Okay.
city like that's got to be kind of overwhelming to have so close by, huh?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can, we can also just, we can see about maybe condensing some people onto, one of the larger ships and maybe having it dock. We certainly don't want you to get.
No, you guys deserve full beds. No, we will reach out to our neighbors and see how we can house you. I mean, we won't ask for money. We won't ask for gold. We won't ask for potions or magic items or everything that most people offer when they come in. All we just ask is that you participate in town activities, help and cook, help and clean. Maybe you could put on a show for us.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sure that we could. Sure that we could arrange something, right? If, in exchange for this incredible welcome that you're offering.
Kalen pulls out his Simpax and is texting Carlo. Do you have anyone over there? How many instruments did y'all bring along? Because he knows they're coming from the weeds, so theoretically there's some good musicians on there, right? But like, how many musicians are on your ship right now?
They could just sing like a choir. Could just be like a choir.
Yeah, it could just be like a choir. Yeah, you send this text off to Carlo. Seems like he's busy landing, but we'll get to you soon. So I says, do you want me to introduce you to anybody? Do you need food? Hey, have you eaten yet? It's first thing in the morning. You got to make sure you eat before you get your day started. Have you eaten? He pulls the bread out of the front of his overalls.
Oh wow, fresh from the pouch there. Thank you.
This is my test loaf. It's always the best loaf of the day.
Julian is thinking to himself, that's not what the word test means. But okay.
My best loaves are always when I let my imagination just run with it.
He takes it and under this man's very careful gaze, splits it in half and offers, a bit to Kaylin and a bit to Daisy.
Yeah, Kalen will take it, eat it.
He goes, "This is honeysuckle and vinegar. You're gonna love it."
Julian chokes some down.
Hey, it's actually pretty fucking good. How dare you?
No, like he eats some, but I think it's like, he's concerned about.
Sure.
There's a lot happening.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Great. Well, okay. We're gonna try to, just get in contact with the rest of our group here, and is there a best place for us to sort of meet up while we're sort of waiting to hear back from your townspeople, or?
Well, I'll get the neighborhood line going. Hey, Doe, can you sing the neighbor trust song? She goes, "What did you just call it?" He says, "The neighbor trust song." She went, "The town theme song?" He's like, "Yeah, that." She's like, "Yes." She just kind of like Like, what the fuck? Kind of like goes back to play. As you can see, she starts like playing a very like particular tune, and you can tell that like her fingers start to glow a little bit, and it amplifies its sound, so that it begins to pick up a little bit more in the village. He says, "Yeah, so you can just head on inside to the Three Sisters. We'll have a quick town meeting, get to see how many of you we can take care of."
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you for that. If you don't mind, I'm actually just gonna pop back to our ship and just grab the rest of our initial,
Oh,
our sort of.
please, the more the merrier.
Julian is gonna give Kaylin like a very significant look, which I think is meant to. He's helping to communicate like don't stray too far, and he's gonna go and fetch Alan and Corvin from the ship.
Okay, so Kaylin, you watch Julian start heading towards the direction of the airship. What are you doing? Daisy's standing next to you.
How you feeling, Daisy?
You know, it's all right.
Yeah. Okay. You think you'll?
Not
You think you'll?
skeletons.
Yeah. Right. No skeletons. Think it's good place to stick around for a while.
I feel much safer around Gemma, but this is all right.
I mean, you said Gemma comes here, right? So maybe she'll come by.
She's actually busy trying to stop Chinthryx from taking total control of the inside of Terrapine. But you know.
Yeah, that's yep. That probably would keep her away. But there's always hope. Maybe she'll succeed, and then she can come hang out. We'll see.
So what are we doing?
Let's see. Well, let's see. I've gotten an eye, not go anywhere. However, yeah. No, I think Kaylin's gonna just go over to the little duck lady person.
Doe, yes.
Go. And he'll pull out an instrument, and just kind of strum along, and more in the like not singing or anything, but just like more in a like he's gonna play along with her as or with that. What does this? What pronouns does the duck use?
Doe uses she/her pronouns.
Okay,
and her name is spelled DOE.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, he's gonna go and play with the duck, and as he plays, he's just gonna kind of like inquire, like, oh, how long have you been here? Oh, how long you been playing? What's the town like?
Yeah, she gives you the facts that she's only been here a couple of months, but those months have been really, really great. The town is really good, and it's really focused on like thriving as a team, right? Her generosity is very focused on everyone's safety and happiness, and that it's nice to feel cared for like that.
Tell me more about her generosity. I'm so intrigued.
Oh, well, she's just the person who made this little town.
That's pretty cool. I'd love to make a town. What does she look like?
Oh gosh, she's really tall. She's got this beautiful, like light dusty red skin, and the horns that she has, they're just magnificent.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds pretty beautiful. And what does she, she started the town. What does she do?
Oh, she's a scholar.
Oh, okay. What does she?
She goes on expeditions to find lost information.
Oh, that's really cool. What information has she found?
Just lots of historical things, like about what happened when the kingdom shattered. and everything that happened since then. She's gone and reclaimed artifacts. She's found old writings, old books. Gosh, the last place she went was this library. I've never seen a library before. I mean, there's a difference between a bookshop and a library, you know? But it was this ancient library in the Catalzi Kingdom, and she said that there were floors and floors and floors of books that mostly been eaten by time, but she managed to find a few.
Wow, did she tell you about any of them?
No. Well, she read a few of the stories that she found in one of them.
Do you remember any of them?
Oh, they were mostly just of the Apotheon sisters.
Oh, that's pretty cool. What did they talk about?
Oh, just their adventures.
Hmm.
Their time in the Feywild, their time in the shadow, you know?
Hmm. And what kind of artifacts did she bring back? Have you seen any of them?
Oh, I don't care very much for stingy things like that. Made one day ago or one decade ago, it's still just a piece of magic that I don't know how to use.
Hmm. And how
Why
long does
are
she
you a
usually?
scholar yourself? Oh, sorry, no, you please
Oh
talk.
no, please go ahead.
I was just wondering if you were a scholar yourself.
Oh yes, I have a very deep thirst for knowledge. I like to try to learn as much as I can about as many things as I can because you never know everything. There's always so much more to learn.
Yes.
And how long does she usually go out on these trips?
Oh, she said that this one should be relatively short.
Hmm.
Gosh, yes, I think she said she would be back by. Oh, I think she said she'd be back within the 5 day.
Okay, well, yeah, it would be great to meet her. I'd love to share stories and share knowledge.
Well, I'm happy to play with you as long as you want until she gets back.
Beautiful. I love it. I look forward to it.
And if you have any questions before she gets back, he should be around.
Oh, who's he?
Oh, sorry. Uh, it's so weird that you don't know any of this. I'm just so used
Yeah,
to.
first
I
time
don't get.
here.
You know, the newcomers usually just take one look at a bard and keep walking. I'm not. You know,
I
I'm
mean,
used
as
to
a
meeting
fellow
everyone when
bard,
everything is.
of course I would come and say hello and chat. And I mean,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, we'll have to play at least some songs for the tavern while you're here. They just love when groups come in and play.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, we've got some very talented musicians. But who did you say he is?
Oh, the trusted one.
Okay, okay.
Oh
And
no,
what
he's
is
sorry.
his role?
His name is Thievius.
Devious. Okay, and what does he do?
Oh, he's her generosity's husband. So he manages
Okay.
things while she's away.
Oh well, that's very convenient. To have somebody to take care of everything while you're away. Do you
Right?
know?
I want to be in love one day.
I know, right? Start a whole family. Do you know? Do they have any children?
I it's a bit of a sensitive topic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a sensitive topic, but
No, 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 it's
just
okay. It's
just
just that they've lost several and hope to find them one day.
oh,
But one of her generosity's
okay.
kids is around. I actually think she went with her generosity on this adventure, though. She'll have to wait to meet her for when she gets back as well.
And I I don't mean to pry, but I am, like I said, a thirst for knowledge in all its forms. Do you know how exactly they lost the other children, and do you know how many of them there were?
Are you new to the wilds?
I can't say I've spent a ton of time here. Most of the time, this is honestly the first time we're really even planning to stay in for a long time. Usually, we come in, we play a show, we leave.
Well, you must be mighty lucky because we're around these parts, families that are together are the weird thing.
Hmm.
Wilds tears a lot of people apart.
Yeah, we've been so lucky to keep everyone together.
Yeah, you got a whole band, right?
Yeah, we've got a whole band, and we really we've been lucky because we really appreciate our families and we want to keep them together, and so
What kind
we
of
do,
music
and
do you
that's why
play?
there's so many of us. Oh well, really we play just about any kind of music you can think of. We
Oh,
we
you're
do
like a
like
cover
to
band?
we play covers, we play jazz, we play classical music, we play have you heard of Lizzo?
No. What's
Oh,
that?
you're gonna love Lizzo. Lizzo is fantastic. Lizzo absolutely slays on a flute. So you ask Lizzo to play some flute for you, and she
Lizzo's in
will
your band?
absolutely blow your mind. Oh,
Lizzo's in
yes,
your band.
yes,
Wow.
Lizzo's yes, she's incredible.
Okay.
She's incredible. Um, so you have to hear Lizzo. Lizzo is probably the only person in all of Ackerman, quite frankly, who can uh, play the flute and twerk so eloquently at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah, she's incredible. You're gonna love her. And yeah, so I mean, we play a lot of things. We just enjoy ourselves. But yeah, and so I know. Yeah, it's been tough keeping everyone together for sure. The wilds is definitely a dangerous place. But do you
Yeah.
know? Do you know
Beast speed
how
saved my
many?
parents in front of me.
I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so terrible. Do you do you know how many children it is that that Thebes and um the her generosity have lost?
Uh, uh, no, I don't reckon I do.
No. So
Why is it
sad.
a story so close to yours?
You know, I I think part of the reason that we like to keep our traveling band family together is, yes, I have lost some family members, and it's it's never easy to lose someone, regardless of the circumstance.
Oh,
And so yes, I do feel for their pain.
well, if you look around, she took that pain and turned it into beauty. She's put every brick down on this town, hoping that her children would have a home to come to.
So they're still out there then, these lost
We
children.
hope so.
Well, I do hope that they return.
Me too. She says that the day it happens, it'll be a holiday for the rest of time.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure she would love to have her family all together again.
Don't we all?
Hmm. Um, and I think
Go ahead and
I
roll a
think
perception check for me before you say the next thing you say.
okay, okay. 14.
Okay. You've been like playing for a little while now, and you have been kind of just casually looking around, while this is happening, Bread Guy has gathered this like whole group of neighbors to the north, and they're all chatting animatedly amongst each other. And beyond that, there is a guy who has not joined that force. He's got this like spiky blue mohawk and these blue wings, and he's actually one of the few armored people that you've seen here so far. And he's been sitting there sharpening a stick with a knife and just been slowly watching this conversation the whole time.
Who's that guy? The blue wings. He seems pretty cool.
Ah, that's just Wolpricks. Don't worry about him.
Oh, I'm not worried. What does he do around here?
Glower mostly. What a sourpuss.
Well, why don't you think he's joined up with everybody else?
Yeah, he's definitely gonna let someone into his house. Okay.
And have I perceived anything else around here?
I don't think you have.
No. Okay.
Well, I know that the neighbors are all talking about, housing, and if you need a house to stay in, mine's as good as any, so just let me know.
Fantastic. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that.
Anytime.
I'm gonna go see what's going on with the rest of our ship so that I can figure out where everybody's gonna stay.
Yeah, meanwhile, Julian, you've reboarded the ship, and Alan and Corvin are literally like plastered to the window, just like pointing at things. Just kind of looking around. What do you say when you see them?
Julian gets on the ship and sees them and just immediately goes, I don't like the vibe.
Huh?
It's too nice.
Alan makes a face like, you.
You know, like do you remember that time right after Gideon went to live with you when the Arcanon was doing those big morning brunches after services? And it was like, if you didn't act like it was the best thing that had ever happened, you were like shunned for weeks.
Yeah.
It's like that, but the whole town.
Okay, so we go pretend to like their bread for a little bit.
Yeah, I told them that we were a traveling band, and Kaylin convinced them that we don't like to separate families.
Ironic. All right.
It was the best I could come up with at the time. I was trying to appear non-threatening and as if we weren't going to be questioning their every move.
Well, it seems like you've done a good job if they've invited you to stay.
Yes, they've invited to open their homes to us. There's simply not enough room for everyone at the Three Sisters, which, let's not unpack that name at all.
Three Sisters? Like the Apotheon sisters?
Do you know of three other sisters?
No?
That is my guess.
Okay. Well, the Apotheon sisters are by and large kind, generous, and giving deities. And if these are people who all pledge themselves to those three gods in particular, we're safer than not. Temp check, my best bet would say leave the weeds to count their own, arm themselves to their best of the ability, stay safe. We'll stay here for a night, figure out if they are who they say they are, and if it's all clear in the morning, we'll invite them to come down.
Okay. I trust you on this.
I'll stay here, and you go figure that out.
Yep. Okay. Corvin, are you staying? Going?
Corvin looks at Alan. Alan just goes. Corvin sighs and goes, no, I suppose it only takes one person to make sure that the ship isn't stolen. I will be attending with you.
Great. Let's get going.
Can't wait. Have any songs we could listen to on the way?
Well, we're a traveling band, aren't we? So maybe we should just make our own songs.
Oh,
Gordon?
that's what I heard this morning. Rehearsals. Let's go.
Yeah, that was complicated.
Oh, you're complicated. Great.
Julia just doesn't even. Julia just
yeah, you just leave together.
Yeah, just goes.
Yeah. All right. So at that point, you start heading back up towards the ship, Kaylin, as you see Corvin and Julian descend the ship and begin walking their way towards the square.
All right, so what's the plan?
Are you just leaving, Doe? Are you not going to introduce us to your new friend?
Oh, I thought I had walked up to the.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
Yeah, you
cool.
did. You left Doe behind. Doe's still strumming in the square.
I didn't realize. Sorry, I thought that Doe was still with you. Well, the plan is for us to stay the night and get a vibe check, and in the morning we'll reevaluate.
Okay, so that means we're leaving Carlo out there in the weeds alone all night, or in the wilds alone all night.
The other one. What's his name?
Niav.
Niav is with them, ostensibly. Stay in touch with the syntaxes.
All right. I will let him know that that's the plan.
Okay.
Kaylin just shoots a little text to Carlo, tells him the plan.
So the only text you receive back from Carlo says, Vo here head counted a lot of set builders. And that's the only context he gives you.
Okay. A lot of set builders. Okay.
Does Kaylin show this text to Julian or communicate it?
Yeah.
Julian says, tell them to practice their scales.
Yeah, so Kaylin will send that over as well.
Just dislikes response to it. With that, you can see the neighbors are all kind of talking amongst each other, and they keep peeking over at you. They seem to be wrapping up the conversation. Are you doing anything before they bring you back into their fold? Okay, so as you guys are wrapping up the conversation, Breadman waves you back over again.
Julian goes back over to Breadman.
All right. So waved over by Breadman, you all kind of come to ingratiate yourselves in the circle as well. Everyone pulling up, and at that point, Breadman goes, all right, well, we've talked to everybody. We've ran around to the neighbors who can't leave the house, so we can go ahead and host every family.
That's fantastic. Why can't they leave the house?
Free to a home. Well, just some of them are still waking up. It's still mighty early. You make them come out here in their pajamas?
Right. No, that makes sense. I'm so sorry. Some of the places that we visited have a much less wholesome environment, and so I always just get a little worried when I hear things like that,
No. Hey, it's culture shock to find yourself in a place where you can be truly safe. That's going to take a lot of unpacking to do. We're here with you for every step of the way.
We appreciate that. The rest of our party is actually still traveling. They won't be here until tomorrow. So for tonight, it'll just be just this small group here.
All right, you all have time to get ready then. Head back to your houses. 3 families. We don't know how big those families are. That could be a family of 3. That could be a family of 7. You have to be ready for whatever comes in your door, okay? I'm talking potluck style. I'm talking cots. I'm talking extra pillows. I'm talking making pillows with fabric and bays of hail. You have to be ready. And everyone's
that
like,
seems
yeah,
like an awful lot
absolutely.
of work. You know, we don't want to.
Hey, we're just mostly excited to see you play. All right, break. Everyone disperses.
Thank you again so much
Yeah,
for this kindness. I beg your pardon. You said that her generosity is not here currently. Do you know when she'll be getting back?
Should be back within the 5-day.
Great. And in the interim, is there anyone that we can, sort of just direct our thanks to, aside from, of course, you and the lovely, lovely townspeople?
Oh, you got any big concerns? You can take him right up to Thievius.
Thievius, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And who's he?
Oh, warm-hearted Thievius is actually one of the. Is actually the only. Sorry, depends on who you ask. As far as my opinion goes, the only kind leader of the Iron Eater Enclave around these parts.
Julian knows what the Iron Eater Enclave is, doesn't he? Yep. Cool. He's gonna try to be very chill about that.
Yeah, big thing to drop that casual, huh?
And I'll go, oh wow, I can't say I've ever met anyone from the Iron Eater Enclave, but some of the things you hear,
Oh, ghoulish stories. And that man wakes up every day to fight for a better legacy. Can you believe it?
that's really powerful.
incredible.
Julian's hands are starting to sweat.
You mean Misha's?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yep.
If you're intimidated to meet him, you let me know. I'll make a personal introduction. I know it can be scary at first. You're like, what? Iron Eater Enclave?
A personal introduction I don't think is necessary right now, but if anything comes up, we'll definitely reach out. I think for now we're just gonna,
Oh, he'll be reaching out.
Great. Well, since there are so few of us, I think we're just gonna head over to the inn for the night. Kick off our shoes and get some rest and some food, and then we can see the rest of the group in the morning. It'll be exciting to see everybody again tomorrow. We've been, we miss having everybody together when we're all on separate ships for the traveling.
I will make sure to pack plenty of handkerchiefs in case it is a teary reunion.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
In the meantime, you can just head on into the tavern. Make sure you tell the tavern keeper that you are guests of the Three Sisters, and everything will be taken care of. No money.
Wow, that's incredible. And just out of curiosity, I'm a little bit of a history nerd. The tavern, is that named for the Apotheon sisters?
Oh, you betcha.
Very cool. Okay. All right. Well, we'll head on over there now then.
There's actually a place to leave offerings at the door for the Three Sisters as you walk in, just in case you also follow their ways.
Oh, incredible! Thank you. Yeah, there's definitely some among our number who will be appreciative of that.
All right. And then he just kind of waves at you, and are you guys heading into the Three Sisters?
I think we have to now.
Listen, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, let's go ahead and head into the Three Sisters.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Are you guys saying anything to each other while you go?
So just for clarity, it's myself, Kaylin, Corbin, and is Daisy still with us?
Yes, Daisy is still with you.
I think Julian's just gonna say to Daisy, like, are you staying with us?
I reserve the right to bail at any moment.
Yeah, heard. Okay.
I think, well, I would like to. Actually, no, I guess it doesn't matter. It's known information. So Kalen will, like, as they're walking down, just kind of relay everything that he learned from Doe.
Julian just kind of takes this information in, and outwardly keeps like a pretty chill appearance. But I think he's just sort of mentally taking notes so that he can not only relay information back to Alan, but also be prepared for any inevitability.
Well, with the two of you heading in, with the four of you heading into the Three Sisters Tavern, we will go ahead and pick up after a 5-minute break and see what lies for you in the tavern and for the rest of your stay here in Karen Coast Village. All right, see you soon, Godslayers. Welcome back, Godslayers. We return to our adventure, not quite in the Three Sisters Tavern. No, we return just for a glimpse as we get back into the world of Acramon, just a couple leagues to the north. In this large clearing, we watch one Niavo walk into a clearing where 13 ships have landed. Instantly, you notice a few people pop out to the tops of them, just peering out into the open, whispering amongst themselves. You see injured, you see wounded, you see people leaning on others. We see another group come up with a purpose. It's like they're not even looking around them. They're not taking the time to stop and take in the wilds. No, they've just immediately gone up to the masts on these airships and taken their axes to them. We watch 1, 2, 3 masts fall, and people start breaking it into portions. We see Carlo Malone poke his head up, turn to someone and say, all right, which ship isn't going to be able to fly after this? Someone goes, oh, it's that one right there, pointing to one near the edge of clearing. And he goes, all right, tear it down. We got this. And you just see people going to work, not even for a moment stopping to take in the fact that they have landed. And we see that there's one person just still amongst this relatively quick chaos. It's this girl with just this beautiful, just dusty purple hair, stopping as she's walked off the ship, her feet hitting the ground. And she's looking intentional about it. Her feet are on the ground, and she's realizing that her feet are on Akramon's ground. We watch Mel Malone lean down and just claw her nails into the dirt and pull out a chunk of it before rubbing it through on her hands. She takes a long moment, just goes, huh. The same up there too. So from there, we cut to a few hours later. Now, the 4 of you have posted up happy as clams as can be in the Three Sisters Tavern. I assume, now tell me, are you sitting at just at a table that's made for the 4 of you, or are you posting up at like the pool? Are you playing pool? Are you huddled by the fireplace? Tell me where you've taken cover for the last few hours.
I think Julian has been reluctant to eat or drink anything.
Sure.
And so I think he's been just kind of posted up by the fire, like writing in his notebook, not writing anything of consequence, just in case. Almost like a journal entry, but making it sound very like, oh, like we've arrived at the most quaint little town. The people are so lovely. It's so nice to have a warm welcome, just in case it's being watched by anyone.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you've pulled up like 4 stools to sit by the fire with. Because it's not like so occupied that those stools would be missed elsewhere, you know. And the 4 of you have taken refuge at the fire. Julian, are you on this map?
Oh, I thought I traveled, but apparently not. Hold on.
Untravelable. You have learned the name of the bartender who's been serving you this whole time, completely on the house, if you choose to eat or drink. Her name is Jorlyn Fowler. Very cute furball girl. Has seemed like the most normal out of the people you've met. Right? She's just been kind of like She, you know, honestly, like the fact about her that's felt the most normal is she hasn't been thrilled that she's just here to give you free drinks all night, right? It's like, normalcy, right? You know, it's just like, you know, that is not like her
I
favorite thing to do.
cannot move.
Let me help you up on the counter. Okay. Why can't I literally can't even move you, bud? What happened? You
I
need
don't
to.
know. Do I need to leave and come back?
Yeah, you're cursed. Bye.
Okay.
You have the plague. Good night. So you guys have been posted up. It seems like Julian's been writing in his journal as much as he can. Kaylin, what have you been up to?
I think Kaylin has mostly just been chatting with Corvin and Daisy. But I think he also would actually want to chat with Jorlin, considering she seems the you know, I'll just say it, he or she's the only one who doesn't seem like she's, you know, got the
Cultist. Yeah.
yeah, you know, with the swirly rings in her eyes or something, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think Kaylin would go to the bar. Kaylin would sit at the bar and maybe in a there's not going to be any good spaces to not have people hear us. So yeah, he would sit yeah, there we go. He would sit at the bar.
We could just say you waited for the right time, right?
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, so he kind of just sits in one corner alone. And then he goes to, you know, order a drink and just starts chatting up Jorlin.
Very
Yeah,
you see she walks over and she sets this like pie down on the counter. Oh, now it's behind the counter. She sets the pie behind the counter, putting it away. You can't have a slice. And then just kind of turns to you, does the classic like bartender like rag, starts putting it on the counter and says, "You know the drink?"
Yeah, that'd be great. So how long you been in Karen Coast Village?
Any drink?
Yeah, beer. That's all I could think of.
No? All right, we'll do.
Yeah.
And then she actually turns around to grab you something, and then she comes back. She slides it over to you, and she says, "All right, now that information you're so eager to have, what can I do you for?"
Oh, I'm new in town, and so I'm just trying to get to know people. I'm just wondering how long you've been here.
Yeah, you're new in town here, but what town considers you old news?
You know, many places really. This is the first time I've been here, but I've been around to pretty much everywhere else. So I guess I'm old news anywhere else.
Roll a deception check.
I have at least an 11 because that's my thing. What is the total there? 27.
I literally can't roll that well. Okay. 18. So there. Oh. Wow. Get around. Cool. Well, this town is pretty much the same as every other town, in that it has a hesitant but sturdy safety that everyone's really enthusiastic about.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. You say it's similar to every other town, but that's the thing. There's something like everybody's really enthusiastic here. Like,
yeah, they're encouraged to choose joy.
Interesting. And what about you?
Or you could just be sad that your fucking parents got eaten or whatever Doe talks about every day.
Well, that, I mean, but that is sad. I mean, to see your parents eating right in front of you, I mean, that's pretty sad. You gotta admit.
Wilds are a sad place. Which is why
Yeah,
everyone's so
that's
happy to be here.
yeah, interestingly, except you don't seem to be as happy as the rest of the folk.
Oh, I'm peachy keen. It's a good job, pays well. I have a home. I don't have to worry about getting eaten alive like those parents.
You make a good point. All right. So how long you've been enjoying this village here?
4 years now.
Okay. All right. And where were you before that?
Terrapine.
Terrapine. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I've heard some interesting things about Terrapine recently.
Haven't been there though, even though you've been all over.
Yeah, I've been to Terrapine. Not as of last couple weeks, but I've been to Terrapine. I've had somebody tell me that now there's one of the guilds is trying to take over Terrapine.
Oh wow! Did Chintrix finally do his whole skeleton plan?
That's the news. That's what I've heard. You've heard about that?
Yeah. I mean, it's why I left the union when my parents asked me to join it when I turned 18.
I gather that was roughly 4 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, and so you left Terrapine because you didn't want to join Ursimo Union.
Not into skeletons. Really into job security.
Fair, valid, yep. And of all the places and all the jobs, why this job and why here?
Probably because her generosity and Thievius do their best to make sure that everyone here stays happy. That means that they deal with every problem that comes this way from 1,000-mile direction, looking to cause problems.
Wow, just the two of them on their own do that?
Yes.
They must be pretty powerful then.
I mean, there's quite a few powerful people in this city. I mean, the people who are most powerful are the ones who are most looking for a break, right?
Suppose that's true. Well, if there was one thing that I should make sure that I do before I leave town, what would that be?
Have a full rested night where you and your colleagues don't have to take turn keeping watch. It's one of the perks of being around. Remember, just a time where everyone sleeps at the same time?
Yeah, I haven't had that
Nice.
in a long time. Would be nice indeed.
Bread's pretty good.
I did have some bread
I
earlier.
don't know
It
what
was
happened,
good.
but I'm moving around Corvin and not Julian. Help me.
You need to right-click Corvin and stop controlling him, and then click. There you go. Nailed it, bestie.
Oh god, that was so scary. Okay, sorry, I was gonna come over and try to insert myself in the scene, but then I got so confused.
Okay, well, your time to shine is now.
I think Julian's actually gonna roll over and join Kinglin at the bar and just sit down and go, oh, did you make another new friend, Christopher?
You know me. I make friends everywhere I go.
Yep, that's my brother for you. I hope he hasn't been talking your ear off too much.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I actually just wanted to know, what's the protocol for reserving or renting rooms for the night?
Yeah, your rooms have been reserved.
Cool.
You're
Do we get
under
keys,
care of the
or are
three
we
sisters.
just?
Yeah, I can give it to you when you're ready. She pulls them out from behind the counter.
Julian's gonna take the keys. Do they have? How many rooms do they have?
She's handed you 3 keys.
Oh, there's just 3 keys here. There's 4 of us. Are there multiple beds in the rooms?
Each bed has 2. Each 2 of the rooms have 2 beds, and one of the rooms has 1.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Cool. Christopher, are you cool if we head up? Are you going to hang out down here for a little bit longer, or I was hoping that we could maybe just get in a quick chat with the folks on the ships before we went to bed.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
well, make sure if you're gonna leave, you're gonna do it soon. Doe always plays a really beautiful song as the sun sets just over the mushroom and glows this beautiful color. You can't miss it.
That does sound pretty incredible. Should we go check it out?
Yeah. Let's go check that out.
All right, I'll just go grab our friends over here. So Julian's gonna go back over to the fireplace and tell Corbin and Daisy about this apparently incredible performance that they cannot miss.
Corbin's just a tiny bit tipsy. Continue.
What Kaylin would like to leave a tip to the bartender.
Sure.
In an amount that would be appreciated but not suspicious.
Sure. Yeah. Half a gold would probably be good.
Okay, great. I'll try to figure out how to take half a gold off my sheet.
Good luck. All right. What do you tell to your friends, Casey and Corbin?
Apparently, there is just an incredible performance by Doe, the bard that my brother Christopher was talking with earlier, and apparently she does it every night at just as the sun sets over the mushroom.
Yeah, I'd love to be around more music and more Christopher.
How you feeling there?
I'm great. So we're just gonna go roast some s'mores while the sun sets? Is that what we're doing?
Julian's gonna step like much closer to Corbin and just kind of lean in and just say like basically as quietly as possible so nobody hears. I think if we want to blend in with the townspeople for the sake of figuring out what the fuck is going on, it would be best for us to not miss the can't miss performance.
Okay. Fine.
Here's a beer, Corbin.
Thanks. Just downs it. just completely. All right. Let's go do the sing along. Do you think they'll make us do it in rounds? Can't wait.
All right. So, yeah, we go out to the thing.
All right. Yeah. So you guys head back out. You leave a nice tip. You head back out to Kieran Coast, and you are you walk out, and you can already hear that the Doe's strumming loud enough for the whole town to hear. And you can see that there are a bunch of people around as the sun is beginning to set. Oh no, that's the scary sunset. It's not that one. It's not that one. It was called Rosy Sunset, and I thought I could trust it. And this looks like a blood sunset. This so scared.
Like Blood Moon cutscenes in Zelda.
There we go. That's slightly better. Ish. But yeah, so Doe is still there. She started picked up. And you can kind of hear her kind of picking up. She's singing, at day's end when all is gone and feeling less than fine, I know that I'll stay on the road as long as you'll be mine. And she's just kind of like she's just doing her little jam, and you can actually kind of see that every time she does a kind of like big strum on her little lute, you can kind of see that there's these little like pangs of light that flutter up the mushroom, and then just a little bit more snow kind of falls out. This like sparkle dust that seems to fade back into the ground after a while.
What
Every time
happens if
I'm
you try to
gonna-
catch it?
yeah, Gideon, catch the rain in your mouth.
Wow, I'm so
Cool.
glad we had completely opposite thoughts on that, because I was about to be like, I'm gonna avoid this like the plague because I feel like this is causing the cultiness.
So Julian's gonna actually take out like a little like hempen bag, like a small pouch that he has, and he's gonna hold it open and try to catch some of the snow in it.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and you catch some of the sparkle in it. And
Does
you
it stay
close
in
it
the
off.
pouch or does it disappear?
It does. It does. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna pocket that for now. I'll study it later.
Sounds about right. Okay. Yep. So yeah, the whole town is gathering around to listen to her song. You'll actually notice that the sun is setting over Mirage City, and coming back down. So you can see that sometimes it's filtered through the lights of the chaos of just of Mirage City, but still the purity of the sunlight is the thing that's peeking through. Can I have both of you roll a perception check? That sounds so scary.
A 15, finally, not a
15.
shit roll.
Not shit roll.
16.
A 15 and a 16. Yeah, so that guy who you saw with who's sharpening the stick earlier is also here again. And the nice thing about that is he seems also to be standing near what you could maybe consider to be a new friend. Yeah, you see this very tall man who has the undeniable terrifying energy of an Iron Eater Enclave member, standing off to the side of this gathering and staring directly at you.
Julian just looks at him and then I think leans into our group and is like, I suppose that's
We already
Phoebus?
know that's Thievius, right? Because Joe told me, right? What Thievius?
Yeah.
Or yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, you're able to put it together at the very
yeah, that's
least.
Thievius. Well, shall we go say hello?
It probably would be rude if we didn't.
I agree. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, you're going over to Thievius. Is that all right? You begin to approach as the sun continues to grow dimmer and dimmer in the sky. You see that his gaze turns from calculated to somewhat delighted as you all approach. Have I spoken as Thievius yet? I did in the one shot. No, I didn't do it in the one shot. No, not the Kin Killer Blade one shot, right? I didn't do his voice.
No, I don't think we've met Thievius yet.
Yes! All right. Accent it is. Let's go. Sorry, I'm thrilled. I hope you can tell. Yeah, so you guys all come over and he says, "Oh well, out of there."
Hello.
Hi,
are you doing?
You must be Thievius. We've heard incredible things about you from the townspeople here.
Oh well, I promise. Every word of theirs an exaggeration. They're the true leaders of this town. I mostly just sit around and listen to them give me good ideas all day.
Would that we could all have such helpful birds singing in our ears.
I mean, yeah. From like a strictly metaphorical sense, I completely suppose.
Oh yes, sorry. Right. I was just thinking how much easier it would be for us if we had someone offering us their best for when we have to sit down and write new songs and things like that.
Well, I'm sure you songwriters always know that the real song is the only thing that can be found in your heart.
True.
Yes, hearts always tell the truth. What brought you to our town?
We're a traveling band. We're actually looking for a place to stay and sort of just recoup for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Arrows made it sound like you were mighty tired. What last gig tired you out so badly?
Oh, I think it's more so just the travel, lots of traveling. It's we have an awfully big group, and we try to keep everyone's families together. And it's hard to find a place for us to settle for longer than a couple of days at a time. So it's just a lot of moving and grooving.
Well, as long as you're doing something that makes your soul sing, that's really all that matters.
Absolutely. Well, my name is Marjorie. This is my brother Christopher. These are our friends. This is Casey, and this is Dorman.
Hi, I'm Dorman. Can you go ahead and roll a deception check?
Yeah.
I'm crying. Oh my god.
I'm sorry, did you say deception or performance?
Deception. You lied to him.
Sorry. A 13.
Well, let me do my roll. I get advantage. It's probably not going to come through on the right PC, I'm realizing. Corvin, thank you for your 10. Let me actually do it from Thievius for the second one. All right. Wow, okay, cool. Kaylin, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You legally have to answer honestly. Are you
Okay.
wearing your crown right now?
Oh. I don't think so because he was in disguise when he got on the ship.
Gotcha. Wanted to check and make sure.
I'm sitting over here going, yeah, he's king of the bards.
Yeah, I hope you were ready to tell it.
I'm not even gonna lie. Part of me was like, no, I can see. Yeah, no, because he was in disguise when he got on the ship.
Right. All right. So it's Dorwin,
Dorman, Casey, Christopher, and Marjorie.
All right. Dorman, Christopher, Casey, Marjorie. And then he points at you, Kaylin. And says, "You are mighty familiar. Are you sure we have not met before?"
It's so funny, every town we go
You
to,
get it all the time.
I got one of those faces,
I don't think people normally say that about your face with that hair of yours, but yeah. Must be funny.
I know. It's like, what can I say? The kids my age, we like the varied hair colors, Green happens to be a popular
trend, Didn't get the pretty face in the family, so has to do something to make up for it.
Oh, now don't you go being rude around here. We're nice to our family. All right.
Oh, he knows I'm just joking, and then Julian very intentionally elbows Kaylin.
Oh, nothing like family jokes and japes around these parts. All right. Well, I'm really excited to bring some of your levity to this here town. We could really use it, and I know that you said you've been traveling so much, but if you are feeling better at any point, we would love to hear your song.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We will definitely. Once everybody's had a couple days to rest and recuperate, get their instruments tuned back up, we can We can definitely see about that.
Oh, yes, I won't have it any other way. Unless you guys got a gig soon?
No, not anywhere near here. No, we're actually hoping to line up our next one. So that's
Oh,
part
then
of why
you
we're taking
will
a little
stay
break.
here through the week as guests of honor.
That is mighty generous of you. Thank you.
All right. You do not be afraid to come to me. If any issues arrive, well, you are here in this town. All right?
Thank you, sir.
All right. And I really don't care what story you tell, as long as you stay here with good intent and good faith. You hear?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. And he kind of claps Kalen on the back and then nods and heads off.
Can I do an insight check on the clap on the back to make sure that he didn't like leave anything on Kalen?
Yes.
Would it be an insight or would it be like an investigation or perception?
You can roll an investigation check.
A 14.
A 14. Yeah, no, nothing seems to have been left on his body.
And Kalen didn't have any weird reaction or anything?
Yeah. Kaylin, I think that you've gotten the like stay in line pat on the back more than once in your life, and so you know it when you get it.
Yeah. I'm also very aware that he's clocked my lie, so yeah. Yep.
And he gets up the steps and he turns around. And he says, "Oh, don't forget, we do family breakfast out underneath the mushroom every morning."
Sounds great. We'll be there.
Unless you're sleeping in, but you're always welcome.
Thank you.
Julian, can you please roll me a Constitution saving throw?
An 11.
All right. Yeah, you hear him start talking about breakfast underneath the mushroom, and it is so sudden all at once. Your head feels like it's splitting.
Like all the voices are coming around as a single cacophony. You can't piece any of the faces that are around you together, and you feel like you're falling through air.
Please go ahead and take $41 points of psychic damage.
I have to take out my calculator because I don't actually know how to do that math.
Okay.
What's your rule about losing more than half your hit points?
That's only if you go under. If you go under by more than half your hit points.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I have 32 hit points now.
Good for you. You feel like your soul is being sucked out of your body. Are you, one time when I got pied in the face as Sharpay during my high school, like flash mob to help encourage people to come get tickets to the show, and someone pied me in the face with shaving cream and it went down my nose and down my throat and I got chemical burn in my throat. I don't know if you know this about me, but one time that happened, and in the moment after the performance, right, it got slammed in my face. I was completely in the dark and I couldn't talk because I, again, had shaving cream down my throat. I had to communicate to someone, well, in a cafeteria full of middle schoolers, that I needed help immediately, even though I could not see or talk or smell or speak. It is a very fearful moment. Julian is having a very similar experience right now. Are you doing anything to get help, or are you just trying to be normal until the tide wears off?
I'm making the hand gesture at Kaylin that we've established.
Are you going to do it for the house? Are you going to do it?
We haven't talked about it.
Oh, it exists. Okay.
It exists in canon.
The hand gesture.
Yes,
The hand gesture. The hand
Yeah.
gesture. And well, here's the thing, Kaylin. You don't really need a hand gesture to look over at Julian and see him with a crown sliding off the side of his head.
Okay. I'm gonna go run to him and get the crown in place.
You run back to him and you try to move the crown up to this place, and it literally just slides off the other side of his head.
No, it doesn't. That's not what happens. because yeah. Oh God. I have nothing. The only thing I have is Mage Hand, and that's
We tried Mage Hand so many times tonight.
but this time it would work. It's not disarming. I would like to cast. Well, but this is special. Can I cast Mage Hand to keep the crown in place?
Yeah, you can. You cast
Great.
Mage Hand. You move the crown up to the top of his head, and now Julian's standing there with a crown on the top of his head.
Julian, not Misha.
You would be correct.
Okay. Oh God. I cast Liam's tiny hut.
Yes. All right. You. So okay. Let me pull up the rules to Liam's tiny hut.
Okay.
Lehman's tiny hut. All right. I'm trying to see how many feet of space you need. A 10. Okay, so it's just a dome. So it's going to be a 10-foot dome. Do you pull him anywhere? Do you just dome in the middle of the
We
square?
just dome. I'm not taking any chances of anybody else seeing. We're just gonna, and that's it. It's just gonna
Okay.
dome. Looks a little weird, but you know what? I only have so many options here.
Okay, so so I'm pulling 10 feet sort of just in every direction, and I'm going to go ahead and draw what that bubble would be right now. If you were to kind of call that 10 feet, you're going to have wool pricks directly in your dome.
Oh God, motherfucking. No. Okay. Oh God.
Here's the thing. Great call. I loved the call. I just said, oh, that call. She's a little dangerous.
But
Just do it.
But
Just do it.
Wait. It
Just do
doesn't
it.
say. It doesn't say that it.
A 10-foot radius of immobile dome of force springs
but it
into
doesn't say
existence
that the
around and
radius
above
starts in
you.
me.
Around and above you.
Around and above me, yes, but if the edge was around and I'm right,
If the casting range is self,
10-foot radius hemisphere, a 10-foot radius around and above you. Hard behavior, I swear to fucking God.
All right. Well, okay. Okay, so we've got the tiny hut, and
are you putting wool pricks inside of it?
I'd rather not, but
is it no hut or is it wool pricks in the hut? Pick a lane.
So you can either try to shove wool pricks out of the way and build the hut, or you can just allow wool pricks into the hut.
Oh, I guess.
You were muted, Cam.
Ooh.
Just shouting, just shove Wolprix.
Oh God!
Shove,
Everything
shove,
is gonna
shove,
get me in
shove,
trouble.
shove,
All right,
shove,
I'll shove
shove,
Wolprix
shove.
out of the way, and
Welcome to D&D, bestie, especially with Katie May. Jesus H.
Just to keep your guy safe, shove out of the circle. The dome appears. Corvin's not in the dome, guys. I don't see Corvin in the dome. Yeah, Corvin's down there and Daisy's over there. So at time of dome construction, unfortunately, it is not it's just the two of you. So we have an instant 10-foot dome. Let me see if they have any dome assets. One moment. One moment. Yes. Yes. Dome.
Incredible. Okay. Fantastic. So we're in the tiny hut, and oh God. Okay.
Julian, your consciousness is beginning to return
I was
to you.
going to say, I assume I'm still mostly incapacitated.
No, you're coming back now. Now, especially now all the sensory is gone and you're kind of
Does my
getting
gut hurt?
Yeah. Everything hurt.
Yeah, I think
hi.
as I start to kind of come back, I'm just like gasping for air and trying to like get my wits about me again.
Yes. Hi. Are
Yes.
you? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you, Kaylin.
Hey. Yeah. Great. So yeah. Yeah. The crown. It was not on your head. You're not. You're you. Now.
What?
Um.
Why would they have
So I
taken it
don't.
off? That doesn't make any sense.
No. I don't know. But the crown. It just fell off of you.
What is Julian's understanding of the Arcanic deck card?
Every implication that you are running through right now is a possible implication for Julian.
Cool.
Yeah. So the crown, it fell off, and then I tried to put it back on, so that you would not be you. But then
it doesn't work that way. They have to put it back on themselves. Why would they do that?
Yeah. I don't know. And so now we're in a tiny hut, and it probably looks really suspicious. I also had to push Wolfrix out of the way because otherwise he would be in the tiny hut
they're
with
gonna
us.
think we're murderers. Oh Jesus. Oh God. Okay.
I really hope not. You know. Do you have a disguise kit on you?
No.
No.
I can.
Okay. I have one.
Don't worry about it. I'm just get rid of it, and and then he casts invisibility on himself.
Oh, okay, fantastic. That's also not going to look suspicious either of my type. Okay.
I'm working with what we've got, Caitlin.
You know? Yep. Okay. All right. So what's the plan now, friend?
Take the hut down. Apologize to Wolfbricks. Tell him that you were playing a prank on your sibling, and then they pranked you back, and now you don't know where they went, and now you get to play a fun game.
Great. Yep. Definitely. Okay.
And I'll go back to the ship, and I'll ask Alan about what's happening, and we'll go from there.
Great. Yeah, I think we should all go back to the ship. That would be nice.
That'll be too suspicious. We can't. You have to keep playing the game.
Oh, I have to go stay at the inn. Oh, okay, that's fun. Okay, that's great. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So it has been certainly an hour since we had first got, because we've now been there.
Oh, so, you know it.
But I am once again. Well, actually, no, because we have Sympaxes. So
I'm once again asking you if I can form a psychic link.
Yes.
Don't waste the magic. Just use
the
Sympax.
Use the Sympax. Hope they don't Okay. Great. So I'm gonna take down the tiny hut. And great. Okay, sound wonderful. That's a plan. Let's go. Let's do it. And
Great. As soon as the tiny hut is down,
yeah.
Julian's gonna book it for the ship.
The hut. Are you bringing the hut down?
Yeah, I will bring the hut down. Yeah.
All right, you bring the hut back down. You see that like even like Doe has like stopped playing. It's just been like a record scratch moment as everyone's kind of
That
like.
sounds about right.
Walprix has been knocked into the barrels behind him, and they've toppled down. You have a few moments to turn this around.
Yeah, oh man, oh my gosh. You know, what'd you call yourself? Marjorie? Marjorie? That Marjorie, goddamn. She is one hell of a prankster. I don't know exactly what her plan is here. I'm so sorry about that, Wolfrix. Yeah, let's a round on me, shall we? Let's go.
All right, rounds on Christopher.
Great.
Everyone cheers, and goes back to vibing. If you can pass this performance check. $13? Yeah, I'll give it to you. Free stuff. Everyone's like, yeah! Get in, everyone. Chris is weird, but he's buying drinks. You know? Yeah, the vibe is it picks back up pretty immediately. Julian, you book it to the ship. When do you drop in your invisibility?
I don't think I do it until I'm inside with Alan.
Okay.
So I get on the ship and I jump in there and invisible, and then I strip off the invisibility as soon as I've confirmed that it's just me and Alan.
Yeah, the problem is it's not just you and Alan.
Okay, so in that case, I'm not stripping it off. Who's there?
All right. You clamber up into the ship and you see Alan is sitting there with Mel Malone, who who is just sitting casually across from Alan. They're both chatting. They've pulled out some sort of wine that they're both having. You don't know where this wine came from, but they both just seem to be in the middle of a conversation where Alan seems pretty relaxed and Mel seems pretty like she seems very casual, but she seems very pointed with the questions that she's asking. And so my first question for you, Julian, is do you know Mel?
Honestly, I don't know that I do. I think I met Carlos super briefly when Kaylin went to get him to evacuate the weeds, but I don't think I've met Mel.
Right. Yeah. And so you
might like Carlo wouldn't necessarily know you as Julian, but or maybe he would. Like, I mean, you've been to the weeds with me a lot, so you'd probably at least know Carlo well enough to know the name.
Sure, but I don't know that I've ever interacted with her.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, but if you've been in Carlo's place, then this like weird like half patchouli. I imagine the scent thieves, the essential oil thieves. That's what she smells like in my head. It's very recognizable.
That's very hot.
Yeah, she is hot. That's the other thing you gotta know. She's pretty fucking hot. But they're actually in the middle of a uncool conversation about null bites from void ghouls.
I'm gonna stay invisible and just listen.
Okay, so then you hear the words. So you're saying it'd be too late.
Is that from Mel or from Alan?
It's from Mel. She says, so you're saying it'd be too late. Alan goes, unless I mean the people outside seemed wildly helpful for no good reason, so we could try to take advantage of that for one night to see if they have any, but the odds are slim, and we wouldn't have enough time to track any of it down.
I think the tone of the conversation, partnered with the idea that Alan would be going to these people for help willingly, freaks Julian out enough that he drops the invisibility spell. And just goes, "What the fuck happened?"
Yeah, roll dexterity saving throw.
A 5?
You drop your invisibility suddenly and go, "What the fuck is?" And you feel this sharp blade cut over the top of your shoulder as, like, Mel has, without thinking, whipped around this moon crescent dagger in her hands and just flung it at you. Just like lightning sharp movement. As you just, this cut goes over the top of your shoulder. And then she, like, looks at you and she goes, "Wait, you're Julian." She stands up and starts to get, like, very close to you.
I'm holding my shoulder and going, yes?
Does that mean Winona's with you?
Winona? No. Why would Winona be with me? And then he puts it together. And I think he just kind of stops and goes, no. Misha Asarov and I had traded places.
What?
We traded places.
You traded places?
Yes.
So you went where?
I have been posing as Misha Asarov in Kurthis since the exhibition left for the Wilds.
What's your AC?
It's a 13. Should I have also taken damage from that blade hitting me in the shoulder?
Nah, that one wasn't. That one was curbed when she recognized you at the last minute. However, she's definitely trying to punch you in the face right now. So, 23?
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right. She cracks your it's a natural 20. She nearly breaks your fucking nose. She comes down and just crack right across your face. And she goes, "You mean to tell me that you sent a royal fucking twerp down into the weeds with my best fucking friend instead of, I don't know, a genuine wilds expert? Are you kidding me? I should." And then Alan kind of, like, comes over and is like, "Okay. All right, Mel, you are it just kind of, like, guides her by the shoulders a little bit over. Goes, you are understandably upset. Take a walk, cool off. Are you okay?"
He's now holding his shoulder and his nose. And he just kind of goes, it's less than what I deserve, probably.
Yeah, you hear her go, "Damn right it is." And he goes, "Hey, walk it off." "Why do you look like that?"
Me? Why do I look like me?
Yeah.
From what I understand, it's because either Misha took the crown off or Misha's dead. And I don't know which option is worse right now.
Well, our wildest anxieties won't change the fate of that now. It's best to stay on our path. Are you okay?
Yeah, I think we managed to cover quickly enough. I don't think anyone suspects anything. Although I'm starting to wonder if they suspect anything about anything, actually.
Well, we could have found the first good-natured folks in Ackerman. Wouldn't be too awful, would it?
No, except that their generosity's husband is an Iron Eater Enclave member, so I'm not super trusting.
Yeah, speaking of that, Mel speaks up. She looks at you, she goes, I need you to approach whoever that man who sounded important was and ask if you can get, what was it? Vials of liquid sunshine.
Who was bitten?
A few people.
Where is Vo?
Helping as best as he can. But,
Okay.
yeah, Zyvan's kid got bit, and we can't tell if what Carlo has is a bite or not yet. So,
Okay, yeah. Julian's gonna turn to Alan and say, what do I do? I can't go back out there like this. They all expect me to look like Misha.
why not? You're a new band member.
True. We could have just swapped places. All right.
Aren't there 100 of us? He doesn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's smart. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Julian like kind of like pumps himself up and then like leaves the ship. And I think he pulls out his Sympax and calls Kaylin like as he's doing that.
Kaylin, you're in the middle of forking over quite a bit of gold to pay for everyone's drinks when your phone starts buzzing.
I was
You're
muted.
muted.
Hello.
I was about to say, hold on, bestie.
Hi, Christopher. Christopher, is that you?
Yep.
Hey man, hey, it's Jerry. Listen, I just got off the boat. I slept through everything, I guess. But do you guys got room up at the inn? I don't really want to sleep on the boat again if I don't have to. He's like making a big show of this in case anybody's listening.
Ah, Jerry, you know, you always did sleep like a goddamn rock. All right, yeah, we got a space up here.
All right, great. Awesome. Cool. So you're just over at the inn? Yeah?
Yeah, come on over and find us.
Okay, cool. I'm coming. And hey, can you see if they have any of that liquid sunshine on tap?
Yeah, liquid sunshine. I'm on it. Got it.
Cool. And I would like to think that Julian has told Kaylin at least a couple of things about the wilds. And so this may be something that he has shared with him.
Sure, we can say that.
Yeah, and so
Yeah,
saying, I'm hoping
Kaylin
that
also
saying liquid
did sit down
sunshine
with
will.
Alan too. So.
Right.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that that will trigger some kind of action on Kaylin's part.
Yeah. So I'm at the inn at the bar. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I will approach our friend bartender, whose name I
Sure.
forget.
Jorlin
And yes,
Fowler.
that's the, that's the name.
Yeah.
I say, look, hey, can I get another drink?
Yeah. Is this one of your free ones or the ones you're gonna pay for?
Oh yeah, I'll pay for. Yeah, we'll do a whole nother round. Everybody, hey, okay.
Great! Pour a bunch of drinks at the same time.
Hey, you know, take your time though. It's okay. Hey, question. Do you know anything about liquid sunshine?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, do you know where I might procure some?
I believe that her generosity takes most of our stores when she goes on adventures in case of null attack. But we just received word that she will be back tomorrow.
Okay. Most of your stores, so hopefully there'd be something, left in case the null got loose and it came here. Do you think that there might be some lying around?
No. But if it's serious, we can have her drop it off first thing. She'd never say no to a cause like that.
Yeah, that would be great. Unfortunately, a couple of our bandmates got bit.
That's a shame.
So yeah, we're really hoping to get that taken care of as soon as we can.
All right, keep them out of town in case they turn.
Will do. Can I roll an insight check? Yep. I just want to see if they really don't actually have any right now.
Sure.
$23.
23. You can tell that there's probably an emergency store somewhere, but she looked at you, went, give it to this guy or have some around in case I get bit. And she went, have some around in case I get bit. Especially when she found out there are people that are turning around. She was like, no, you're good, but thanks.
So I think in the time that it's taken you to talk to
Jorlin
Fowler. You didn't make the name so damn complicated, Katie
my
May.
brain was gonna
Really, Jordan Fowler, like the Great Gatsby. That's one of the easier ones.
anyway. So I think Julian has made it to the tavern, and I think just kind of comes up to you and is like, "Hey, did you get a chance to ask?" And then just kind of gives a wave to Jorlin. It's just "Oh hey, sorry, I just woke up off the boat."
Yeah. So about that, hey Jorlin. Okay, look, I can definitely there was a kid, Jorlin, a kid that was bit. We have anything, a splash.
Yes, Thievius keeps the emergency amounts, but you're going to have to talk to him to get it.
Great, I will do that. Thank you. And he will leave a bit of an extra tip for.
Thank you. After you kept not remembering her name, I don't care at all. I have to I don't care at all. With that, what are your next steps?
I'm gonna tell Julian, okay, well, I guess we gotta go talk to Thievius. Not but you know what? Why don't you go up to the room? I'm gonna go talk to Thievius. Just I'll handle that with him. This way we don't have any other
Okay.
mishaps with Thievius.
Sure. Yep. Keep your Timpax on you.
I got it. Yep.
And
why don't you go and go, or you can even go back and tell Alan, whether you want to call him or you want to go see him, let him know I am working on it.
Okay, you got it.
All right. Well, there's a girl glaring at me from outside the window, so I'm gonna go up to the rooms with. What are you, Jennifer?
Who is this saying what?
Jerry, it's Corbin.
Okay.
I'll just go. All right.
Okay, bye.
I think
Dorman.
Julian takes Dorman to the one room that only has the one bed because he doesn't want to share with Kaylin and he wants to give Daisy some privacy. And I think he just kind of curls up on the floor to sleep.
That math doesn't work, but it's too late to go back. All right. Go to
Wait.
the one bed.
You
No,
could have gone
too
to the
late.
one with
One
the two
bed. You could have
beds.
gone to the
I
one
could
with
have
the two
still
beds.
gone to the one with the.
You could have gone. It would have been fine.
Okay,
But you're
great.
going for one with the full bed.
Oh,
with
no,
Corbin.
because
You're
there's
going back.
two. No,
It's
because
done.
there's two with
Corbin's
two beds, and then
second
there's
leads
one
you
with
to the
one
room.
bed.
I found one of our rooms.
Imagine knowing how math works.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, and then eventually, Kaylin, if you would like to look and see who the person who was glaring at Corvin from the outside was, yeah, that would absolutely be Mel.
Oh, okay.
And so when you go outside, she's standing out there waiting for you.
Okay. Well, hey, Mel, we got to go talk to Thievius. So if you'd like to come with me, feel free.
Yeah, that sounds great. Let's do it.
Okay, great. Let's go.
Who's Thievius?
He's like the guy here, like a leader guy.
A leader guy. Oh, like you.
You know what?
Like you're
Well,
the leader
listen.
guy.
Let's just get this done, and then you never have to talk to me again. Okay, let's go.
God, I could be so lucky.
Just let's go. Okay, we approach, and I will go up to Thievius and I say, "Hello, Thievius. How are you doing?"
Well, I am quite well, young man. How are you doing?
I received some bad news
Hold
from.
on. You done with your pranks and your escapades?
Yes,
Oh my
that
God.
Marjorie. That
Oh,
Marjorie. She always gets me every
Marges are a
time.
handful. I'll tell
know,
you.
They really are. What can I say? I don't know. Siblings. What are you gonna do? Yeah. I did receive some bad news from some of our bandmates. Unfortunately, there have been a couple who have gotten bitten by the null, including a child. I'm really hoping that there's some way we could get some kind of help, like some liquid sunshine to see if we can cure them.
How much do you need?
Mel?
3. She goes 3. Yeah.
Well, three would be so helpful.
Oh my God, 3. All right. I know I at least have one, but come on in. And he goes to lead you through this like front building that's in like the center of the square.
Great. Me, Julian, I'm not nervous at all about going into this house with these. Okay.
Yeah, no. You're fine.
Mhm. Totally
Everything's
normal.
fine.
All good. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Everyone's having everyone's doing well. Yeah. Mel follows you inside. So at least you'll go down together. And you head inside, and it is a house that is much more opulent on the inside than it is on the outside. You can tell that there are many fragments of adventure and long lives here in this house. If you would like to roll a perception check or something of the like, you are more than welcome to.
We'll roll all of the checks. Wow, what checks? Just perception?
Yeah, that was the one that I thought of, but if you think of something else, feel free to
investigation.
let me know. Investigation kind of implies that you're able to take the time to really poke around, which is something that you are not doing right now. But let's see. I believe this is right here. Yeah. So you are able to head in, and you are led up to this beautiful home, and on the inside there is a lot of opulence that I believe you would be used to as the person that you are.
Sure.
Are you signaling to Mel or anything? Are you setting anything up, or are you just going in?
I think Julian sends Kaylin a text just to be like, what's the status? Are you good? Not realizing the timing of it, obviously.
Am I switching to another scene, by the way?
In 10 seconds. I have to fix the
Okay.
floor on this one. I didn't think we'd be going inside of Phoebe's house.
Okay.
He's heading into his home. Let's go.
And Kaylin will respond to the text and just say, so far so good with Mel.
I think Julian just sends back like a couple question marks and then another text that just says, okay, with a thumbs up.
You know what? Kaylin's trying to get this liquid sunshine, so I don't think he's even going to take the time to be like, well, I ran into her outside. And yeah, no, he's not going to bother. He's just going to keep doing what he's doing.
Sure. And you're welcome to join me on the map called Large Fancy Home.
That's what I figured it would be. Okay.
So with that, you're sort of led inside, and you get inside, and he's leading you in. He says, "Well, I hope we'll be able to get to, all you set. If not, we'll be able to take the first stores that her generosity comes in with first thing in the morning. She should be landed in the dark of the night. So we can make sure that happens immediately. Now, my question is do you need healers? Do you need anything of that sort? Or do you have people who can take care of this once we pass it off?
We've got people that could take care of it.
Great to hear. And you're walking down like towards the end of the house with him, and he's walking slow, but still with a relative purpose. And he's leading you all in, and the first thing he says, so what'd you leave Kurthus for?
Adventure.
Ah, well, I figured you get plenty of that at home.
It gets old.
I never heard somebody say ruling got old. That's funny. Are you still walking with him?
Oh yes. Yeah, I just needed I needed to be on my own and take some time and do some new things,
You saying this, and he starts to rifle through all of these cabinets that are here. He says, I get it. Take your own time to do things. That's mighty important.
Mhm.
What things of your own are you trying to do?
Adventure, gain new experience, grow, learn. I got a thirst for knowledge.
Oh, makes a mighty amount of sense. You gotta know much to rule much, huh?
That's the
I
truth.
actually think that one of your gods must have sent us this way, because I was actually hoping to get a moment to speak with you, he says as he's looking through the cabinets.
Is that right?
Quite right. Yeah. Oh, but it's mighty strange. I don't know how to quite leap into a conversation telling a person that they're in an awful lot of danger.
Danger? What do you mean danger?
Well, he turns to you and goes, how much do you know about prophecies, kid?
I haven't run into any prophecies, sir.
He nods and he goes, well, there's this might evil one that her generosity and I have been reckoning for a long time that you are in danger of encountering.
Terrifying. I can't believe I haven't heard of this.
You know, prophecies, the winds of time can take them, they can slow them down, they can change them. You know, by the time the information reaches you, you hope it's right. But unfortunately, I mean, is it all right if I talk about this in front of her? And he points back at Mel.
Oh, absolutely.
He goes, oh, good. Well, welcome. And then he goes back to talking to you and goes, well, so I don't know if you know this, but I am a dad. I'm a father.
Oh yeah. How many kids you got?
Well, complicated question to answer. I will answer it though.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Her generosity and I, we've been collecting prophecies for quite some time. It's a rather special interest of ours. You know, figuring out what's written in the stars. Now, we got all our worries in a basket when we found out about this particular prophecy that we have been actively trying to stop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the kin killer prophecy?
I can't say that I have. That was not in the dossier, right? Yeah, no. So
No, not
I
at
can't
all.
say no. I can't say that I have.
Well, I'm mighty sorry to bring you this news, but essentially, with the prophecy, there's a dagger which we've been trying to track down for a couple of years now, to no avail. Its current collector has a pretty tight grip on it, but it is said whoever wields this blade can use it to, if they use it to kill their siblings. What they can do is bring more power to themselves and more power to the gods.
I'm sorry. This is not what Kaylin says, but the very feral part of me would want to be like, damn, I wish I knew about that a few days ago.
Yeah, no, very big that. I already had that thought. Whoops.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And we've had reason to suspect for a long time that there are powers in Kurthus who were trying to get the royal family to enact this prophecy.
I mean, one of my siblings
Correct.
might try to kill me?
Well, we don't know for sure. The prophecy's pretty vague. But basically it says, by persecution and first kin's betrayal undone. Oh, you're not betraying any of your kin, right?
Certainly not. Oh. Trail.
Yes,
What does that
blessed be the
even-
blade wielded by heart-bound kin against unbounded kin, with blade born of heartstone forged from within, once coal-sharpened burst, under summer unsung, by persecution at the first kin's betrayal undone. The triumphant diamond rule begun, now glimmer hilt plunged through chest deep. Man, I used to have all these memorized much better than I did now. Cements power in the coming of the eon, where skies will weep. Divine right brought by mortal unwieldy. Mortal ambition, mortal unyielding, blood dripping from the kin killer, both blade and they be. Only broken kin can grant old gods their eternities.
So that's a lot to take in, and I'm definitely not used to this. I don't know if you'd call it a Cairn Coast accent or what, but okay, that's a lot to take in. So, alrighty.
I have a copy of it if you'd like to. If you'd like me to
That's
send it to you.
yeah. You know, honestly, I like to read things. That definitely would help. Yeah,
Sure.
please.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. So okay. Um, blessed be the
Do you like the
blade
gods?
wielded by heart bound the gods. You know, what an interesting question that is.
Quite interesting. Yeah.
You know, there's
Yeah.
certainly a lot of them. Tell you that
Yeah.
much. Yep. Yep. So, but okay, I'm sorry. I have to wrap my head around this prophecy because you're telling me my life could be in danger.
Oh, sure. But
That's-
I'm leading back into it. So how do you feel about the gods?
Uh, like I said, there's certainly many of them, and I think they are quite opinionated. Certainly don't agree with each other. Tell you that much. Kind
No,
of
they
like
certainly do
siblings,
not. Huh?
you know. It's a little bit
Right.
like that. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Parallels in the prophecy, sure.
You
Yeah.
know,
Well,
I'm
that's the whole
saying.
problem. That's why I'm truly concerned for you. You know?
Oh, what? Why? What happened? Wait, what?
Oh, because if anybody read this prophecy and had more than two thoughts about it, they'd realize probably that if they could kill anyone who was at risk of fulfilling this prophecy, that they'd probably be able to prevent old gods obtaining more power.
But why? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to. There was a lot,
Sure.
right? Why is this related to me?
Well, we spent a long time trying to track down who we thought this might apply to.
Mm-hmm.
And we have reason to consider it is pairs of three siblings.
Uh-huh.
And usually, when it comes to prophecies, destiny begets more destiny.
Mm.
And
Mhm.
royals seem
Mhm.
awful destined, don't you think?
You know, sometimes. And I'm sorry, you said you had children. How many children do you have?
Oh, well, that's why we got so concerned about it.
Ah, I see. So I take it you have 3 children then.
That'd be true.
I don't think I've met them yet. Are they here?
No.
I'd love to meet them.
Oh, you'll be able to meet the little one tomorrow.
Oh, fantastic. What's her name?
Her name, she's the youngest, cutest little thing you'll ever meet. She is Mirafall.
Mirafall. Okay. Well, that's a beautiful name. And where are the other 2?
Oh, we're still trying to find him.
Find them.
Yeah, they've been lost to us for quite some time.
I don't mean to come off rude or
No, don't you worry about it. I pretty much inserted myself into your business. Only fair you can do the same.
yeah, how does one go about losing their children?
Wow, you really haven't spent more than what, half week in the wilds?
Yeah, no.
Well, here's hoping you don't find out.
I that's why I'm asking. I don't know what to avoid.
Well. So, 3 sun vials.
Yes.
You know, I'm looking through here and I don't think my stores, I think that, I think she must have moved them. I think they might be in the other room. One moment. Follow me.
All right. Mel, you coming?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Great.
And he leads you into this library and comes to this this bookshelf, reaches for an incredibly specific book, opens it up, and there are 4 vials inside that shine like the sun. And he turns to you and he says, "You ever heard the story about how Mortia lost her hand?"
I have indeed.
All right. Well, all I'm trying to tell you is if any nice looking flux folk come your way and tell you that they just have the prettiest blade that you ought to try on, I might tell them no.
Okay.
Closes the book and he hands the vials to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
Happy to help. And listen, her generosity. She spent a lot of time in Kurthis. She understands exactly what it is you ran away from. She's probably one of the few people who could get it. You might want to lean on her as you come to adapt to your new life out here.
I will certainly keep that in mind. Thank you. It certainly would be nice to have somebody to talk to who understands what that's like.
Anything else I can do you for?
That'll be all tonight. Thank you very much, sir.
Of course, but now that I've made sure you're taken care of, I could actually use some help.
And what help? What help would you need?
Well, you see, I have a colleague coming in to town
Mhm.
in a couple days' time. And I would really like to make sure it feels like something special. So I was wondering if you could get your band to play.
Absolutely.
All righty. Well, you got 4 days' time to get it all together.
Great. We will make sure it's done.
Perfect.
And I think with that, Kalen will take his leave.
Oh, yeah. Sprint out of the
Just
house.
gonna be like, okay, bye.
Perfect. Yeah, Mel quietly falls in step with you and is also heading out of the house. The
Great.
second that you get outside, she goes to take the vials from you, just like straight up out of your hands.
You're welcome.
Yoink! She pulls it out and she tucks it under her arm. She looks back at you and she goes, "You're gonna tell someone who's not me about that, right?"
Presumably she's talking about the
Yeah.
prophecy. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
no, absolutely. Yes.
Great. Not that I mind, though. I think we could probably do with a few less Osterovs around here. Night. Pleasure as always. And she pieces the fuck out. She doesn't even go like back that way. She like goes out through like the back of his garden
my
so she can go straight north again.
God.
So
Okay.
with that, Kaylin, where do you go?
Oh, I will.
I think you got a handful of texts from Julian that are all just like, "Hey, update, status update, hello."
Yeah, so I'm gonna head back to the tavern, Three Sisters Inn, the inn or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I will go meet up with Julian.
All right. When you get to Julian, sorry, do you have a key to Julian's room?
No, but I'll just go and I'll
Do we
text.
text
I'll
coordinate?
yeah. Text it to say meet me. I'm coming. I'm on from right here.
Orvin's
the
already
door.
asleep in the bed.
Great.
Yeah, Julian's gonna just kind of go out in the hallway and close the door behind him. So what happened?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're gonna need to go to a room. We cannot be in this hallway right now. Not gonna happen.
Okay.
So
Julian
let's
just
go
waits.
to a room.
Yeah, Julian just follows you into a separate room.
Great. I don't know where the rooms are on the map. If there are rooms, I don't know. But I'm gonna pretend that over by these stairs somewhere is a room.
Yes, you would be correct.
Okay. So we would go into the room and then he'd say, okay, well, so the good news is that we did get the liquid sunshine that we needed. Great news. Mel took it. She's gonna take care of that. So hopefully everybody will be good. Here's some interesting news though. Yeah, so that guy, yeah, he's not fooled. He is devious, not fooled, not even a little bit. He totally knows who I am. Did not buy the Christopher bit. And
Christopher bit was a great bit. That sucks.
Yeah, something tells me he's the people around here. Yeah, he's not like them. Neither is the bartender, but I don't know what her deal is. Anyway, yeah, he's not a cultist for sure because he's running the place.
Had we decided that this was a cult?
Did you not notice that everybody around here is like a zombie? They're all just like happy for no reason.
I mean, yes, I had noticed that. I didn't necessarily come to the conclusion that it was a cult.
Yeah, well, it's a little too strange to not be a cult. But you know what? That's neither
Do
here
you
nor
have
there
a lot
because
of experience with cults? Is that what it's like being in the royal family, Kaylin? Please tell us more.
You know what? Honestly, you know what? Here's the thing. I'd love to talk to you about it. Don't have time. Okay, so here's what I learned from this man who knows a lot about me, apparently. Yeah, so apparently him and the wife, they look into these prophecies and they have found one that potentially, applies to me. No big deal, whatever. Also maybe applies to their kids. Apparently they have 3 children. Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting because it says that there's of the 3 siblings and one of them's gonna kill another one with a kin killer blade. Yeah.
Does Julian have any familiarity with the kin killer prophecy?
Nope, you are a wilds expert, not a prophyologist.
A prophyologist, yes.
Yes, of course. Yeah, it's a lot. Got a copy of it though. We will definitely need to discuss this, preferably with Alan and Corbin because hello. And yeah, we gotta figure this out. But apparently, it can also apply to their kids or really any 3 groups of 3 siblings,
like the
which
Apotheon sisters.
Sure. Yeah, it did say something about granting old gods their eternities. So yeah, that's what I got from there. Oh, and also he told me that if I was approached by a fine-looking flux folk with offering something about a knife to avoid it.
I
which
think
I'm
we
assuming
should
is this
probably
kin killer
avoid
blade.
flux folk generally.
Well, some they're sure most of the time anyway.
Okay. Well, that's a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
And apparently this woman, her generosity is supposed to return in the morning.
Yeah. Yep. So she's supposed to be back tomorrow, along with the youngest of their 3 children. Is the name
Mirafell?
Sure. But he also said he doesn't know where his other two children are, so that was kind of weird.
Didn't you mention that earlier when you were talking to Doe about how they've been losing children? I thought that they meant the children had died.
You hear a bing as a text comes in from Alan that says, Mel has asked me to help. Send Corvin to watch the ship.
I'm going to send back a text that says, is that safe? ?
Alan texts back. Remember when I survived the wilds?
Yeah,
Julian
who knew?
gonna go sit with the ship himself, I think, rather than sending Corvin. Because Corvin is asleep and drunk. So he's going to show the text to Kaylin. And he says, Corvin's passed out. He had way too much of the ale from downstairs. I can go watch the ship myself. Will you stay and look after Corvin and Daisy?
Alrighty then.
I mean, it's either that or we all go back to the ship.
Yeah, you know, I don't love the idea of you being alone on the ship. Don't love it.
I think it's a great idea, but maybe that's just me.
Listen, sassafras. Okay.
Sassafras?
Sassafras, you heard me.
Did you learn that in your bard college? What the fuck?
All I'm saying is, I don't think it's a good idea to be on the ship alone, especially since you don't even know how to fly it. Granted, the only one who mildly would know how to fly it is passed out drunk right now, but still, I think we'd have. It's just better to be all together. That's my feeling. So
Okay, then use your big burly muscles and swing Corvin over your shoulder. I can't carry him.
I will do that. So I go and I grab Corvin. We go back to the ship.
You pick Corvin up and like in completely asleep, you hear him go, oh, hey. And then just kind of like curl up closer to you. Daisy was unthrilled to be woken up. But you all go to sleep in the ship, correct?
Yes.
Are you all sleeping at once? Are you taking watch? What does it look like?
I think
Take a
Julian
watch.
is actually going to stay up and read the prophecy.
You will take an exhaustion point. Are you willing to do that? Okay. Kaylin, you are sleeping as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Julian, it gets to be about 4 a.m. You have had a relatively uneventful. Seems like that town dies down real quick at night. People go right the fuck to sleep. It's quiet. It seems safe. Not a lot of people are running around. Everything's been genuinely quiet as you've been listening while you've been studying this prophecy. Until about 4 a.m. when you hear a knock on the hull.
Gonna look out the window and see if I can see who it is.
Yeah, so you look out the window to see if you can see who it is. And what map are you on, Julian?
Yeah, what map should I be on?
Oh, we could throw us back on the Fleeing Kurthus map. You're obviously not in the sky anymore, but don't make me change the background.
Yep, got it.
Okay. So Neov is not there anymore. Go away. We've got.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, you're studying the multiverse. I love you. You're such a quick fix. Look, now you're in water and everything. It's canonical. I'm unstoppable. You are sitting there studying. Daisy's asleep. Alan is not there. And Corvin is snoring louder than you'd like him to be on the second bunk. Kaylin, wait, are you sleeping? Where are you sleeping?
I
You
think
pushed all the little chairs together to make a pseudo bed.
yeah, sure.
Congrats on your pseudo bed, bud. So yeah, it's about 4 a.m. Julian, you've stayed up and you hear a tiny rap at the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna look out the window and see if I can figure out who it is.
Yeah, you look out through the peephole and nothing's there, but the knock on the door is subsisting.
If they keep knocking, can I
Okay,
wake
I'm
up?
gonna.
Maybe another knock or two. We'll see what
I think
Julian
I'm
does.
actually gonna like kind of kick Kaylin a little bit, like nudge him with my foot on my way to like answer the knock and just be like, somebody's knocking, like be prepared.
Yeah. So Kalen gets up and puts his hand on his rapier.
There's another knock.
I'm coming. Julian opens the door. Is there a door? We're on a ship.
You just gotta press like the hall open button.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right.
And Kalen will be standing directly behind him.
Yeah, you open the hall door, and there at the bottom of the hall is a tiny, tiny child in a very large robe. With a hood pulled over her head. She's got long hair that pretty much like covers her eyes. And she's like covered in like twigs and leaves and shit. And she's just standing here.
Hi.
It's 4 a.m. What do you want?
Hi.
Hello. Can we help you?
Hi. I wanted to make friends.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah, I just got back.
Who are you?
You must be Mirafel.
I'm Mirafel.
Great. 4 a.m. We're trying to sleep. Can you come back tomorrow?
Aren't you a pair of 3 siblings? Aren't you one of the 3 siblings?
And how can I help you with that?
I just wanted to meet someone like me.
Do you not sleep?
No.
That's weird.
No. I don't have to sleep if I don't want to.
Well, that does sound like something a child would say, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that makes sense. That checks out.
I'm Mirafel.
You just came back with your mom, is that right?
Yeah. She wanted me to ask if you needed any more sunshine vials.
I think we actually have everything that we need for right now, but we can check in with the rest of our group and we can let her know in a few hours.
Okay. Do you want to play until then?
Yeah, no. We're trying to sleep.
Oh. Okay.
Well,
Since you just got back from a long travel, it might make sense for you to try to get some sleep as well. And then once we've all slept, maybe
I
we
don't
can.
need to.
Right, but you could. It could be like a game.
That doesn't sound like a fun game. I have more fun games if you don't know fun games.
what's a fun game?
Oh, we could play tag, or we could make mud dolls, or we could take turns. Sometimes I like to electrocute trees.
those all sound like really fun games, Mirafel. I think we're just a little bit tired because we've also been traveling a lot.
The other game. The other game I like to play is that I have these little friends, and she holds her hand up, and a spectral, detached hand appears. She holds her hand up, and this spectral, detached hand appears, just like settled in her hand. I just learned this new game on my way back from our adventure, where I can make one of these now, and then I can let it hide in your ship, and then you have to find it. The hand skitters off and begins to burrow somewhere on your ship.
That's a great game, Mirafel. Thank you. Should we come let you know when we found it?
Oh boy. Do you think it's going to be hard to find?
you
Do
know-
you need extra time?
Here's a question
How much
for
time
you.
does it usually take to find the hand, Mirafel? And Julian's like holding up a hand to Kaylin.
It took my mom's friends 2 hours tonight.
How
Who's
many
your
friends
mom's
did your
friends?
mom take with her on her trip?
Quite a few. I like making friends. Though
Where'd
my
your
mom said
friends
I
go?
couldn't be friends with my sisters yet. She said I had to wait.
Why do you have to wait?
She says better to wait until the right time for the right amount of family.
That's good advice. That makes sense.
She says it's dangerous for us to be together still with the killer prophecy at play, and so I just wanted to come make sure that you weren't lonely too.
Are you lonely, Kaylin? Julian's gonna turn towards you.
Okay, oh god. Why can't I remember names? Now I want to call her Mirabelle. It's Mirafel. Okay, I was close enough this time at least. Mirafel, okay. All right, Mirafel. Well, I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Do you like hot chocolate?
Yeah,
Great. Want to have some hot chocolate with me?
I'd love that.
Great.
That's things friends do.
It is. It is. Yeah. Why
I
don't
can help
you?
make it if you still don't know how. I just learned.
You know, I got this. I got it. But why don't you
Okay.
have a seat, and I'll be right back.
Okay, and your friend will look for the hand?
That's probably a good
Yep.
idea.
That's what I'll do. Yep.
That's the games we're gonna
I'll do
play.
that.
I would start
Yep.
soon. He's had a lot of time to hide.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I go and get the hot chocolate and
Julian
We'll
starts hunting for the
bring it
hand.
back. I think there's definitely there's a moment away from Mirafel. Kaylin just kind of gives Julian a what the fuck? Okay. All right. Here's the hot chocolate.
Oh wow, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you let it cool or it's still really hot?
It's still really hot. Yeah, you
Oh,
should let
thank
it cool
God.
down. Okay, that's what I figured was gonna happen. Okay. Okay. This child is cursed.
So,
So yeah. So you said
Are
you
you
just got
friends with
back from
your
a trip with
siblings?
friends. Yeah. Yeah.
that's really cool.
Where did you go on your trip?
Then they shouldn't be as worried as they are if you guys are such good friends.
You're right. You know, you're right. But you said you don't even know your siblings, so I guess
Yeah,
y'all
Mom
are
says
not.
I should be extra worried because they don't know me yet, and so they don't know how much they love me yet.
Yeah. Higher chance they'd kill you.
Yeah.
That's scary.
So I was wondering if you wanted to help me I haven't told my mom about this, but I was wondering if you wanted to help me get rid of the kin killer plate so that I could show her that there's nothing to worry about.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Great. Yeah, that sounds like a wonderful idea.
That's really cool. Okay. Checking in with you is the first phase of my plan, and I don't have any of the rest of the phases yet, but I will let you know as soon as I have them.
Okay. But curious, like, where did you go on your most recent adventure? Was it fun?
Oh, I went to a temple.
Hmm. Yeah. And what'd you do in the temple?
Oh, we used a bunch of the secret tunnels to get our way around.
Ooh, that must have been fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and what'd you do in the secret tunnels?
Oh, we mostly ran around a bunch.
Okay. What what else did you do?
We heard a prophecy, which is really cool. And then I got the
Ooh,
power to make hands.
the power to make hands.
Yeah.
What a cool power.
Yeah, it's really fun. They're just like, they don't have a body. And she conjures another one. And she says, now there's two hiding.
That's not cursed at all. That's incredible.
Somewhere else on the ship, you hear Julian go, "Come here."
Cursed.
Did you see any people in the temple?
Yeah. My siblings.
Your siblings were in the temple, but I thought you hadn't met them.
Today was the first. I couldn't introduce myself. I wasn't allowed, so we haven't met yet.
Hmm. Was that hard to know that they were there, but you couldn't introduce yourself?
Absolutely, but my mom says that we activated our family powers, so that's pretty cool.
Ooh, family powers.
Yeah.
What kind of powers?
Well, mom said since that we're three siblings, that like we get to have powers like the Apotheon sisters did.
That's right. The Apotheon sisters were three siblings too, huh?
You get powers?
No, I don't have any powers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want a hand?
Yeah. No, I
Okay.
appreciate it though. Thank you. So what were your sisters doing in the temple?
I'm crying.
They were crying.
Yeah.
Why were they crying?
Oh, some people got in a fight.
Oh, that's not good. Why were they fighting?
I think that my mom was worried that someone else was going to get our family powers, and so that kind of happened.
Hmm. I see. I see. So,
Does anyone in your family have powers?
no, we don't have any powers.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think at this point, Julian's going to reapproach, having found one of the hands, not knowing there was a second hand set free.
oh wow! You found the second one first.
The second.
Great job!
It bursts into purple flame.
All right.
I'll
Yeah.
go look for the other one. Did you say you were in a temple?
Yeah.
Do you happen to know which one?
What do you like?
Well,
know what it was
the
called?
different gods have temples. Do you remember?
Oh, I've only been in one. I didn't know there was more than one. This temple was for Mr. Moon Man. Doxon.
Doxon.
Yeah.
Doxon's temple.
Yeah.
And you said that there were people crying?
Yeah.
Did anyone get hurt?
Yeah. Well, someone fell.
Do you remember what they looked like?
Yeah. They had these really cool robes on and shoes that I didn't think really matched. And they were tall and oh wait. Hold on.
What?
Sorry, I'm remembering exactly because Misha was still fully Julian at TOD. Or was Misha back to being, did something I was concussed. Something happened, right?
Yeah, I
Right.
think Misha was back to looking like Misha.
Yes,
Misha was
I'm
Misha
right
at
all
the
the
time,
time.
yeah.
Thank God. That's what I thought because they kissed and I didn't want them to kiss. Is right. I'm concussed. It's fine. And she goes, oh well, and they had a nose that looked kind of like yours, and pink hair, and
Pink hair, huh?
yeah, it was pretty cool.
And the people that they were with, was one of them like a red skinned person with big horns?
Oh yeah.
And
Did you know?
was there another person there who had blue skin?
Yeah. She looked like an ocean. It was pretty.
Julian just looks at Kaylin. Well, it sucks that somebody fell. I hope that they're
Yeah.
okay.
Sucks even more how big this bug on my wall is, but I still have to be a GM, huh? Scary bug! Scary bug! I'm so sorry. I am scary dungeon master. Please pay me no mind. Hot girlfriend.
Our
can I do
girlfriend
something else?
is en route to kill the bug.
I don't know how to help you with that. You don't know how to help me? It's just huge. I'm so scared. It's genuinely such a huge fucking bug. I've never been more afraid in my life. Okay.
You still having the
okay.
baby voice filter on while you talk about this bug is so cursed.
You flip in and out of it. It's not going well. Okay. Well, sorry, bestie.
Okay. You can also
No.
use this.
Oh,
Yeah, it's horrifying.
oh, gross. I almost just concussed myself.
I cannot. Oh my
Thank you,
God.
Liza, our
Okay.
Lord and Savior.
Thank you, Liza. Very hot girlfriend. Did you know that that's actually my sister?
Hmm.
The one with the red skin or the one with the blue skin?
The one with the horns.
I didn't know that. How did you know that? Did your mom tell you that?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea when you'll get to meet her?
Soon.
Cool. Do you know like when? Is there going to be like a party or?
Oh, we can ask her if you need more specific time.
Oh no, I was just curious. I
No, I can ask. Because we should throw a party. You're right.
Yeah, a party would be cool, huh?
It would. It's like a family party. And then you can invite your family.
I think as Julian and Mirafel. As Julian, listen, it's almost 5 a.m. As Julian and Mirafel
We're gonna have to, we'll cut soon. I figured I'd at least let you meet Mirafel before I left the rest of your lives in a lurch for a week.
Oh my God! Wait, but we were supposed to get through 15 days.
Oh, I know. But I decided that I would just I'd make you role play it in the campaign.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay. As Julian and Mirafel are having this conversation, Kaylin is just he's trying to process because he knows obviously that the pink haired person with the nose like his obviously is Misha, and also that the crown has that Julian is no longer looking like Misha, so he's kind of like, oh, that's not how I wanted to learn that this sibling died. That's a lot. He's also really wishing he had the telepathic link with Julian right now. Yeah.
I've never thrown a party before.
You know what you should do is you should think about how you want your party to look, and then in a couple hours after we've had some sleep, we can talk about it, and maybe we can meet your mom.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can find the other hand that you sent out, so that
Yeah.
it can get some sleep too.
It doesn't need to sleep.
Sure, that makes sense. It's a hand. Kaylin? Or
Yes.
yeah, I guess he just says Kaylin because at this point, who cares?
Right.
Kaylin, are you good?
So good. So good. Great. Actually. So wonderful.
Well, hopefully you'll be even better, because what we can do before we have the party is we can go and find the King Killer Blade and destroy it. So at the party, we can tell everybody that they don't have anything to worry about.
That's a great idea. That's a really
I
great
really
idea.
like that plan.
Okay.
You are very smart, Mirafel.
Thank you. I've read a lot.
That makes sense. I like to read too. Maybe we can talk about books sometime.
Do you have a book that I can have? I'm out of books. I will give you one of mine.
Let me go take a look. Hold on just a second.
I think we probably need most of our books that we have. But I will Kurthazon you one. And or Acramonizon. I don't know. I'm trying to make it an Amazon thing, but Acramon. Yeah, we'll
Not
get
Kurthazon.
we can get we'll get a book. We'll get you. What kind of books do you like?
Any
books. Okay.
have to be happy endings.
Sad endings only. Okay. Got it. Destruction. Terror.
Okay, I will prepare for sadness then.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Do you want me to leave?
We would like to sleep a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, see.
No, I understand.
Old people need sleep.
Yeah, everyone in the neighborhood sleeps at this time, so I usually just hang out. But you have to sleep too, so I'll go.
Okay, well, it was nice to meet you, Marifel.
Nice to meet you too.
It's great meeting you, Mirafel, and your hands.
Thanks. You can keep the other one. Give him a name. And she turns on her. She like stands up and like brushes her little robe off, and turns towards the door.
Okay, I'll do that, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'll see you for breakfast. I'll make sure to make extra for you.
Great.
Excellent. Family breakfast under the mushroom, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you there.
And she heads back out the hall. And all you hear is the vague sound of nails skittering throughout the ship.
Yeah, we're gonna need to kill that. Like,
I'm never going to sleep again.
nope. This is terrible. Also, hello. Can we? Well, now we know why the crown fell off your head. That's disturbing.
There were really only two options. Either they took it off or
Yep. Yep. Cool. Yeah. See here. Another thing. Also, yeah. I feel like I'm very torn. Because on the one hand, here's Mirafel saying, "Hey, let's just get rid of the King Killer Blade." I would love that, but she did not say that she has the King Killer Blade. So, like, I don't know where's that coming from? I don't know. Also,
she's
other
a
thing.
child. I highly doubt that she's formulated a complete plan.
Well, sure. She's also a creepy child. Okay, she's a little creepy and
All
doesn't
children
sleep.
are creepy.
Who doesn't sleep? Yeah, most children sleep though. This one, no sleep. A little bit weird. A little weird. Okay, just gotta say. Also, here's the other thing. Okay, let's consider. Let's just consider for a moment. Okay, if she has said that Misha has died in the temple. Okay,
She
now,
said Misha fell. We are assuming that Misha died.
well, of course, hello, because look at you. You are no longer Misha. So
Right.
that can only mean one thing. So, said she fell. Don't really have any other info about that, but fell and is not. So fell and died, or fell and got captured is the only other option. Yeah. So, but how do we know? They know me. They know who I am. Hello. How do I know I'm not next?
You don't.
Yeah, you're right. I do not.
So I think we just have to assume that you're in danger, which we already knew. Look at what happened to Kurthus. Look at what's happened since we've gotten here.
There's another knock.
Are you kidding me?
If she's back, I don't have the hand. I don't have it. Julian opens the hole.
Hi, I just needed to come say I'm sorry.
For what, Mirafel?
I just heard about your home, and everything I did feels pretty disrespectful.
What did
What
you
did you
hear,
do?
and from whom?
I heard that something bad happened to the floating city.
Who told you that?
Mom?
How did she learn about it?
She through some of her artifacts. She says
Yeah,
that she can't scry there anymore.
It's been a couple of days. We're still trying to figure out what's going on. We don't know that it was something bad entirely.
Oh, okay. Maybe they're planning a surprise party.
Yeah, maybe they're planning a surprise party.
Oh. Then I don't have anything to apologize for. I hope you have a good surprise party.
What would
Thanks.
what was your involvement in the surprise party?
Nothing. I just heard about it and I went, "Oh no." I didn't give my new friends I didn't know, and if they had thought that I had known and I didn't say anything, that would have been really impolite.
See. Okay.
Yeah, I can't Mom says it's a bad idea to go to that place. And it's not a place that makes very many good people. But you seem like pretty good people.
Does your mom know a lot about the floating city? Has she been there?
Yeah, she's from there.
Is she?
Yeah.
What is your mom's name, Mirabelle?
Mom?
Right. Do you know how other people refer to her? Like maybe how your dad refers to her, for instance?
Yeah, her generosity.
Right. Does she have any other names that she goes by?
Oh, Thievius calls her Val.
Val.
Yeah,
And you said that the person in the temple with the red skin and the horns was your sister, right?
yeah.
What's your mom look like?
Oh gosh, she's really tall, and she's got this white hair that looks so pretty in the starlight. And then she's got this red skin that looks really pretty next to wildflowers. And then she's got these horns that are bigger and curlier than mine, but my mom says that mine will get bigger.
They get bigger. Mine did.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
For now.
you're muted.
Sorry, for reference, hers are already huge.
Great.
Okay.
But yeah, I think Julian just goes, okay, yeah. Well, thank you for coming back to tell us about the surprise party. We'll make sure that we still act surprised when it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, so just don't I didn't know if you were planning on scrying, but maybe just save your energy because mom can't do it.
Cool. That's good advice. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Here's another hand. Good night.
Thanks, Mirafel.
And she's gone.
Julian is going to turn to Kaylin and say, Val, as in Valeria.
I thought
We have to tell Alan. We have to tell Alan.
Well, Alan is
And
off
Julian
with the
immediately
different-
starts like putting on his boots to like go out.
Oh, we're going
and find
there
Alan.
right now. We're not just gonna call him. We're not just gonna call him.
We can't just communicate something like that. There are syntax. It could be intercepted. It could go to the wrong person. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you have to deliver in person.
Okay, or
Oh, in person. Go in person.
okay, all right. We will.
You can stay here if you want to, but I'm going. And Julian just
No,
like
if you're
walks off
going,
the
you
ship.
think I'm gonna just let you walk out there alone, you fool?
He's already outside.
Okay, well,
Are you
Kaylin is
waking up
also
Corvin
following.
and Daisy?
Oh God, Corvin's probably too drunk.
To walk?
Still,
Good for
is
him.
he? I
Good
don't
for
know.
him. Good for him. Good for him.
But you know what? Oh, yeah, we're leaving him on the ship.
Let's fucking go.
I think.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead
Yep.
and roll me a survival check, Julian, as you lead everyone through the wilds. And by everyone, I mean Kaylin.
A 21.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, you actually managed to find the footprints of Alan and Mel and trace them exactly back through their path to wherever the weed ships had landed.
Oh.
And you all draw.
Yep.
You all
We do-
draw
yep.
nearer and nearer. And gosh, Kaylin, the first thing you think of when you step out into this clearing where all of the players, all of the weeds had landed, is this text that you remember where Carlo had told you that there had been an undue number of set builders that they had gotten out. And so when you pull up and exit this clearing, what you see is several ships have been deconstructed, and the wood has been used to build structures connecting the majority of the ships in just a fraction of the time.
This is
Guess what?
industrious.
Osirovs might die, but the weeds don't.
Hey.
Yeah. I think that's where we're going to end our session.
Incredible.
I love it. Oh God.
Oh,
Although
you're
I-
so fucked. I love it for us. Oh, what a
Oh
good.
God.
Oh,
Yeah, I also realized, ooh,
what?
probably was not the best decision to leave those two on the ship, especially with the creepy hand still on the ship.
Yeah, there is a creepy hand and a Daisy and a Corbin.
There
on
are
the
at
ship,
least
huh?
2 creepy hands on the ship
There are
because
2 creepy
Julian
hands.
only found 1.
Wow. Daisy and Corbin can each hold a hand while they sleep.
I love that for them.
Oh no.
This was delightful.
It was. That's right.
And
Very
we
good.
just get to
Indeed.
find out what happens in 1 week.
We're so close. That's so wild.
But yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens after you. I kind of figured that this is where this would go, right? You would kind of be like, "Oh fuck, no, bye." But you have made an agreement with Phoebus, and Flux don't look kindly on deals going broken.
And we've apparently adopted a small child.
And you've adopted a small
Yeah,
child.
what did I tell him? I told him that we're gonna perform for him.
Yeah. My other question is, do you reach out to Kiara Lockley at all during this time?
You know, I probably would have reached out to Key to when my Sympax was turned back on. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I will be ready for that as well. Perfect. What do you guys think?
This was really fun. I did not think that we were going to make it through 2 weeks of canon in one shot, just because I knew that we were going to get too lost in the sauce. But I'm glad that this was the sauce that we got lost in.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I just need to know what the 2 weeks look like, you know? And now I know. Now I
Chaos.
really know what they look like.
Chaos.
Yeah. So I'm excited. Maybe I'll just send you another Suns and Moons list before next week. How fun would that be? Like one more. You had such a fun time with the first one.
Oh God.
Oh, can't wait.
Do
All
it,
right.
do it, do it,
Well.
do it.
Sweet gamers, thank you for joining us for this Kingfall one shot. I am so excited to be back on Twitch next week with our season 3 premiere. We are so excited. We've been working so hard, and I'm really excited to bring you everything that we've done. A huge shout out to my players tonight. Leon, welcome to the cast. We're so lucky to have you. That song, please make sure you have put inspiration on your sheet for it. You will be starting the season with inspiration, and that's all your hard work. But I'm thrilled.
Well deserved. Incredibly well
Completely
deserved.
Yes, absolutely. I couldn't ask for better players. I'm so thrilled. Anything y'all want to mention before we disintegrate into dust? Leave just little hands behind?
No, I don't think so. Just obviously this one shot will be made public on Friday. I think there's going to be potentially a rewatch party in the Discord, getting back into that. And then we'll see y'all on Saturday for our season 3 premiere, where I get to play my beloved Brian again.
Listen, can we all just take a second to appreciate the fact that Sam is not going to have to play 2 characters in one campaign?
Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe
well,
not.
You know, for a short time anyway.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Anything. Anything.
Listen, KM and I have already
If I have
discussed
to
this.
kill
We're
one
just
of
gonna
them
flip
off,
your
I
camera.
can. Yeah, we've actually discussed it, but also I'm happy to kill one of them off if you really need me to.
Sure. Yeah, we can talk about it, huh?
Yeah,
Great.
sounds perfect.
Great. Okay.
All right, sweet gamers, we will see you next week for a beautiful season premiere. Thank you again to my sweet players, and thank you to my players who watched this whole dang thing. I hope you studied up. We will see you this time next month, this time a little earlier next week. All right, see you then, God Slayers. Until then.